looking for no wifey. But you're trying to entice me, no way, I see PJ. Cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama,
But I can't help it,
I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Say a while, say a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make to be. I could be everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. 'Cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let. Cause I know you feel it in me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, hold up, hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of the ice work. All this shit on me, I bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, break the draw, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS, and I stay open. Hold up, flex getting coldest. Crept down the court, bought with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip, but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and it's still like clutch. Team G6 and the league stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it, I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a lay up a beat and they yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah, ooh, hot, fresh out the skillet. Yeah, busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy, I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG, it won't get you nothing but fake love and whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man, we finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Yeah, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you about a mile. Stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now. And I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop. And it don't stop. And you getting mobbed. Sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, yo, shots to the face. Rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cop shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on a fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey. Head so good, he a dummy. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
Música.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen. Bye, 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 bye. I bring this will never end.
I know your dreams.
I have my heart open wide. Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
I bring this will never end. Das gebrauchen kann. I never let you alone.
Hey guys, and now I'm at the backstage of the LGD venue. So let's take a look at the backstage. So this is the lounge for the LGD team. 你要跟大家打个招呼吗？来，抓住一个星 ，Hello， 好，比赛加油。And after this, because today's matchup is between LGD and RNG, so the next room is the RNG's lounge. Yeah, we can just take a look. And now let's take a look at our main stage. So it's also my first time to be here in this venue. Wow, I like the stage. So LGD, they have given me some gifts, some special gifts, and also they have given me this very beautiful jersey. So I'm going to try this. How's the jersey? I really like the design of it, and I think now the game is about to begin. 好多好可爱的应援，这些是就是俱乐部做的呢，还是就可能是很多志愿的一些粉丝们做的？
这是他们官方的那个应援，然后这边的话都是粉丝自制。
老干爹是不可战胜。
我希望老干爹就是不管打得怎么样，都打出自己的风采。
老干爹加油！老干爹加油！
Wait and see if they can get the damage, but Mark is somehow still alive. I want to in the backline be able to lock down Shadow. They've got some damage though. It's going to be a 1-for-1 at the moment. All this while they're waiting for Kramer to be able to rejoin the team to make it a little bit more even.
Now we have watched a full set of best of 3 at the Hangzhou LGD Esports Hall. I hope you guys can all enjoy the games, and tomorrow we are going to present more interesting contents as we are going to have the boot camp tour of LGD, so please look forward to that. Hello everyone, and today I'm here at the front desk of LGD Gaming. But maybe today let's just have a very general bootcamp tour of the whole LGD training house. And here you can see there are the administrative areas, but due to the influence of typhoon, so I think all the officers are going to work online, so no one's here, but you can see there are so many desks. And generally, I think the whole bootcamp is really massive. In the LGD space, they basically have 3 cats. Let's just take a look. Oh, sorry. Hi. Hi, Yumi. And next, we'll see my favorite area, the pantry of LGD Gaming. And you can see this pantry is really big and it can contain 30 to 40 players to have their dinner together. See the reputation board, and in the middle of it is the pictures taken from League of Legends, last year's World Championship. Cool. Yeah, I really like the place, and also I like this chair. You can just use it to go everywhere you want to go. Huh? On the other side, we can see a well-decorated wall. They just recorded the general history of LGD gamings. Basically, I really think LGD gamings, they have witnessed the development of Chinese esports industry, and definitely they are a very significant part of it. And I want to emphasize on this year, remember what happened there? Have you remembered this picture? After this best of 5, LGD, they just got the championship of the LPL Summer Split 2015. And here is the LGD training house, and around us, there are different training rooms for all the different games. Oh, the most exciting part is coming, the League of Legends training room. So maybe we can take a look together. And here we got a very special room, the esports talent assessment room, because the whole esports industry really developed rapidly. So many children would like to be a pro player in the future, so they can just test their own talent here. So just take a look together. Hello.
终于等到你
了。终于等到我们。
对，今天我们经理说来了一个天赋非常出众的选手推荐给我啊。所以我很期待
可以
等你下午。
对，也看一看我有没有能够成为职业选手的那样的一个天赋。
是，来赶紧坐这儿啊，都给你准备好。
哇，都已经准备好了，那我要试一下了。So can I be a pro player? Let's have a try. 哇，我现在就开始紧张了。
紧张是正常的啊，每个过来人都会有这样的感觉。
OK。起码看到了前3个，我前3个答对了。哇，真的好难哦！职业选手眼里的世界是什么样子的？都感觉好像跟我们看到的世界都不太一样。
其实有很多想打级的孩子会过来，那么因为从家长角他并不清楚孩子到底有没有这个实力或者天赋因为家长都不懂，所以我们就可以给家长这样一个权威的报告跟数据，告诉你的孩子到底有没有走这条路的可能性。
And I think the players, they may take a break now. And I think I have seen our special guest inside there. So shall we just say hello to him? Hi, our special guest.
Oh, hello there. I've been waiting you for so long.
That's my pleasure. Do you want to play this game with me?
Oh, I'm sure about it.
Okay, so
let's go.
So, how's the life in LPL?
Tiring, but pretty fun so far.
Okay, so what's the biggest difference between LPL and LEC that you have experienced?
I think in Europe is more controlled, like you can do whatever you want after the practice, and in China they want you to practice way more than in Europe. But I can understand that because the competition is way higher here. I think this is the one. Never mind. Okay, you can have that one.
Okay, I want to explore the new stuff. So you are the lucky one. And previously I have tried this esports talent assessment. Have you tried it before?
No, really.
They have a couple of very interesting tests. So shall we just have a try?
I'm kind of scared.
Really?
But sure, let's go.
Yeah. To see whether you can be the pro player.
Ready, go!
我有神的力量。他就是。
I'm out.
我是230，你至少比我好。
Shit, I remember any of this. 不行，真不行，真不行，已经被侮辱够了吧？真不行。电脑上真的，因为我没做过。
电脑上再来一下，是吧？
剪掉，直接把第一次剪了，我搞好了。
可以，好。
我试一下。
第一次来尝试一下。
那么我们从头开始给大家介绍一下。
好，对，那我们介绍一下大。看
全部都中文。
对，好，0.55的平均时间，然后错误在11。
我错误了。
虽然前面都是骗你，但这个是真的。
这个是真的。
At the end of our LGD tour, in these 2 days, we have not only watched a very intense best of 3 at the Hangzhou LGD Esports Hall, but also tried the very unique esports talent assessments. Although I cannot be a pro player, I will always support LGD. So that's the end of our video clip. Please subscribe LPL English and please look forward to more interesting contents from us in the future. Thank you guys and bye bye.
Yo, what's up, Mad Lions? Long time no see. I didn't really watch any of your games or any LEC games or even LCS because, you know, LPL is just a better region. Why watch a minor region, you know? But I hope you guys can make it to playoffs or like maybe likely make it to Wars, and I'll see you there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the penultimate day
of the summer 2021 LPL split. It's week 9. It is day 6. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda, and we have some serious games today as things are starting to wrap up for the split. I can't believe how fast we've gone through. We're on the second to last day, Dagda, and I'm glad to have you as my co-pilot.
It's always good to be beside you, Munchables, but yeah, I cannot believe we're on the second last day of the regular split. I mean, it still feels like we're trying to figure everything out in this league, because I have no idea what way we're going to be looking coming into playoffs.
Yeah, it's still insanely close, and we'll get into that in a second. First, let's look at what happened yesterday and our results, and then we'll dive into the chaos that is the standings right now. But yesterday, we had relatively, well, I was going to say relatively expected results. We had relatively clean results, at least. 2-0 to LGD. And then Rogue Warriors 2-0 over JDG. And honestly, JDG looking to be in a sorry state as they finish their split.
It really does feel like the full stop at the end of the JDG story, this split. It has not been pretty. It has not looked good. And not even making it to playoffs, sitting in 12th place and losing to Rogue Warriors in the last game. It just hasn't been a good spot for them.
Dagda, look at these standings. All the way from 4th to 10th place, there is a single win between our teams. There are a lot of teams still in flux. OMG are literally the only team in playoffs that have guaranteed which seed they're going to be. How insane is that? We have 4 series left. We have 4 series left and only 1 team.
It has been such a crazy close split. Now, obviously, for teams like FPX, EDG sitting at the top of the table, we've kind of looking at them going, hey, look, they are going to be our top 2. Who's going to be first? We're still to play for. But certainly, everything from third down has just been a mess where everyone's beating everyone and we really have no clue what way this is actually going to pan out.
Yeah, and we will dig into the seeding properly a little bit later because that second series will matter the most. And speaking of, let's look at our series. IG versus TT to start us off. In the grand scheme of seeding, this is 13th versus 16th. This is not going to influence playoffs. It's just going to be a whole lot of fun because both of these teams fully embody chaos. But then our second series, that one is going to be crucial. As you can see, RNG in 4th place right now. It's possible for them to guarantee themselves 3rd place. They could be our second team to guarantee a specific seed. And BLG, well, they are in flux. They're in the middle of that mess of teams on the same results. And so they can go a whole heap of different places by the end of the week.
Yeah, up, down, left, right. Maybe stick bang in the middle. We have no idea what way BLG are going to start to pan out in this one. But certainly, it's a very, very important series for them. But I think we definitely need to kind of look at how do we actually see this playing out as we get into playoffs? Because I think our playoffs has been a little bit funky compared to the rest of the tournaments that we have.
So let's bring up our playoff bracket. Let's talk about how this is all going to work. Now, we did a bit of an explainer yesterday as well, but for anyone that missed that, we're just going to talk through how the playoffs works, because when you look at this, it looks a little bit complicated. Don't worry, guys, I'm with you. It can be a bit daunting, but we'll explain how it works, because the first 3 rounds, you can see it's essentially like it used to be. It's a single elimination, essentially a gauntlet, where each series is going to be a best of 5, but if you end up losing 1 series in any of those first 6 games on the left, you will be out of the tournament and the winner moves on to the next round. But then once you get to where it says Game 7, it's got seed 1, Game 5 winner, that's when we enter the double elimination bracket. There will be 4 teams that get a second chance once they make it to that stage. Our first and second seed, and then the 2 teams that make it through the gauntlet.
Yeah, and of course that's why it's such a big fuss to be able to take that first or second seed, running right the way to round 4 and getting your buy into that double elimination bracket. And this does make a massive difference. If you look at Spring, it was RNG who dropped into that lower bracket and then managed to take the finals, take that victory, and go on to represent the LPL at a successful MSI. So this is a very big deal to try and push yourself on, but definitely for teams like OMG that are coming in at the 10th seed, they've got a gauntlet of games to run.
Yeah, a lot of games to be happening. The only one we have guaranteed is seed 10. That will be OMG. That happens in our second game. Other than that, we still don't know which teams will be where. The other ones we've got are EDG and FPX will be in the double elim. We just don't know which side of the bracket they'll be in, so still a lot to decide. But That's playoffs. That'll be in a few days' time. We're not there yet. As we said, we still have 9 seeds to figure out, and today is going to be a couple of stepping stones on the way of that journey. But let's talk about our first series first, IG versus TT, because IG, it's sad to say, they're out of playoffs for the first time since 2014. This is the first time IG are missing playoffs in 7 years. And over the last couple of years, Dagda, it has been a slow but sure fall from grace.
Yeah, and you can see it on your screens, right? Worlds 2018, IG are the best team in the world, taking home the World Championship. And then we start to see them slip. You know, they get to Worlds 2019, but they get to semi-finals, not quite as high as they had in the year before. We then get into LPL Spring 2020. They finish 4th. And we get to Summer 2020. They finish 6th. They don't even get through our regional finals and get to go to Worlds. Now in Spring 2021, we're seeing them slip to 9th. And now finally this split, they are out of playoffs for the first time, as Munchie said, in 2014. This is the first time since Rookie joined this team that they will not go to playoffs. That's how long it's been since IG have not hit the top mark.
It is, it's a sad situation for IG fans, and I know there are a lot of them. But I do want to take a positive spin on this, Doctor, because yes, IG have missed playoffs this time, but I think I speak for a lot of people when I say that we still love IG, right? IG is one of those teams that you can never quite count out. You can, anytime you see them up against the top team, there's always an outside chance that they still make it. And I want to just take a moment to appreciate Dagda, their immeasurable gumption.
Yeah, but look, when you look at their games, they're intentionally greedy.
But they are insurmountable gamers.
No, they're illogically goofy.
They're impeccably gracious, Dagda.
They're idiotic goobers.
They're inspiringly glorious.
They're insupportable goons, Munch.
They're intelligent geniuses.
They're imbecilic gadabouts. They're irreconcilably gameless, and there's more cons on this list, which is why IG have been struggling.
Yes, I'll admit, they have been struggling. There have been a lot of cons on the list this year, but let's just reminisce on some of the good times that IG did have this year. We've got a couple of clips of just some of the great plays that we have been able to see. We'll start things off with Rookie on Akali, because I think Rookie, as always, was one of the standout players for IG.
Yeah, I mean, Rookie's a monster, right? Whenever he gets into the right shape, he just is able to take over games. And I think it's one of the big reasons when you look at Invictus Gaming, you always feel like there's that moment where they could take down the top teams, like beating FPX, beating top esports. There's never a moment where you go, oh, well, this is just a team that is going to just fall over. They always have the opportunity to take down anyone in the league.
This moment from Naney was a career-defining moment for the player. I'm sure he has a lot ahead of him after moments like that. And then the Shy as well, coming back into the squad. You can see him on the bottom of your screen. Tom Kedge just goes and completely solos out Jaggulov to start the fight, and then goes on to take over the rest of the fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was just non-stop action from the Shy. Whether it was the Shy or Naney, though, like, this team still had miraculous and kind of immeasurably good moments coming into the split. It just feels sad that we're not going to get them in towards playoffs, because it has been a little bit messy, but we still got to celebrate that it is IG. At the end of the day, you get some goofy plays, but God, they look good when it all comes together.
Yeah, and you know, things like Wink playing the Draven as well, where he did have some exceptional games. Like, we had a really fun split for IG. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough to make playoffs, but I just wanted to take a moment and kind of look back on what we did get to see from the team. But it's only fair that we do the same thing for TT, because as I said earlier on in the show, both of these teams fully embody chaos. So I want to show you guys a couple of clips of specifically Xiaopeng popping off in early game fights, and yet as well having some really great performances, and kind of show you the shenanigan show that we've been able to witness from TT across the course of the split. Their scoreline doesn't look good at the end of the split, but they have taken us on a journey, Declan.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if it's been the cleanest League of Legends, but it has been some entertaining League of Legends. And you'll see, like, these guys are willing to fight. They're willing to push the envelope the whole way. It's fallen off the table. They just want to get everything done as soon as it can be done. And it leads to some crazy, messy fights that maybe they can come out on top. Maybe they can get the snowball rolling. But if they can, they just look so, well, I was going to say clean, but honestly, it's a bit all over the place.
Yeah. Clean is not the word for TT, but this is one of my favorite clips of the entire split. This is a level 3 fight that happened between LNG and TT. Remember that LNG were a heavy favorite coming into this series, but it was just pure chaos. Xiaopeng comes out of the end of this fight with 3 kills. Ale does his best here to try and 2v1. But my favorite part is just coming up where it looks like TT, they're like, okay, full retreat. We're backing away from this one. Ale decides he's not going to chase. Then Xiaopeng is like, I don't think so. I'm going in.
Yeah, it's like, no. I need to get these. Because as you said, comes down with 3 kills off this play. And in this game, they just end up picking LNG apart over and over and over. Xiaopeng finds like 1 kill, 2 kill. He ends up with like 8 kills in that game. And then LNG are like, what happened? Like, there's just some games from TT where you're just like, I don't know how we got here, but I'm really glad we did.
Yeah, it's so much fun to watch. I know Kelsey will be proud watching from home, as this will be both of these teams' final series. You see IG have stepped onto the stage, and TT will be joining them as well, as we're going to have our series in Shanghai here today. And Thunder Talk, remember that this is a new organization as well. I feel like, you know, in terms of the standings, sure, they didn't make playoffs, but they have certainly made a name for themselves. Famous, infamous, you can pick your word here, but TT are certainly a name that people know these days.
And definitely, I think someone that stands out on this roster is Sam D as well, right? I mean, even on the games that they lost in their last series, he still managed to pick up a pentakill. Like, this guy just still has some of the magic moments that we talk about with TT. And I think after coming across from V5, he found that he actually had quite a lot of skill in that AD carry role, or at least we got to discover. But unfortunately for TT, the pieces haven't come together quite as much as they want to. But I'm definitely, as we start to roll into IG's game here today, keeping my eyes on Xiaopeng for this early game madness, keeping my eyes on Sam D for these curious plays that come in towards these team fights, and seeing if maybe, just maybe, they can take it off of IG.
We'll see if they can. I'm certainly excited for it. I will say, regardless of standings, as we said before, IG is one of those teams that you never count out. You always have to count them in. And coming into this one, I would argue that they are the favorite. That said, though, you never quite know. It's always a mixed bag with IG. It's always a mixed bag with TT. I have a feeling, Dagda, this is going to come down to early game chaos. I want to see shenanigans. I want to see especially Shun versus Xiaopeng, because I feel like both of these junglers are the kind of junglers that want to snowball. If they can get a lead early, they can take over the game, but whether or not they can get a lead early is a different story. I feel like we could have a bit of a battle between those two as we head into picks and bans, Dagda.
Yeah, my eyes are on these top lane skirmishes, because IG love to try and go for these evades, play around the Shine top side, and you know that TT are going to want to respond. They're going to be trying to set up Xiaopeng for success, so we'll have to see what bloody hands are going to come out of this one. But, as you said, we are into pick and ban already. You can see IG, they come with the Renekton, the Varus off the board, Tam, Kench actually banned by IG. That was what I thought I'd see TT banning away.
I honestly think Tahm Kench has been the most underrated pick in LPL recently. I think he is going to be a menace at the World Championship and throughout playoffs. He's honestly so obnoxiously strong right now. He's totally invincible. He doesn't even need items or kills or anything. He's just completely invincible. Viego will be our first pick here.
Yeah, and we've seen this swapped kind of between the top 3 on IG, so still a lot of flexibility there. Curious though for TT, one of the few times we actually don't see a heap of bans toss Xiaopeng's direction, so he will be able to get his hands on the Lee Sin if he wants to. That's been his most played, and I think the pick he's looked the best on, as we kind of highlighted at the start of the day, where his triple kill popping up. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that one locked in, but there it is.
Yeah. I mean, he hovered the Rek'Sai for a second, and, you know, my heart fluttered at the thought of it. We're not going to see that today. Oh, we'll maybe see that later in the series, but the Lee Sin is open, so you lock it in. It's going to be the Xin Zhao as well, and then a LeBlanc for Rookie. Now, that's an exciting pick, Dagda.
Yeah, Rookie's LeBlanc is pretty infamous. I mean, has only a 25% win rate this split, but he's still been trying his damnedest to get rolling on this champion and make things happen. I think when I look at IG, right, like, there is just strong picks across the board. Viego, Xin Zhao, you've now got this LeBlanc as well. Picks that, as we talked about, love these kind of top lane skirmishes. You can play around a ton of the CC that is across these three champions and look to try and make things happen there. On the upside though, TT have opted in towards Lissandra, the kind of regular counter pick towards this LeBlanc selection, and also does pretty well at like setting up the picks like the Gwen, the Lee Sin by providing the CC that they're lacking.
Yep, one of the picks that's very, very good against LeBlanc because you can punish the all-in. Same deal with the Malzahar, right? It's these champions that can just, when LeBlanc comes in, you stop her doing anything. Now to the bans, is Wink has his Draven removed off the table. It's Rakan taken away from Pudding as well.
I'm curious if you see the Ziggs ban. We've been seeing a little bit from Wink, so maybe we actually get Wink going towards that. I personally, though, have been a big fan of when IG have more aggressive bottom laners. We've highlighted before, like the Draven, obviously, but I think Kalista could work really well here as well. And for IG, like, you get this super strong, skirmish-heavy composition that can take these early fights we're talking about and kind of take over the game before TT really get an opportunity to get the ball rolling in their favor. But for TT, here's to see what they're going to lock in, as the Ashe is going to be that final ban. So maybe we see Sam D trying to take that Kalista away instead of actually giving it over, but Aphelios is going to be the lock-in.
Aphelios locked in. Thresh is already banned by TT, interestingly, so I'm curious what they'll pair there. But now towards the bottom lane for IG, as it's going to be a Syndra with the LeBlanc already there for Rookie. This is Wink taking Syndra to the bottom lane.
Yeah, we've heard murmurs of this, certainly from like European teams, that they're starting to pick this up on the bottom side of the map. I mean, we've seen it before from squads that it's a pretty strong pick that has a lot of push power, can obviously have a lot of burst damage against something that's short range like the Aphelios. So if you pair it with something like this Leona, that's a kill lane if I've ever seen one, which is why I kind of look at a TT going, hey lads, you know, what's the game plan here? You got to find something that can try and keep this Aphelios safe. I feel like it's a Braum pick. I feel like you need to go with Braum here.
Yeah, perhaps they feel like they need hard engage, though, because realistically, is Lissandra the one you want to be going in and starting every single fight? Probably not. The Nautilus comes in, so they at least have some proactive tools in their kit.
Yeah, I mean, it means that this is going to be a pretty dangerous lane phase for Sam D, so we'll have to be keeping our eyes for IG on this bottom side of the map, especially if Shun starts to make his way down here, like Zenith Blades, Scatter the Weaks, and then you get the Xin Zhao coming down here as well. Like, it's going to be a toughie for TT's bot side, but at least in Xiao Peng's spot, like, he can try and facilitate, look towards those counter ganks, and maybe try and turn those plays around.
See how it's going to go down. I'm excited for this composition from IG. It feels aggressive. We've got the Shy on Viego. We've got Shun on a super aggressive early game jungler. I mean, Xin Zhao versus Lee Sin is always an exciting jungle matchup, but also we get Wink playing the Syndra. We've got Rookie on the LeBlanc, and you mentioned Rookie's LeBlanc. Terrible win rate this split. 66% win rate across his whole career. Even with this split included, it doesn't really hurt his numbers because his numbers have been previously so insane. Let's talk compositions though, Dagda, because it feels to me like IG are going to be putting their front foot forward.
Yeah, I think, as you said, like, hyper-aggressive composition, right? And you definitely want to be snowballing this one, getting yourselves in a decent position. Now, at least you got the Shy with some late-game scaling on the Viego, but it feels like this is a comp where, okay, let's play through this kill lane that we got bot side. Let's make sure that we can try and utilize the fact we've got this, like, super strong skirmishing comp on the top side of the map as well, between the LeBlanc, Viego, and Xin Zhao. So a lot of options for IG as to where they want to put their threat. Whereas when you look across at TT, fairly much feels like for Xiao Peng, he's trying to like put out fires, right? See if he can get Xiao 7 in that good matchup in the top side. You know that Gwen can snowball when she gets a lead in that scenario, or trying to just counter gank in that bot lane.
Does feel like priority is the name of the game for IG on the top and bottom side as well. We've seen Viego's getting prio in the top lane matchup against Gwen, and obviously Syndra, very, very good at prio in that bottom lane. In fact, better than most AD carries because of the power of being a mage. We're headed onto the Rift, and you know what, Dagda? This stakes may not really exist for this game in terms of playoffs. It might be too late for both of these teams, but it's their final series of the LPL, and I am anticipating that they're going to go out with a bang.
And I'm glad we got some new picks coming through, right? Like Wink bringing out this Syndra, like you can tell they're like, all right, cool, let's like piece this together, see how it's working. Like, this is obviously something they've been working on a little bit. Like, let's, in this last series, bring out all the stops and show just what we had in our back pocket.
You can see both bot lanes getting into lane early. There's a ward there, so Lucas and Wink won't be able to do any kind of cheese shenanigans as both bot laners will arrive. And remember, Aphelios a lot stronger in the early laning phases than a lot of people give him credit, thanks to the weapons that you start with. You have sustain, you have long range. You can often get a lot of good poke down. Is Rookie trying to start this mid lane aggressively as well? Let's talk junglers though, Dagda, because we have both of our junglers starting on the bottom side, leashless, and pathing up towards that very volatile top lane.
Yeah, and I think that's where both these junglers are going to try and influence early, especially when you're running double ignite. If you can get this early advantage, it's so easy to run away with this matchup. And a lot of this does rely on, like, the Shy, as you can see here, right? Trying to use the range that he has naturally with the Viego, trying to see if he can land a couple of these Qs. Whereas when you're playing as Xiao 7, you're trying to see if you can find these quick trades with the skip and slash and that true damage off of your own Q.
Really aggressive trades in the bottom side as well, as both Lucas and Pudding taking about half of their health. Great ward here from Rookie. Spots out the Raptors, which will mean that Xiaopeng will be tracked as he moves up. But look at this path from Shun. He has skipped his Raptors. He has skipped his Wolves. He's gone buff to buff into Gromp. Maybe we'll look for a proactive early play somewhere on the map.
Yeah, he still needs to clear these two small wolves, though, if he wants to hit level... Oh, yeah, sorry, hit level 3 just off the two wolves there. So he waited a little bit of time, should still be able to get up towards this top side. But I think it's more to try and protect the Shy who's trying to collapse this wave and then facilitate the Scuttle take on top side with LeBlanc pushing him mid as well.
See massive 2v2 on the bottom side as Shun moves up to the top lane. I know there's going to be a fight up there, but we've got to fight in the bot lane first, as that's one flash burnt. Lucas still has his Samdi, cleanses away, flash away from the Calibrum. The first blood went down in the top lane. That's what I had my eye on the whole time on the minimap. It was a 1-for-1 up there, and I'm not sure really what happened. There's actually a re-engage here. Xiaopeng goes in onto Shun, but it's turned around. Shun manages to take it on the Xin Zhao.
Well played by Shun, managing to get that knock up. Xiaopeng just doesn't have the damage, and that's kind of the power of this early Xin Zhao, right? You end up healing off of every third auto, you heal off the wind becomes lightning, and bot side...
Wink's in trouble. He's rooted up, stunned up under the tower. Pudding is going to die for his trouble, though. A 1-for-1 there, and Nautilus got the kill. Wink almost wins it.
I would say that apart from that massive wave that's been lost, so it means that then you're losing out on quite a bit here as Wink. You can see that CS lead is opening, but Shun, he's back topside.
This is exactly what I wanted out of this series, Dagda. Shun comes back in up top. Xiao 7, no flash here. He's already being burnt down. Shun moves in to finish the kill off the Shy. Manages to grab that one for himself. Xiaopeng? I mean, I don't know if this is a 2v2 that you want to take here, as Ye moves up as well, but I mean, you're always going to be at a numbers disadvantage. It's going to be IG that back away regardless.
I mean, I kind of just feel sorry for Xiao 7 in this. We're going to get a replay of this top gank, and yeah, just nice flash in from Shun to make sure that he's able to close the gap with Wing becomes lightning, and then this here, like, Xiaopeng just went too deep. Like, you get so much healing. Like, look at the auto attacks here from Shun. Every third auto attack is healing. You get the heal off of the wind becomes lightning as well, which means that he's just about able to finish him off as he goes in with the audacious charge as well. So, a lot of extra damage that comes through from Shun, but I wouldn't have expected Shun to be back at the top side of the map. Like, any sane person goes, right, I'm counting his camps. He's done 5 camps, including the Scuttle Crab. Cool. So he has to be back on his bottom side because he hasn't done his Raptors or his Krugs. But Shun's just back top side. So Xiao 7 does again to another gank that you never expect to happen.
It's a rough one for Xiao 7, but we talked about that top lane matchup. We talked about how volatile this one is in the top side. Look at the CS deficit. There is a 20 CS lead for the Shy, and the wave is pushing towards him as well. There's almost a 1,000 gold lead in the pocket of the Shy right now. He is set up to be a monster as Rookie tries to all in onto Ye as well. That level 6 advantage. Shun. Oh, I thought he was going to go for that. Just misses the W. Now in the bottom side, Lucas going to be rooted up. No flash available. There's a Gravitum as well. The Q comes in. Surely Xiaopeng will finish the job with one more auto. And TT finally get an answer.
And it's nice that it's happening on this bottom side as well, right? Because we said there's a lot of pressure that Wink and Lucas can put out of this lane, but it's been absorbed really well by SamD and Pudding, and with the help coming through from Xiaopeng, they're able to get one of the kills back as well. Now, SamD can shove in nicely and really start to just scale into this game, because a lot of this for TT is trying to get SamD to his items. Same when you look at Xiao 7, and kind of having like Xiaopeng and Ye as the bridge to get them to that late game against this aggressive early game comp from IG.
Xiaopeng moving up to the top side now as the Shy is trying to crash a wave here. I think Xiaopeng's going to try and get level 6 as fast as possible. Shun is already up on that top side as well. Shun just hit level 6, I think off of that ward there. As Xiaopeng trying to do it off of the Krugs. I don't think they're going to quite offer enough XP though. Here we go. Dive as Lucas comes in. They're underneath the tower already. Xiao 7 dies for the 3rd time this game. And they get a bonus jungler on top of it. It is falling apart for TT.
I'm not gonna lie, after watching the Rare Adam series, I always get a bit nervous when I see Lucas leave lane, because there's a 50-50 chance on what way this is gonna go, good or bad for IG. This time though, it comes up with the double heads as they're able to get 2 quick kills in that scenario, and it looks phenomenal, right? They managed to get these turret plates as well. Now, like, the Shy is massive. You were saying he's 30,000 gold up. He's 1,700 gold ahead of his lane opponent now. He's gonna be able to finish off this Divine... Yeah, he's like nearly able to get this Divine Sunder finish now as well. Like, this is just so good for this Viego. And especially when he's like the late game scaler for IG. Having these items already just destroys this top lane matchup. I mean, look at the CS difference.
It feels fantastic for the Shy right now. He's got that attention that he needs, and they've won out the early 2v2, and it feels like TT on the other side of the board. A lot of their game plan has started to go a little bit pear-shaped here, Dagda, because we talked about how they also wanted to snowball from the top side, right? They also, that was their position of strength in the early game. Right now, it feels like the only win condition is just waiting for Aphelios to get 3 items. That's a long way away.
It is kind of hilarious, though, that, like, we were saying, hey, look, you know, they want to try and answer for a lot of these top lane skirmishes, but it's actually the bot lane that's really out pretty heavily for TT. Now, they are behind in CS, but certainly with the kills and the early advantages that they got, they're in a pretty good spot. Now, Xiaopeng has managed to sneak his way into this top lane, but Shun is just waiting in the wings.
He knows what's going on, but the Shy could be in trouble before Shun even gets there. The Shy doesn't have his ult available. He goes down, and now Shun comes in for the 2v1. He's playing Zidane. What are you going to do about it? He already had 2 kills before the play. And Gwen, you may have come out in Season 11, but that does not matter because reworks exist. Double kill comes through for Shun.
Nice job from Shun, being able to pick up the 2-for-1 special. The Shy, unfortunately, that little bit too far. I thought he was safe, but honestly, some really nice pathing from Xiaopeng to get up towards the top side. Was just unfortunate that Shun was also in the area, and now this Rift Tower is going to go across to Shun as a result of that play.
Now on the bottom side, Pudding gonna face check. Goes for the hook here. Wink. Level 7 at this point. SamD stunned up. There's the outplay button. And down goes the AD carry. That is why you pick Syndra in the bottom lane.
I just feel sad for SamD. Dodges the Zeta play. It's like, all right, steps up to the mark. I'm ready to tussle. Fisticuffs are up. And then it's just like, yeah, Wink pressed or and you're dead. Like, it's kind of the dead. Well, it's the upside if you're an IG fan for this bottom lane. It's just obnoxious how strong it is.
Yeah, and SamD got like a perfect cleanse as well. The Scat of the Week comes through,
Yeah.
he cleanses it instantly, but it still did like half of his HP. And then you just press the R and it's a done deal at that point. As TT will lick their wounds and try and grab this blue buff. The Shy continues to rampage on the top side. I want to revisit that CS deficit because look at the numbers in the top lane, man. There is a 2,000, in fact, over 2,000 gold lead for the Shy. He is 50 CS up in the top lane. In fact, that's 60 CS. I'm almost as bad at maths as Dagda usually is. The Shy is just completely taken over the top side. Xiao 7 knows that this lane is totally out of his power now. He needs ganks or it's just unwinnable.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is kind of like the big test for Xiao 7, right? Coming up from the TT Young Academy team. And we're kind of seeing the results. Just not quite able to keep up pace with the Shy. And especially, like, this game has kind of gone exactly as we expected, right? Xiaopeng getting these early plays coming through from TT, but unfortunately, like, Shun just been playing more steadily towards that top side and able to get more advantages for the Shy. And now both Shun, the Shy, massively far ahead. The bot lane is actually starting to come online with this more aggressive Syndra Leona matchup as well. And a 3,000 gold lead for IG. Dragon starting to go their way. TT need to make something special happen before this game slips away.
I thought the Shy might have gone for an all in there, to be honest, in the top side. It will be a Dragon taken by IG. Rico's coming through on the top side. It was just Xiaopeng hovering to make sure Xiao 7 could crash that wave. We kind of get some resets. We get a moment of quiet in this game, Dagda, that has been pretty much pure chaos the entire time as the Shy starts to move in, looks for some deep vision, maybe looking for a red buff here. He's not going to find it. It's not available right now. But it does feel like IG, you know, the last couple of series, we've actually seen some really good stuff from this team. And it's a little bit sad because it is too little too late. But yeah, moves in the mid lane here. Lucas is here. Shun off to the side as well. Remember, he still has Herald available. Needs to drop that in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, that's why we saw the Shy moving in, right? Get the vision control down so they can make the Herald play top, but we're getting the play mid.
Dive in the mid lane here. The damage across all three players, that is bonkers. But Shun might... No, he hasn't gone too deep. He's already got a gold drinker. He's completely invincible. There is no too deep for Shun at this point in the game. It's the Shy toying with the idea of a dive here, trying to get those plates, trying to get a little bit more wink with the stun of the tower, Pudding with the golden hook, and he flashes out to safety. That was... I mean, it didn't work, but it looked good.
Wink looked like a dog that had got like two really nice bowls of food in front of him, and he's running back and forth between the two, not really sure which one he wants to eat. And it means that he gets absolutely none of them, as both and Putty managed to escape away from that. Now Xiao 7 looking for the trade, but
Xiao 7. Oh, the Shy's ignited. Is it going to be enough? He doesn't get it. That was so close to beautiful from Xiao 7. When you're that far behind, almost winning the 1v1, that would have been pretty much inexcusable from the Shy.
It would have also been inexcusable from Riot Games. Like, come on. Like, Gwen is 0-5. Like, 60 CS behind.
Xiaopeng is going to die here. He's got caught out in the jungle. He's going to get taken out. Yeah, follows through. I thought they were going to just jump on as well then.
Yeah.
Rookie is nearby. This will be a red buff. Started off by Shun. Xiaopeng's dead. This will be taken. Another advantage for IG. 2-level advantage for the Shy right now with Xiao 7. Getting a little bit too dicey on that one. Has to back away. This will be tower taken in the top side. We saw the Herald charge in the mid lane as well. There are 4 plates taken mid. The Shy, you've got to rush if you want to take this plate, mate. You've only got 10 seconds to do it.
I mean, it's an auto. He'll be fine.
I think he's got it.
Just left the way.
I think he's got it. You'd be surprised how tanky that last plate is, honestly, but I think he's going to be able to do it. There you go. In the last 3 seconds, he takes that extra plate. That's 9 plates minimum. I'm not sure if there were any taken.
Holy crap. Look at the Shy's gold compared to everyone on TT. Like 7,500 to like 4,500, maybe 5 for Xiaopeng. Like, he is massive in this game. You can already see it in his
items,
items,
almost
right?
just got solo killed. In the most Shy fashion you've ever seen. Here we go, all into the bottom side. Wink is in trouble. He finally gets taken down here. And that is a much needed kill, but again, Pudding takes the kill. I don't want to be too hard on the guy, but like maybe you got to give those ones over to the Aphelios. Here we go. Root. No, doesn't go through. Rookie can't quite make it happen.
So the thing was, Pudding had this insane carry performance in Rakan in the last game they had. Maybe he's just misunderstood when people are like, you really should carry more games. And he's just like starting to take more and more of these kills, you know? He's like, well, if I need to carry this Nautilus, I need to be tanky, therefore I need gold.
He needs to turn gold. He needs to buy that Zhonya's that we keep on seeing the Nautilus is picking up. That's the way that I like to see it. And he's got the kills to do it.
This would be an insane game for Abyssal Mask. Like, you have like so much CC in this Nautilus, you get like the magic resist damage. Like, this would actually be the perfect game for it. And increased damage for like an Aphelios, a Lee Sin burst, hell, even the Gwen is going to do so much in these fights.
Well, we'll see. As Xiaopeng and try and shut down the Shy here. Xiao 7 already very low on this one. The Heartbreak Kid, Xiao 7's in trouble, but it doesn't matter. The lockup from completely ruins the Shy. that's going to be a shutdown as well. 400 gold into the pocket of Yeah there. And a big kill for the side of TT. IG at least will answer a little bit in this bottom side, but I will say Syndra, not exactly the greatest split pusher.
Yeah, probably means Rift Herald as well for TT, because Rookie had just reset. You've got no TP on the Shy, and Wink is bot side. He's got a heal for himself, no TP. So it will be the tower for IG, but at least this Rift Herald will give the opportunity for TT to maybe get some gold back in for themselves, as Yeah manages to collapse in on this top lane.
Yeah, he'll crash the wave, but he is playing Lissandra, whose split-pushing capabilities are comparable to that of a Syndra. These mages pushing at the side lanes, not able to do too much to the towers. Rookie moving up. I'm not sure if Yeah had vision of him there. It looked like he did, but we'll back away here.
Oh, shit.
IG continue the push on this bottom side. Shao 7, mate, you're in trouble if you stick around here. He just wants one CS, Dagda. He just wants a little bit of CS. Please, just one. Just a couple more.
I mean, that Hallowed Mist was an MVP right there, because you can see Xenoblade block and the Scat of the Week. So he does get a CS, but was still very close to going down for that CS. So I wasn't sure if we get a solar flare off the top into the ultimate for Wink, and maybe those 3 caster minions weren't worth it. But look, he gets away with it. He's all right.
I just want to quickly point out that the Shy is 14 CS away from a Flame Horizon in this game. Like, that doesn't happen anymore. That used to happen all the time with lane swaps and things and all of that kind of stuff. You so rarely see that kind of a CS lead this early on into the game. Take another look as the Shy, 3 levels up, went a bit too aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still surprised Shao 7 managed to survive that, right? You get Heartbreaker in, but the healing that comes off of the... Oh, hang on.
Oh, Rookie's in trouble yet. Goes for that Lissandra, and this is exactly why. Sonic Wave comes on in, but Rookie dips on through into the next brush. They've gone for the wrong one, but a depth charge will ruin his escape attempt. Pudding grabs himself another. Never give your teammates kills. That's the Nautilus motto as the Riptide comes on through and rips the gold away from his carry.
All right, it was funny the first 2 times, but now it's getting a bit ridiculous. Shao 7.
I mean, Shao 7 is going to go down
here.
Solar Flare! Praise the sun! Knight Solaire sends his regards.
I mean, this is just the supports now going, hang on a second, lads. We're the real carries in this one. 2 kills now for Lucas as well. 3 kills going towards Pudding. I want to see support on combat in this game.
I'd love to see Lucas, them go toe-to-toe.
Go, Lucas.
Here we go. Stun comes in. Pudding in trouble, but Samdi's there. He's all right. Herald in the top side is TT. They could be able to get a tier 2 here. Look where the Shy is right now. The Shy and should. Yes, you've got a tier 2 TT. Look at your base. They just lost an inhib tower for this.
Yeah, I don't think that's when we type in all chat worth, right? Because, like, that tower is not going to help you too much. We're just going to replay of the outplay button, but... Oh, nice flash there from Wink to keep himself safe away from the Nautilus hook.
Yeah, very, very nice. That was a high value flash right there, dodging multiple abilities. Yep, the tower went down. The observers have just noticed as IG now can set up for potentially a Baron. They have a ridiculous gold lead for themselves. Drake isn't up for another 2 minutes. They have vision control. And Rookie setting up in the jungle. The Shy here as well. The Shy's going to face check this one. The sweeper keeps him safe for now. Heartbreaker means that they can't get the CC down. Rookie gets a route onto Pudding. And I'm surprised Pudding doesn't have a bounty on him, honestly, at this point, with how many kills he's been grabbing for himself.
Yeah.
IG looking
for
picks.
How does Lucas have one?
I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how this game works. I've been commentating it for, what, 8 years at this point? I still don't exactly know how all of this works.
I'm pretty sure the bounty system's just made up, to be honest. It's just like, oh, he's doing all right.
That's number one.
350 gold.
Bounties is just number one. It's League of Legends number one. Oh, dear. Well, IG, they're fishing right now, Doctor. They are not interested in playing macro. They're interested in picks and Pudding. Feels the brunt of that. Lucas is stuck under the tower, though. He's in a bit of trouble. He is completely invincible, but yeah, gets a little bit more CC. A stopwatch comes out, and Lucas survives. Scatter the week in, but IG don't commit to the dive here. The Shy pushing up in the top side. Drake up in a minute's time. You expect that could be the next thing that IG move their eyes towards.
I mean, they can do whatever the hell they want in this game at this stage, right? They're just so far ahead. All outer towers are now down for TT. Their bottom inhibitor tower is missing. Like, there's just so much pressure from IG across the map as the Shy. I mean, maybe Fancy's moving in here towards mid, but I don't know.
Well, yeah, he's moving over. I think that the recall will finish in time. Wink! Oof. He does get away with it, but that was a little closer than I think he would have liked. Is now, yeah. And the gang, TT, moving in. It's time to return the favor, but the Scryers bloom. The Season 10 changes ruin everything. As the plants come in, Xiaopeng will get the red buff, and Shun is mad about it. Tries to chase it, but he can't close the gap. Now Drake up in 8 seconds. Wink clearing out that mid wave. Samthi's already here. Oh, Rookie's behind. Xiao7 has TP available, but he's just happy that he's got an uncontested wave right now. I don't think he's interested in this fight. But IG certainly are. In they go. Lucas flashes forward on Sam D, but he might have gone too deep on this one. Solar Flare goes wide. And now we've got Sins out in the middle of everyone. Xiao7's in. Rookie goes down, but it's IG just taking them all apart. The Shy is just 1v3 on the back line here. Taking them out one by one. But Sam D manages to shut him down at very least. Gives us all a little bit of a thumbs up. He may be the last survivor for TT, but at least he put the Shy in his place.
Hey, sometimes you have to leave one alive to let them run off and tell the others how strong you've been this day. Because IG have been taking over from start to finish. And the Shy especially, like, has just been nuts. Wow. There you can see on the screen, 2,500 kills coming through from Rookie after that one as well. The second most kills in the LPL of all time.
And isn't it just insane to think Rookie has 2,500 kills in the LPL? And he's still in second place. Uzi, who hasn't played for years at this point, still number one by over 100 kills. That is just mind-boggling. Baron taken here. It's traded for a Cloud Drake, but, I mean, we all know who won that trade.
Yeah, it's not looking pretty here for TT. However, look, at least they're trying to get some stuff back, especially Sam D. I think he's actually been, like, trying his damnedest in this game. Nice hook from Pudding to keep the Aphelios safe, but the problem is, like, the rest of your team is so far behind. Like, Wink shows up, nice scout of the week, he kind of deals with this bottom half of the fight, and then the Shy, like, he's just chasing everybody down.
Now he's getting chased down himself with this ridiculous lead. The Shy has still managed to die 4 times, and it might just turn into 5. Xiao7 grabs himself a kill, and I feel like the whole gang of TT have made it their mission this game to just ruin the Shy's KDA no matter what.
I was going to say, I don't blame the Shy for that one. Like, they're diving at tier 2 and the tier 1's up, and Rookie now trying to see if he can stop the backs.
He's trying to stop the recalls. He stopped 2, he stopped 3, he's stopped all 4. Can he escape is the next question as Xiaopeng closes the gap. There's 2 versions of Rookie though. Can he pick the right one? He can. The Sonic Wave goes in, but Rookie has bought so much time for the rest of IG, who are trying to end the game, but I'm not sure they've got enough minions to do it. This Nexus Tower should fall here. Shun on the front line. Uses his ulti here. Gordrinker will keep him safe for a while. There's the stopwatch as well. Wink trying to dish out the damage. Scatter the weak on everybody. And IG might actually win this fight. The Shy back into the fray, looking for revenge. But the Gravitum is there. In goes Xiaopeng onto 2. Jumps back over to the Aphelios. The stun comes in. Wink doing the damage, but Samdi still surviving here. And TT, hold on.
I feel like there's a board beside IG that has just got like 1v5, 2v5, 3v5 written on it, and they're slowly but steadily crossing off the Shy can 1v5. Rookie and the Shy can't 2v5. They try the 3v5, that doesn't work either. And then they're like, oh crap, we've realized too late, we'll bring the Shy in, so 3.5v5. That's now scratched off the board as well.
And I just love that the Shy, across his career, still has more deaths than kills. And this game has been a perfect example of the Shy's career, right? Absolutely decimates the laning phase. Has almost a flame horizon earlier on, and still, so far, managing to go negative on deaths to kill.
Yeah, like, this was just beyond curious for me. Like, you're 3 versus 5. Like, whatever you think your composition is at, like, you're not going to win 3v5. Especially as you can see, like, Shun already taken off the board. Wink doesn't have the consistent damage to deal to everyone. Even though he gets that initial burst, there's just too much follow-up from TT.
to be fair to Wing, good scat of the weeks here, but yeah, the shield bow was clutch. Without shield bow, Sam D goes down there, but that shield saving his life. And now we return to live here. The score is 18-14, and that is it. That is everything I could have wanted out of this series, honestly.
I'm just saying, like, the late game scaling is on TT's side, right? Infinity Edge literally just completed for Sam D. You got a Verdant Barrier, Xiao7 working pretty close to getting to a stage where he's going to be unkillable. Like, yes, IG are winning, but you got to end this soon.
Xiao7 does have that Gwen at his fingertips. It's certainly possible. Oh, good scat of the week. Denies the engage from Yeah, as the inhib will be focused by IG. They've got to start to get serious. As you're saying, Dag, they're scaling on the side of TT here. If they can just hold on. And actually, very good wave clear as well. With an Aphelios, as well as that Lissandra, you can clear these waves pretty damn effectively with the Infernum in the pocket of Sam D. TT pushed into the base. There's a hook coming on through onto the Shy. Pudding on the front line here, but he is just removed from the play. NIG will just have a bit of a victory lap for themselves. We're talking about scaling. It doesn't matter when you're 10,000 gold behind. Xiaopeng doing everything he can. The Sterix, the Gore Drinker. It's not enough as the Nexus will fall, and IG, they managed to get themselves a game one in style.
Well, I'll definitely say it was IG style, right? Where, you know, they get these nice little leads in the top side of the map. Mid-game, they lose some of those nice little leads in the top side of the map. Then we come back to a point where it's a bit all over the place, but eventually IG are like, right, they put the foot down, they end the game, and managing to pick up game one as a win.
Yep. Beautiful stuff here from IG. Was it perfect League of Legends? No. Was it fun to watch? Hell yes. And you know what? The Shy having an absolute roller coaster of a game, dominating the laning phase, managing to die many, many, many times throughout the game as well. And, you know, Xiao7, it has to be said, not the greatest game he's ever had. That was a rough one. That was a really rough one. Because to be fair to him, this wasn't just the Shy, right? This was also Shun roaming up. We saw Lucas setting up with a dive in the early game as well. So it was a difficult game for Xiao7. But the Shy, we all know what this man can do when you give him a lead.
Yeah, it just felt a little bit unlucky for Xiao7, where the initial gank goes the way of IG. We then get that repeat gank, which I don't blame him for not expecting. Like, Shun's camps were all up on the bottom side. You expect the jungler to be on that bottom side of the map, but he ends up rotating back top. And then even that third play, Xiaopeng again tries to come up there, and we still get IG coming out on top. So I think Xiao7 got a little bit unfortunate this game, but it meant that the Shy was massive. Shun was huge. And you can see just on the damage charts, a reflection of that they were such big menaces in these team fights.
Yeah. And, you know, this was one of those games as well where after a little bit, the composition only mattered at the start of the game, right? Where IG, they didn't have the greatest composition for perfect team fights, but when you're 10,000 gold up, it doesn't really matter that much. You can kind of just hit them as hard as you can, and it'll probably work out. Like Lucas just going in as much as he can. Pudding can only tank so much on this Nautilus, so I will say as well, shout out to Pudding with the early hat trick, managing to take almost every single kill for TT in the early game. That was just the cherry on the cake to have a pudding-themed phrase for it. We're going to jump to a break, and then we'll see if TT can come back into the series.
The two best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FBX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL.
Two AP carries going to do a lot of damage. A lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As we can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away, as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper. And this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it.
Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at fighting some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Dream, he might be able to show suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the back line. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FPX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doombi is the star for FPX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
We just throw out that poke. Doombi here as well.
Oh my god! Doombi just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is #1. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
I don't know if I should go much deeper. I feel like reality's slipping away. Hold me, take one step closer. Break free from time and drift away. Drift away.
就 TT 这名队伍吧，他们就在前期打架或者是在前期抓人比较擅长吧，然后打他们的话就多注意点就好了。下一赛的发挥的话，我觉得就很一般吧。然后对未来的期待的话，就是就慢慢走吧，走一步看一步吧。
Yep, I'm interested to find out what the future holds for you as well, sir. But we'll have to wait and see for that. I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda as we head towards our second game in our first series. It's IG versus TT. And to be honest, game number 1 was already hilarious. It was already the fiesta that I was exactly wanting in this series. And I'm hoping we get more of the same for game number 2. Shun is the MVP, and I think fairly unsurprising. He was absolutely everywhere, all over the map. He was orchestrating every single play that we got to see. Beautiful, beautiful performance on the Xinjiang.
Yeah, and I love the kind of creative jungle pathing that we saw from him, right? You know, didn't do his Krugs or his Raptors in his first path through. Moved up towards that top side, got that early gank. Then we saw him completely forgo the bottom side of the map again to go for another repeat gank top side. And I was kind of a picture of like, hey, you know what? Lee Sin isn't going to clear particularly quickly. I don't have to rush through my camps. I still got the faster clear, so I can take my time, you know, go the scenic route for a couple of minutes.
Yeah, and boy did he. 7-1 and 10, by the way, at the end of that game. So many times we saw him going insanely deep to make a play and somehow surviving with the Godric, with the Stacks, with his ultimate, and then occasionally a stopwatch. But this is how it all began, that fateful 2v2 that was so damn close, and then Xiaopeng just stepping a bit too far, trying to make the 1v1 happen, but already down on health here. I think it was just a bit overzealous, really, from Xiaopeng.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you can even see he's trying his best to make the plays happen. I'm pretty sure that was a smite on the minion to see if he can land the Q, but just not enough. And then this again, this repeat gank that we were talking about. Like, his bot side is still up. It's still level 1 camps on the bottom side, but Xiao 7 gets caught out. Surprised that Shun is here once again. From that point forward, he's going, just taking over the game. And I think it's hilarious that the only death he has was his attempt at the 3 versus 5 at the end of the game in front of the Nexus.
And so many times as well, him and Lucas pairing up to just ruin Xiaopeng's day, stop him being able to do anything, stop any possibility of Xiaopeng getting back into the game. And it did feel like he was able to stop Xiaopeng having any kind of influence in this one. So really, really good early game. And this is what we talked about, Dagda. We said before this series, Shun versus Xiaopeng, it's about early action. It's about who can like get ahead of tempo and just maintain that. It was all about Shun. It was all about him taking control of that top side of the map. So Xiaopeng coming into game number 2, maybe he needs to go for the Xinjiang instead and perhaps leave Lee Sin on the table.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious that the Xinjiang is like the pick for the patch. Like, he's so strong in these early stages. Great when you get to those later game team fights as well. And I also think the Viego, something you need to have a look at. Like, I was surprised to see them let that through the ban phase and get over into the hands of the Shy. I mean, maybe they can try and pick it up for themselves here, but I really do think that you just take that off the board, give yourself a bit of an easier time. And look, if the Shy ends up on something like the Gwen, we know that Xiao 7 can go towards something like a Kennen. We've seen things like the Jace come through if you don't want to go like highly in towards the more kind of like solo lane style of the Jace, but I think you've got a lot there that you can work with. I think they just need to try and find some way of stabilizing the early game and giving themselves a foothold in this game.
We'll see. To be honest, I just hope that they keep up the early action. I hope that this isn't like
I mean, this is gonna happen, right?
You'd hope so, but I've seen it before when you see a team lose game number 1 in the style that they usually play, and their like knee-jerk gut reaction is, okay, that style didn't work, let's play a different style. And then they opt into like just a full scaling comp or something. And it's not a comp that they're actually good at playing. It's not a style that they're actually good at playing. And then the series is just like a depressing end. I'm hoping that TT don't do that. I'm hoping that they double down. They go, we're TT. There's 2 T's in that word. And that means, I don't know.
Double the
I
action.
don't know what it means. Double the action, yeah. I was going to try and think of two words with T, but honestly, we did that so much at the early part of the split that I feel like there are no original jokes in that field anymore, and I'd already dug myself the hole at that point. We'll have to see. I hope TT still bring it, and I hope TT can actually push us to 3, and we have a good send-off for these 2 teams as we round things out. We're into picks and bans, Dagda, and we'll see where game number 2 takes us.
I feel like, by the way, that if TT were going to have a knee-jerk reaction to a loss, it probably would have happened long before this. So I have a feeling TT will go back to their kind of like tried and trusted playstyle of going for these early picks. You can see though for TT banning away the Jays. I want to see a Viego ban come through. Ban probably away the Xin Xiao as well, but looks like the Lucian taken away from Rookie in that mid lane, which means there is the opportunity here for either the Lee Sin, Viego, the Xin Xiao, these big picks to still be left open and available.
Yeah, even Gwen as well. Importantly, it's going to be IG on our blue side here and TT on our red side. So the Xin Xiao does get removed once more. So Viego was the first pick for IG last time around. Let's see if that's going to be the same once again.
Thresh, by the way. I still think Viego's more of an issue than Thresh, but look, here we go, IG. I imagine take the Viego again for either the Shy Shun or Rookie, depending on what way they want to go. TT now can look towards this early jungler again. The Lee Sin was what we saw last time. We know Xiao Peng can play things like the Rek'Sai, the Nidalee have been the other two big picks for him, but I'll be curious to see exactly what they want to go for. I think Sam D, the Aphelios, has been working really well for him in that bot side if they want to go towards that as well.
We're going to see Gwen locked in here. And the Lee Sin once again. I mean, I don't disagree with these picks, right? These are decent standard. He's going to hover the Rek'Sai. I don't think he'll lock this in. I think he'll go for the Lee Sin. But that said, we have to remember, Dagda, this is the last series for both of these teams. I would love to see... Okay, never mind. I got too excited. I was thinking maybe a send-off. But hey, Xiao Peng, Lee Sin, it's still exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it is Xiao Peng. We've seen it one game for a year, but I mean, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a jungle Lee Sin. Now, you have the opportunity to go back towards the Diana. I think Shun had a really strong performance in this. Also, honestly, the opportunity to go towards like Nidalee, the Olaf is actually going to be the lock-in though. And you set up for a crazy strong early duelist once more here. And that Syndra lock-in, we've got the flexibility now for Wink and Rookie with that pick.
Yeah, so Syndra once again comes on through. Now to TT, as they don't exactly know what the matchups are going to be here. Could lock in their own mid laner, or could go with something a bit safer, like perhaps a bot laner, or even just go for your support, right? So you don't give away your strategy.
Yeah, I would like to see them go for the Aphelios. I think it has been a really big pick. You can still ban away things like the Draven that do well against it. Well, I think like things like the Callista as well. Like the problem last game wasn't so much that like the Syndra was taking over in that bottom lane, right? It was kind of like, oh, well, we tried to take a fight that didn't go our way. As long as you avoid that, Sam D got to a place where he's actually a reasonably strong carry. So I still think TT have options here to go towards that if they want to.
LeBlanc going to be banned away from Ye here, which I don't know if that signals that Rookie's taking the Syndra to the mid lane, to be honest. I don't know the matchups that well, but we'll see what TT are going to ban here. You'd expect another AD carry ban based on what we saw last game, and it is the Callista. This time around, though, IG, do they ban another mid laner? Do they go for a support ban? Because you could always get rid of something like the Braum, but it is going to be the Rise taken away from Ye.
Yeah, so this actually looks like it might be the Syndra mid lane then. Like the LeBlanc matchup, actually pretty good against the Syndra. Same when you look at the Rise, can do pretty well in that lane just because you end up reasonably tanky as well. So I have to see what that plan is now for IG, but I feel like you're taking a mid laner here for TT. Orianna can be the traditional style that you go towards. You kind of nullify the matchup in that mid lane, but we're actually just going to get Pudding taking this Rakan here and then waiting to see that for guarantee that this is a Syndra mid lane.
Have to wait and see. You mentioned Pudding's Rakan though. We've seen this before. He had an insane performance, got banned in game number 1, but the last series we saw Pudding really take over. He got 3 kills in game number 1. Let's see if he can get some more kills on this Rakan. Maybe go AP, maybe take over the game. We'll have to see. Probably not. Leona going to be locked in. That classic Rakan counter.
Yeah, it's good in the early game, starts to fall off later where Rakan just has a massive impact in these team fights with the quickness, being able to hit multiple people, the grand entrance doing a lot as well, versus the more kind of like single target damage that single target CC that the Leona can bring with the Zenith and the Q. However, we're looking at the Lulu coming in, so looks like Rookie might be going back to the supportive style for this one, and it could be that Syndra going in towards Wink in the bottom lane.
So the Lulu comes through, and you'd expect that to go for Rookie, which, you know, honestly, after last game, I can get it. Shun's on the Olaf. Just let him take over. I'm kind of down for this. Oriana locked in for, yeah, all about the scaling for the side of TT. Doctor, I don't want to say that I called it, but this is a lot of scaling on TT right now.
Yeah, quite a substantial amount, and especially as IG have gone back towards kind of this mid-game spiking style with the Olaf, the Lulu, the Syndra. It's going to make it really difficult for TT to try and match that. And a lot of this is kind of fall on towards Xiaopeng and Pudding, trying to find these early places that they can fight against Shun, fight against Lucas, and try and slow the pace of the game where they can reach that late game.
We'll see if they can reach the late game, though, because IG are going to be putting the pressure on Rookie. With that, Lulu is going to be able to quite happily forego a couple of waves to make plays around the map if he needs to. Help Shun take over on this Olaf. Remember that Olaf is one of these champions that pretty much at all stages of the game since the new items came through can have a significant impact, can be super aggressive, and often you don't even need hard engage necessarily because you can just run at them with Olaf. And especially when you've got a Lulu to whimsy you as well, you just run so damn fast, there's no escaping him.
Yeah, and I mean, oftentimes you can even see, like, sans Lulu, like, without Lulu in the equation, even if you want to be this kind of quote-unquote engaged to his Olaf, like, you see Chilling Smite picked up, and then you can start lobbing axes at people that are going to be slowed down. But when you got a Lulu, you can go for the Skirmishing Smite, you can go super aggressive, and just tear people down. Like, this mid-jungle 2v2 is petrifying to play against the Xiaopeng and especially pre-6, where you just don't really have the damage output from the Oriana or the CC output from the Oriana to take down the Olaf, who's going to be swinging and healing, especially with the shields coming through from the Lulu.
We'll see how this one's going to go down here. Xiaopeng already taking a bit of damage right off of the bat as Shun and Rookie trying to challenge in that jungle. I have never seen that Yumi emote before. I thought I'd seen all of the emotes, Stagter. I'm learning things even today. Let's talk compositions, though, because, again, while it does feel like IG have the more aggressive composition, they do still have a Lulu. Like, Syndra is not exactly afraid to scale things up. So, how do you expect IG to approach it? Is it just going to be same again from game 1?
Yeah, I mean, IG literally want to do the exact same thing as game number 1. The fact that Rookie isn't on LeBlanc just means that you're going to have to more so get the Shy and Shun ahead, because these are the actual 2 carries for this composition. Shun in this mid game, the Shy is the later at the stage as the game goes on. So Shun more than likely going to try and do some fancy footwork again in this jungle to get up topside, enable the Shy, and get himself some early kills, because he's actually gone for that Chilling Smite that we're talking about, so he will be playing more of a frontline style here, trying to see if he can chase people down with the Lulu and with the Chilling Smite, and buying time for the Shy to come online.
Knock up in that bottom lane as Lucas takes a bit of damage, but he is on that Rakan, so... Oh, sorry, he's on the Leona. He'll be fine, though. He'll be able to sustain up when you get those levels. You can see Xiaopeng, this time around, has started on the top side of the map, which does change the dynamic, right? We were talking about how game number 1, it was all about that 2v2 early on. It was all about that first blood that came on through. Pudding and Samdi not having a fun time in this bottom lane. Spamming those emotes out. They're about to lose the level 2 trade here, and they have to just back away from this one. But yeah, Xiaopeng pathing down to the bottom side could mean that Shun has free reign of the gank on the top side if he can make it happen.
I mean, Xiaopeng's also taking a much slower clear, right? Usually when you see the Lee Sins go for this sort of route, they're like red Raptors into the bottom side. By going back up towards the Krugs, he slowed himself down, so he'll probably do his blue in towards the Gromp, and then, in towards the Scuttle, and then move back in towards his own jungle, and going for the full clear and just saying, hey, look, I'm not going to have an impact in these early stages, just off my first clear.
And it's good to see that both teams are, like, I think a lot of people watching today were thinking, you know, this series doesn't have a massive impact on the standings, so it's going to be just ridiculous picks. It's going to be just a silly game. But both teams actually taking this seriously, right? Both teams coming in with a proper composition, playing with styles that we've seen succeed for both teams in the past. I'm a little worried about the full scaling from the side of TT. Generally, they've been more aggressive, but it feels like both teams coming in, knowing what they're about, having a clear identity and a clear plan moving into this game. And especially Rookie on this Lulu. I feel like people always focus on Rookie being this dominant mid laner. So I'm going to hold that thought as Shun moves up to top side. He's going to walk over a ward though, but I'm not sure he cares whether Xiao7 knows that this is going down. But it looks like the recall will finish off here. They're not going to force the dive just yet.
No, I mean, the TP will come through, so he will be able to collect the wave. I think Shun was more kind of hoping for a few of these Krugs to be there, but surprised the Xiaopeng got the full clear. Here's the TP, though.
Double TP, one from either side. Xiao7 in trouble underneath the tower. Here comes Yeto, and Shun is going to be the one to go down first blood. Xiao7 survives it. 2 kills for TT with a scaling composition. Rookie getting 1v1'd. You're playing the Lulu, though. I don't know. Maybe he can win this, actually. I take that back. Yeah, runs away, and I don't blame him.
Yeah. Early Lulu hurts, but look at where Xiaopeng is. He's coming for the play.
Oh, he's dashed on over. Rookie stayed too long, and he flashed before the Q is used. Rookie gonna get body blocked by Xiaopeng. It is beautiful to see. 3-0 for TT.
At IG, that was... Okay, hang on. Bot side?
Yeah, we're gonna scatter the week. They'll be fine. TT, hang on.
All right, TT are fine bot side, but we talk about IG being coin flippy. I mean, this is the definition. Like, watching this come through. I mean, Xiao7 has just reset. He's got that buy advantage over any of these plays. Shun ends up tanking up the Terra. He goes down quickly. You get the Shy to follow thanks to Ye coming in, giving a bit of that shield, providing that AoE damage, and with Xiaopeng finishing off the play as well. It's messy early play from the IG lineup.
And TT, more than happy to capitalize. Now 1,000 gold up. And this time around, it's Xiao7 that is ahead in that top lane matchup. He may be 15 CS down, but in gold, he is ahead because of that kill, because of that assist. So perhaps this time around, Xiao7 will be the one to take over. I'm keeping a keen eye on that top lane matchup to see who's going to win that one out now that the tide has kind of turned a little bit. Shun will be spotted on this ward, but Lucas wasn't. Lucas never got seen here. So he's sneaking his way through the jungle. I don't think that control ward spotted him either.
Yeah, should be positioned on the opposite side of this lane.
He could be in trouble, but he's fine. He's got the move speed. He'll be all right on this one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of surprised by where he's like, I see them. I'm going to stay on the same side of that lane as where they are, but doesn't manage to get caught. Now, Xiaopeng trying to stop another dive in this top lane. He's on full bodyguard duty right now.
Shy moving in, drops a ward onto the Krugs, knows they're gone, knows that Xiaopeng must have been topside recently. And we'll just return to his lane. Shun up there, as you say. I think he's going for the Scuttle Crab currently. And the Drake is now live as well, Dagda, so that's a possible opportunity, but IG don't look like they're particularly interested in Drakes. We're going to see Shun trying to focus on the Shy. We talked about how this Olaf and this Viego, these are the true carries of the competition. Xiao7, I think he knew something was going on, but whether or not he can stop it is a different story entirely. Or is it Xiao7 with the double kill? Shuts down both of IG's carries.
Xiao7, give him the salute. Take a bow on that play. That was gorgeous. Managing to get the needlework across the Shy, finish him off, and heal up just enough to escape away from Shun. And the whole time that's going on, you've got Xiaopeng now who can start making plays.
Oh, Wink's going to be rooted up. Here's a knock up in the bottom side. There's TT. They win out top and they're looking to win bot as well. The Ignite finishes them off. And Pudding gets his first of the game again.
I mean, look, Pudding the real carry on TT, let's be fair. But nice try from Lucas to stop that, but not quite able to slow it down. I'm kind of surprised that we don't see TT going over towards the Dragon, trying to solidify that one for themselves, but did realize that the enemy jungler was in that bottom side. But you can see here, right? The needlework, perfect, hits 2 people, so he's getting a ton of healing off the first one. This next one's hitting on to both them as well. There's a ton of healing, ton of damage coming out from that ultimate. And just really nice from Xiao7 to, like, well, to use a pun, but thread the needle on both these guys to make that play work.
Nice. We're going to see Herald is onto the map now as well. It feels like that could be the next objective. It's TT. 2,000 gold up now. We're 8 minutes into the game. They are on 6 kills at this point. and you just want to keep this ball rolling. You want to keep Xiao7 ahead in the top side. He's almost 1,000 gold up at this point, but still 20 CS down in that top lane matchup. Viego still winning that one out. The Shy with that well-known lane present that we're so used to having him. That lane present, sorry, not present. As the Herald will be taken here, no contest from IG. It feels like they were toying with the idea. They moved Wink up, they moved Lucas up, but they were just late to the party.
Yeah, and I think for IG, that's a big loss, because we said, look, their strongest part of this map is that top side. We can try and enable this Olaf, enable the Shy, but the problem is your two carries that we just highlighted are both 0-2, and now you're in a little bit of a dangerous position. Especially, like, you know, you're talking about, like, the CS advantage that's in that top lane for the Shy. It actually doesn't matter. Like, Xiao7 has the level advantage. The XP advantage, not quite the level advantage. He's gone for this super defensive build as well, going for these early plated steel caps. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Amplifying Tome that's in his pocket turn in towards something like the plated arm guards as well. Like, our steel arm guards, just making sure that he can stay completely safe in this top lane.
See what is going to happen. Xiaopeng has snuck into the top lane, though. So Xiao7, you mentioned how tanky he is, how far ahead he is. He's going to look for a plate. He's going to try and bait in the Shy, or maybe they're just going to go for the dive. It's time to return the favor, but Xiao7 tanking up for a long time here. It doesn't matter. The needlework goes through, and the Shy is not having a fun time of it. Isolde wins out this time, and Viego goes down.
And you've got that Rift Herald there as well, so when they take this next plate, they can plunk down the Rift Herald, give a ton of gold towards Xiao7. And this Gwen, we've already seen how terrifying she is in the 1v2. Just give her a bucket load of gold and say thank you, now 1v5.
Rookie getting kind of bullied in this mid lane matchup as the Zenith Blade goes wide. Sam D in trouble as Shun tries to make another dive work, but it just won't work. Sam D survives and is Wink to go down. Everything that could have gone wrong for IG this game has gone wrong. They have fallen apart across the map. Another kill in the bottom side for Sam D. This series has been a perfect example of IG all split long. Game number 1 was beautiful. Game number 2, it's nothing but question marks.
So, production, are we able to the damage graph at the end of this game add on towers, like underneath both teams? Because I feel like the tower has actually been the MVP for TT so far this game. Every dive that IG have tried to do, it's just gone disastrously. Like, again, you're diving this Aphelios with Pudding here while he's got the Graviton. You see, he instantly just swaps to it. He shuts down Lucas, so Lucas isn't able to follow up. Wink now is way too far under there. He has no mana. What are you doing? You have no mana for your ultimate, and he's flashing under the tower.
Yeah, these have been some questionable dives from IG, to say the very least. Shun is just in love with tower shots today, I think. Ricky is kind of overextended here. The Wild Growth, the Flash, he's going to be fine. It costs him a lot of resources, but he survives at very least. Drake on the map now. And it feels like TT are going to finally capitalize on that fact as they pull the Drake out of the pit. Xiaopeng going to decide to go for the Crab instead. And now can turn over to the Drake. But IG are all here. You've got 3 people strong in the bottom side. They're trying to get onto Sam D, but it's not going to happen. Drake should be able to be burst out before Shun can get in. Just about undertow dodged away from IG. They don't make the play bottom lane. They don't make the play on Drake. They just can't make anything happen.
Yeah, it was a little bit risky from Xiaopeng. Actually didn't have a smite up and available, so if Shun had got in range, that would have been an IG objective. But fortunately enough, he wasn't able to. And you can see, like, the strong part of the map that we were trying to highlight for IG being topside. Look at the items. Xiao7 already has his Rift Maker. Gore Drinker has already been completed for Xiaopeng, and some, well, Shun has only just finished his as well. So TT, they have control of this. Now it's just a case of, can they bring this home? Can they continue to scale into this game, find these nice team fights, and play off of these objectives? Now, the fact that Dragon Soul isn't going to be for a long time actually benefits TT, because they want these late game fights. They don't need to be on a timer. It's IG who are on that.
Yeah, it feels like IG are the ones that needed to be winning the early game. And, well, in case you can't read the scoreboard, they're not. It's going pretty disastrously. And Sam D has red and white weapons, which means he absolutely annihilates turret plates. So even without a Herald on the bottom side, they're going to be shredding through these. And now we do have a pick onto Xiao7 in the jungle here. Gets under the tower, but it's not going to be enough. And that is the second game in a row where Shun and Lucas literally stand in the exact same brush and somebody from TT walks into them.
I actually thought that we might have seen Xiao7 turn that around. Like, he's pretty damn strong, but I think holding on the needlework for quite a while meant that he couldn't get the full burst damage out, also couldn't heal off it, but it does mean that TT still pushing in this bottom side are going to be able to get the tier 2 tower.
They certainly are. SamD and Xiaopeng just push literally for hours on this bottom side and just going to be able to take that one. Nice little wild growth there from Rookie, but it's not going to matter. His flash is on cooldown. The root from the Gravitum, Sammy D with the triple weapon play as well. Very nicely done from him. Good to see the Aphelios mechanics coming in. But it's 10-1 deck there. It's a 6,000 gold lead. I don't want to call it too early, but I think we're going to 3 games here in this first series.
I'm kind of with you on this one, Munch, especially when you look at like one of the parts of the map that we haven't been focused on, which is SamD in that bottom lane, right? He got a ton of gold off the turret plates that we never really talked about. He's got 3 kills for himself now. The Immortal Shield Bow done, very quickly working towards that collector. He's going to be huge as well, and we saw that in a lot of these fights, even though, or sorry, the fights in the last game, that even though IG were ahead, SamD was still a pretty sizable threat. Well, now he's ahead, and he's going to be an even bigger threat.
Yeah, this is going to be a problem. This is going to be a big problem for IG, because already with the shield bow as well, like, what is the threat? Who kills him at this point? Like, Viego and Olaf both play the exact way that Aphelios wants his opponents to play. They run at him. The only one that could have maybe done it from range was Wink, but he's so far behind at this point. Like, Syndra versus Aphelios, this lane is not meant to finish with SamD having an item and a half before Wink finishes a mythic. Yeah, trying to get chased down by Lucas and Shun, but they can't make anything happen as the tower goes down to the mid lane. SamD getting yet more local gold. Xiaopeng getting himself a Rift Herald as well. And that will go on to a tier 2 because there are no tier 1s on the map. The top lane tier 2 is already halfway taken as well. They can head towards the mid lane if they want. They can dive the Shy if they want. Feels like TT. This is what we've seen when they play well. When they have control in the early game, this is the kind of gameplay we get.
And they're just going to continue it right now, right? You get the pressure mid. Now you get the Rift Herald pushing in towards this. Yeah, moving top side of Xiao7. Ooh.
Shy barely survives that one. The damage out of Xiao7 is just terrifying. And this is the difference when the Gwen has the advantage. Suddenly Viego can't do all of that. I will say props to the Shy being still 40 CS up. Like, the fact that he maintains this kind of CS lead while he's at this kind of deficit really is impressive. No matter what you think of the Shy, no matter whether you're a fan or a hater, like, the guy's CS advantages are impressive consistently.
And it's kind of been a case of, look, the guy dies a lot, but his lane phase is still pretty good in the 1v1. It's just the ganks and certainly in this game, the terror dives that are his nemesis. And now you're looking at a dragon in 20 seconds. You've got like mythics completed across the board for both squads, but you're looking at a second item in that collector for SamD. The Zhonya's, well, at least the stopwatch portion of the Zhonya is importantly there for Xiao7, which applies him a lot of power in these team fights as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see TT try and fight this.
Xiao7 is going to use the sweeper, spots the ball out. And IG, they want to make the play.
Oh,
they don't even know. They don't even know. And now everyone collapses in onto the play. And IG surely will fall apart. But yeah, it's actually getting low. Shockwave onto 2. Looks like it will be a win here. TT as SamD charges on forward. Meet the power of the moon as they rinse through IG. And Xiaopeng wants a little bit more as well. Lucas will fall. Rookie knocked up as the triple will come through. No, it won't. Wink managed to shut him down with the scatter of the week. SamD's here, though. Couple more shots will finish the job. Wink hiding inside the brush. Calibrum available. The Q dodge. Wink with some fancy footwork, but he goes down at the end of the day. And it's a nice, easy ace for IG. Wait, hang on. For TT.
No. That's the way we expected this to go. But TT are coming out with some really good stuff this game. And again, you can see IG, they try to play Depth Rush. They try to find these picks. And TT just turn it back in their face. Every play, it feels like, in this game, IG have made, TT have just thwarted them every step. Now, I think, to be fair, Pudding probably should have been the one to engage this, not Xiaopeng. Might have been a little bit cleaner if you get like the flash with the quickness into the mass CC, but it doesn't really matter, right? They're still getting on towards like key carries like Wink in the back line. They're able to get this really nice engage. Shockwave here from Ye, despite going down, just ends up pushing a lot of IG's Wink and Rookie out of the fight, and then TT can just run them down.
To be fair to IG, that was actually way closer than I really expected with the lead that TT had. I thought that was going to just be everyone goes in, you get the big shockwave right off the bat, and it just goes crazy from there. But fair play to IG actually being able to fight that one out at least a little bit. Shadow 7 just cutting Rookie off, making sure he doesn't escape from the play in the end. Very nicely done by TT. And honestly, just the start to the play was hilarious to me. The fact that Shadow 7 got the sweeper off, and no one on IG knew it was happening. It was, you know, a sad, sad situation for IG.
I mean, at least they're trying, right? Because for IG, that's kind of the way you gotta make this work now. It's this hiding in brushes, trying to see if you can pick people off, make it work for yourselves. But Romeo moving on to the bottom side. Xiao 7, I don't think he realizes that they're here.
He smells a rat, though. He knows something's going on. Diego is dead, so you got to assume that he smells pretty bad at this point. Gives the game away. So Shav 7 will back away. Not a fan of that. Not a fan at all. Still got 3 minutes till the next Drake Dagda. We don't have any heralds up, but Baron is live. Maybe that's something we could see taking this game as we are seeing both teams clustering up. I have to say, the quality of my feed has dipped to horrific points. I actually cannot see what's happening at this stage. I can see the blue health bars are getting a bit sparse. The red health bars grouping up. TT going in. There's a solar flare that has happened in the fight. I think TT are backing away.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at about 40p on my screen right now. I don't know if you're much better.
Yeah,
but...
I've got blurs. I've got red and blue blurs.
Yeah, I can just make out an Orianna ball that's moved in, but now Shay 7 playing front line? Question mark?
Is it going to be doable? That was a scat of the week. That was definitely a scat of the week. There's some snips going through from the Gwen. And they back away once more. Oh, it's tense, Dagda.
I mean, the blue and red health bars are doing things, but that's about as much as I can make out right now. But,
I need in-depth analysis of these blurs. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on at this point. Baron down to half. Here we go. TT group it up to try and protect the play. And IG trying to contest. It doesn't happen. There's a kick. That was gorgeous from Xiaopeng. And now TT can pile onto IG. There's nothing you can do as Sammy D tears them all asunder, chasing down for more. Rookie left alone in the world of Xiao 7, trying to chase him down, trying to snip him to pieces. But this story is all about Sammy D.
I wanted him to get the penta. I wanted him to get another one for himself, but unfortunately it won't be the play. Either way, as Rookie falls, the base will be cracked open by TT. The rest of them are actually running over to finish off the Baron as Rookie realizes he's got nowhere to go and nowhere to hide.
Yeah,
I say that. Wait, no, he's running.
He's doing his best, you know. Props for surviving that long, but it was never going to work out. And at the end of the day, TT are currently doing the Baron. They got the mid in here. They got so much done here. Even going to commit the TP from Xiao 7 to rejoin the team, make sure there's no contest from IG. But I'm not sure that's actually going to stop the contest. Here we go. Wink coming in. It's a 10, 11,000 gold lead for TT at the start of this fight. Flash away. Shy in the middle of everyone here. Lucas trying to do damage as a stun onto Sam D, but they just can't hurt him. Nobody's even got near to him. Sam D is just free firing to Xiao 7. 1v1's Wink. Lucas is sent off back into the top side. And Shun, he's an angry Viking. He's going 1v5, but he just can't get it done. Oh, Xiaopeng, can he stop the recall? Oh, he flies over.
Missed him.
He didn't see him. The recall goes through. I mean, it doesn't matter at all, but it's kind of funny. And now the Baron will go down as well.
And look, I think it's safe to say at this stage, Munchables, that this is a TT win. And it has all started with these messy coin flip plays coming through from IG that have just been all over the place. Like going for these over aggressive dives in the top lane, rinse and repeat bot side gets them all killed as well. It felt like IG, I appreciate that they're the team that needs to make the early game plays, but you still got to be smart about it, right? You just can't go running in headlong into these big fights and like not even thinking about what you're going to be doing.
Look, at the end of the day, I get it. IG, you're down 23-3. It's a 15,000 gold lead. I get the desperation plays. I understand it. Speaking of which, I check where Lucas is right now. He wants to make something creative happen. Maybe a pick onto could open up the map a little bit for IG. Banshee's Veil is going to make this a little bit more difficult, with one of the worst flashes I've ever seen. Shockwave onto 2, but it doesn't matter. There's a kill for the Shy. It's traded for a Drake here. And now Xiaopeng engages. We've got Pudding behind everyone. It's a beautiful knock-up as he sets everything up. Xiao7 now jumps into the fray. Needlework through. This is a winning fight for IG. This is a 4v5 right now. Health bar's low, though. Xiao7 trying to chase everyone out as the Shy is pushed away on the top side. I thought maybe the miracle could happen, but it's already donezo. Little peace sign comes out. As it's going to be TT marching this one into the base. The supers are already there. The Baron in the back pocket. Dagger, I think this one's done.
Yeah, the miracle play needed to happen like 10,000 gold ago, and unfortunately that was not the case. The TT are crashing through the base. They're looking to end this.
They want to close things out here. 4 men strong. Sam D still... Oh my days. Wink died before he hit the floor. That was disgusting damage out from Sam D. And a great kick, as always, from Xiaopeng. Rookie forced onto the fountain, and Sam D wants himself a triple as well. You don't get away with that kind of play here. As Sam D 14-0 and 4. He wants a little bit more. There's the quadruple, but the Nexus falls. Pudding ruins it for everyone. But you know what? It's still a beautiful game. It's still TT evening up the series and giving us another one.
I'm ready for a game number 3 because honestly, this has been a fiesta. This has been great. This has been non-stop action, and a lot of it doesn't make sense, but that doesn't matter. I just like that we're getting blood for the Blood God bunch.
It's so beautiful to watch. It's so much fun to see these two teams go head to head. And, you know, it's a little bit of a heartbreaker that neither of them are making its playoffs. It's a heartbreaker that it's the last series, but hey, it's a great series for them both to end on. This is both of these teams, you know, showing the shenanigans that they're capable of.
Exactly. We introduced it as the Shenanigan Show, and it is delivery. This is exactly what I wanted from both these teams. And look, I think a nice job from TT, right? We said if this team can get a lead, they are capable of snowballing these games, and we got to see it in this one, right? You got these early mistakes from IG, TT punish, Xiao7 ends up super far ahead. He's a monster in these fights. Sam D being left on his own in this bottom side of the map alongside Pudding are actually turning out to be a reasonably strong bot side, and they're able to take these advantages over Wink. They're getting the turret plate. Xiaopeng is helping to give them control over that bot side as well. And from that point forward, like the late game scaling, the team fights, we're always going to be in favor of TT.
Yeah, really, really great stuff from TT. And I have to say, I'm impressed by their ability to snowball against a team of the caliber of IG. But at the same time, IG, I mean, those plays that we saw in the late game were some of the funniest fights I've seen, where we saw IG all clustered near the blue buff, and the sweeper comes in from Xiao7 and spots them all. And then we see them try and brute force the play on Baron. It all goes completely pear-shaped. But then they managed to get a pick onto If there's one thing you have to say in this game, it's that IG, they certainly did not give up. Every single second they were looking for an opportunity.
I know that I'm going to see that blue buff sweeper play somewhere on TikTok at some stage with that annoying like, oh no song. Like, it's going to happen at some stage.
Yeah, I think that is inevitable at this point. We're going to jump into a break, and then we will head into the final game of the split for both IG and for TT.
Hi Hey guys, and now I'm at the backstage of the LGD venue. So let's take a look at the backstage. So this is the lounge for the LGD team. 你要跟大家打个招呼吗？来，抓住一个线 ，Hello， 好，比赛加油。And after this, because today's matchup is between LGD and RNG, so the next room is the RNG's lounge. Yeah, we can just take a look. And now let's take a look at our main stage. So it's also my first time to be here in this venue. Wow, I like the stage. So LGD, they have given me some gifts, some special gifts, and also they have given me this very beautiful jersey. So I'm going to try this. How's the jersey? I really like the design of it, and I think now the game is about to begin. 好多好可爱的应援，这些是就是俱乐部做的呢，还是就可能是很多志愿的一些粉丝们做的？
这是他们官方的那个应援，然后这边的话都是粉丝自制。
老干爹是不可战胜。
我希望老干爹就是不管打得怎么样，都打出自己的风采。
老干爹加油！老干爹加油！
Wait and see if they can get the damage, but Mark is somehow still alive. I want to in the backline be able to lock down Shadow. They've got some damage though. It's going to be a 1-for-1 at the moment. All this while they're waiting for Kramer to be able to rejoin the team to make it a little bit more even.
And now we have watched a full set of best of 3 at the Hangzhou LGD Esports Hall. I hope you guys can all enjoy the games, and tomorrow we are going to present more interesting contents as we are going to have the boot camp tour of LGD, so please look forward to that.
Yo, what's up, Mad Lions? Long time no see. I didn't really watch any of your games or any LEC games or even LCS because, you know, LPL is just a better region. Why I watch a minor region, you know? But I hope you guys can make it to playoffs or like maybe likely make it to Wars, and I'll see you there.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing. I didn't want no baby.
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick, cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night. You're keeping me be up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush. I do it right, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
It could all just be so simple, baby. If you wanted to be mine, you don't gotta be shy. Relax your mind, relax your mind. Don't take your time, don't take your time. It's alright, it's alright. Stay a while, stay a while. 'Cause I can be everything you wanna make. I could be everything you need to make.
面对 IG 的时候，就尽量避开他们打团阵容打团的强势期，然后我们阵容打团强的时候再去找他们打支援团。这场松安之战的话，就尽量看能不能拿下这场嘛，拿下我自己个人的首胜嘛。
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL. As we head into our third game of the day, I'm Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda. It's IG and it's TT. Both of them have had, let's be honest, a bit of a stomp to go for to start us off here. And now, hopefully, game number 3, that all culminates in one nice, even fiesta barn burner to round the series out and also round the splits out for both of these teams.
I appreciate your optimism, but like I feel like these are both teams that are like stomp or get stomped. I don't feel like there's a middle ground for either of these guys right now. But look, I'm happy to be proven wrong. I'm ready for the barn burner.
Yeah, well, you know, I could hope. Let's look at our MVP. It was Sam D coming out of that one. Sammy Double D living up to his name as always. Fantastic Aphelios game coming out from him. And just, I mean, look at the scoreline. 15-0-4. That's just disgusting. That's so terrifying. What can you do? In so many fights, we saw him playing it really beautifully. We saw the triple weapon play down in the bottom lane as well. I think mechanically really showing his prowess on this champion. On a champion that I think a lot of people don't really respect the mechanics of and don't really understand the mechanics of. It's good to see good Aphelios play.
Yeah, and I mean, you can even see like the quadrant weapon mechanics here. Like, this guy really does understand it. Like, a lot of the skill that actually Aphelios has is kind of like breezed over by the 200 years Omega rule. But actually, I think Sam D played this really well. That's why he's been doing really well in both games, honestly, that we've seen from him. Fortunately, we didn't get the Pentatee this game, though. We were so close, as you can see in this fight, with the Quadra kill. But I still think phenomenal performance from Sam D. And I really like that we are getting the Aphelios more and more from him. I feel like he's been a major carry for TT, and especially when we get towards team fights. When he's on the Aphelios, we get to see that high carry performance start to show and carry TT across the finish line.
Yeah, really, really fantastic stuff coming out from both him and from the top side of the map as well. We have to talk about the fact that Shao 7 taking over a little bit on this Gwen, able to outplay IG multiple times. And, you know, realistically, a lot of that was down to IG too, as Shun absolutely loving those turret shots this game for some reason. Many dives without minions. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was for IG, but it wasn't a positive one. And it means that we go to 3 games. And I am curious how things will change, because when we go into the draft, it's going to be the same sides again. All 3 games, we're going to see IG, blue side, TT, red side. I am curious if things change up once more. Things like the Lee Sin, things like the Viego have been nightmarish picks in this matchup.
Yeah, and again, I'm surprised to see TT oftentimes going for this last ban of the Thresh. It feels like the Viego has, well, maybe not last game, but certainly is more of a threat, at least in my opinion. But we'll see how it pans out. LeBlanc, Xin Xiao banned away, the Pharah's taken off the board as well. So it'll either be the Thresh or the Viego ban here, which means we may see either of those traded for that first pick slot here for Invictus Gaming.
Either of them could be an option here. Thresh banned once more. It feels like TT keep considering heavily on that last ban, but they keep on falling back to the Thresh, not wanting Wink to be able to play the scaling. You can see a big grin on the Shy's face there. It's good to see spirits are high in both camps coming into this series. It's good to see both teams still playing with all of that same passion that we've seen all split long. But the Viego, we've already talked about it endlessly. It's going to be the first pick for IG.
Yeah, I mean, the Shy's played it both games so far. Probably going to go up there once again. So I have to see. I mean, it has been the Gwen. It has been the Lee Sin locked in this next rotation both times now for TT. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that just happen again. Just because this Viego can be flexed to Rookie, can be flexed to Shun. So chances are you don't want to give that Gwen pick over as well. But we're actually going to go back towards the Croc.
So Renekton coming out. Oh, are we going to see it? This is what feels like an old school combo at this point. It's probably, you know, yeah. I mean, we saw it in 2020 plenty enough. But the Renekton Nidalee, a very notorious combo, that is for sure. And a lot of power into that top side. Once again, Xiaopeng locks it. This is a Xiaopeng classic pick. I'm excited to see it.
So I will say, if you want to try and go for the Gwen in the top side, especially if you're getting Dove, you can actually nullify a lot of this power, because even when you're CC'd, throw down the Hollow Mist just beforehand, and it makes it very difficult for them to go for this combo, but may not want to. Instead, they're going to go towards the Lee Sin in that jungle for Shun. Rookie also had a phenomenal performance on it just the other week, so maybe they do go towards mid lane. I think maybe even taking away the Aphelios here for Wink could work out. The Syndra lock-in that we've been seeing just hasn't been able to bully Sam D in the bot lane in the way IG were expecting.
I'm just saying you could go for the Gwen. Like, all 3 of these are triple flexes. Okay. Like, I see nothing wrong with this draft. Me and IG were on the same wave. Like, just lock in all of the most OP champions. What could go wrong? Put them in any role. It doesn't matter.
I mean, you could Terror Dive level 3 and, like, lose the game. But, you know, that's one of the things that could go wrong. But
look, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which champions they pick. That is still going to be a window of opportunity for IG. Tom Kench, though, could be an option for pulling, but it is going to be the Aphelios.
Yeah, same as pretty much every time, right? Top, jungle, and now that Aphelios in that bot side of the map. And we'll more than likely see it paired with something like that Nautilus of the Own. Now, the big question again for IG's, what do you take in the bottom lane for this? You're already seeing the Draven banned away. It was the Callista in the last game. Maybe they want to ban the Syndra, but honestly, I think you're fine with Sam D if the Syndra comes through. It has not been a threat as much as IG, as we said, we're hoping for.
No, it certainly hasn't. TT banning away Wink's Draven here. The Callista we talked about before. The Rakan banned away. Feels like even though the top pick and the jungle pick have changed for the side of TT, with those picks going over to the side of IG, coming into the second phase of the draft, it feels like we're still in the same situation, right? It feels like we're pretty much coming into the same second phase of draft, even though the picks have changed slightly in the top side. It is going to be that Syndra banned away, so Wink doesn't get to fall back onto that one again this time, but there's still plenty of picks that you're perfectly happy to go for against the Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, the big one that still stands out to me is either one, the Callista, or 2, the Ziggs. We haven't seen the Ziggs at all this draft, and I think it's something that does really well against the Aphelios, punishes that very, very short range, especially if you're up against the TK as well. Like, this is something that kind of neat, like, it's going to give you a free lane, so something like this Ziggs that can start to scale in towards the later portion of the game could work wonders.
But that Callista as well, aggressive in that bottom lane can give you a lot of priority to play towards things like the Drakes. And it gives IG early presence. And honestly, when we've been watching this series, I think that is the most important thing between these two teams, is who has control of the map early on. So Wink goes for the Kalista. Things like the Leona available, things like the Nautilus available. These are the picks that you usually expect. But I will say Jarvan, we've seen a little bit of Jarvan Kalista. We've seen a little bit of Taric Kalista. It's going to be the Rel that comes through.
Yeah, especially because you see that TK, right? It's not, but I will say you could actually go back towards something in this bottom side, like that. You could have a bit of a swapperoo here, right? Yeah, it takes this Renekton into the mid lane. The TK goes top, not in that support role, and this could actually be like going, hey, look, let's start to rotate these around, and we can take a nice answer in towards the Rel. It looks like that's what we're going to get as well, with the Leona being hovered here.
So the old switcheroo. Looks like Tom Kench going up to Shell 7. We are going to see, bringing the Renekton out. And honestly, with the Shy, Shun, and Rookie, I have no idea which way around they're going to go for these picks. But it looks like this might be the final lock-in, with Rookie taking the Viego to that mid lane. A lot of AD damage on the side of IG. And then just the Shy as that AP threat. So all I'm saying is... Anathema's chains. I have to try and pronounce that right, or Medic's going to shout at me. It could be a really good pickup to start the game off for Shao 7 and for Pudding.
Yeah, it's a very high value pick, as you say, like, especially when you only have that big AP damage in the top lane. Plus, just in a 1v1, it makes it nigh on unplayable for whoever you get. It's obnoxious when it's linked to you. Giving reduced damage, taking increased amounts of tenacity, RCC is just, it's so difficult to avoid. I think as well, when you look towards the rest of the map, like, you have the opportunity as this TK, if you want to start like roaming down towards mid lane, working with Xiaopeng, you can have a lot of threats elsewhere. So just having a little bit more health, a little bit of CDR off of that item as well is just super nice to play with.
We'll see if it's going to come on through. Once again, we look over the drafts and it feels like this time around, it is all about IG being aggressive once again. We keep on saying that. That keeps on being the case. And it will be once more. This time, though, Dagda, we need to see tempered aggression. Not diving without minion waves. Not giving up free kills over to Shao 7. Because he's on Tom Kench. If you try and dive at Tom Kench without a minion wave, if you mess it up, he's going to destroy you.
Yeah, this time around, it feels like it's actually going to be TT who are the stronger top side of the map, right? Renekton, this time Kench, both of them can set up well for the Nidalee. This is where we're going to see TT putting a lot of their aggression. And I want to, as Putty just walks past Rookie like, don't mind me, I'm just getting a word, we'll back out of here. But
no fear.
Still, like, the reason that I was kind of harping on about this Ziggs pick is, like, we've actually seen little to no attention towards this bottom side of the map in this series. Dragons have been left to like the 15-minute mark, even if we're taking the first one. So I think the story of this series has been all about this top half of the map. And at least from the compositional point, TT feel like they have that one in the bag.
Well, whether or not that ends up being the case, we'll have to wait and see. To be honest, Actor, we always start the game talking analysis of the compositions. We talk about jungle pathing. We talk about the way the game should be played. But at the end of the day, this is both IG's and TT's last game on Summoner's Rift of the split of the entire year. I don't think that they're going to be playing perfect League of Legends. I don't think we've seen either of these teams play perfect League of Legends. I was going to say this split, maybe ever, honestly, and that's okay. That's who they are, and I'm here for it. I just want to see an absolute scrap. I want to see these teams just fighting it out, and this time around, Samti is going to have a much worse time on the Aphelios against Wink's Kalista, because Wink definitely has the mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that you can do a lot of work, especially as, like, Lucas can set up for these great engages like this, but...
Gets a knock up onto Pudding. Samdi managed to dodge it, though, so it's just going to be the Ren trade, getting that minion to make sure that it doesn't go on cooldown.
Yeah, still, though, I'm actually kind of surprised to look at the jungle pathing here for Xiaopeng. Like, as we get these heavy trades, yes, Xiaopeng can help out on the bottom side, but I actually expect them to be pathing more towards that top end, because you don't have pressure here, Samdi and Pudding, to try and help out on these scuttles. And Xiaopeng now may actually be left with no scuttle for himself.
That is a very sad story for Xiaopeng. Rookie could be in trouble, as Xiaopeng would love to set this play up. Rookie knew what was going on. Immediately W's away, drops his stealth as well. Now over the wall, spotted out. There's a spear. Shun is nearby though. And I think and Xiaopeng realize this is not a play that they can go for just yet. Scuttle Crabs will be spawning any second now. You can see both junglers in the bottom river right now, but has priority in this mid lane, so it should be TT that are winning it out, but Shun just moves in. He's just going to go for the kill instead. The flash comes out way too early from and Rookie grabs himself first blood.
Hey, Xiaopeng got the scuttle though, so big thumbs up, you know?
Who's the real winner?
Yeah, I mean, look, this play was kind of orchestrated by Xiaopeng to be like, right, I need priority here in this mid lane so I can get the scuttle bot side. We were just discussing it. But it sticks around too long, tries to take that aggressive trade under the tower, gives the kill, and it means that although Xiaopeng gets the scuttle, it actually is a bigger win for IG, who, because you've now got Rookie who's got control of mid, you can get that answer for Shun on the top side. So just a messy play and a bit of a disrespectful play from
Something just about dodges away from the knock-up, and actually it's going to be Lucas in trouble. Half of his health gone already, and a flash burnt away. Very nicely done by the bot lane from TT.
Ooh, look at Xiaopeng though, hovering around the side.
Could have a dive on our hands here, Dagda, as the minion wave will be cleared. And Xiaopeng knows to wait until the minions are under the tower. This is genius play from TT as they go for the dive. It's going to be a 1-for-1 though, not really ideal. And now a TP comes in from Rookie. The stun on Sam D. He does have flash, but he doesn't get a chance to use it. As Shun will grab the kill. You know, maybe I shouldn't have set that up as a genius play.
I was gonna say, terror dives are banned this series. I don't want any more in this game. Like, every time we've seen them, they've just gone absolutely disastrously for the team who started them off. And again, like, yes, you wait for the minions to come in. Shun does a great job of reading that play, though, being in position. And even Sam D, I don't know what way he walked out of this one. Like, we'll see it here, right? No CC kind of set up there. You end up super close to Xiaopeng, so you're doing less damage with the spear. So yes, they trade 1-for-1, but I don't know where Sam D's going here. Like, he has flash. If he just walks up with Xiaopeng, they can actually escape away from that one. But instead, he ends up just walking into the waiting hands of Rookie.
There's no way he saw the TP, right? He must have not realized that Rookie was there, because otherwise you would never take that path, as far as I can figure it out. Anyway, Lucas moves into the river to clear some vision. Look where Xiaopeng is right now, doing his crooks. The Shy pretty far up the lane. Potentially an opportunity here if Shao 7 does cancel his recall. I wasn't sure if he was going to base and then try and TP back in for the play, but just going to be playing, trying to bait it out. But the Tri-Brush is warded, so Xiaopeng will be spotted out here. The Shy not exactly backing away, though. So maybe a play could still happen, but it's because Rookie is starting to move up. Scry's Bloom popped. Everything should be diffused.
And I love how every time we try and set this up as, like, you know, this should be TT playing towards topside. IG should have the advantage in that top side of the map in game number 2. We just get the complete opposite, right? TT playing down towards the bottom lane. They all die. And now because Rookie has that extra kill, he's got the phage. The top side of the map now kind of in favor of IG.
Lucas and Wink doing a good job to trade this one back, but Wink getting pretty low himself, actually. You need to be a little careful. There's the Shy just permanently underneath the tower. And we're 3 games into this series now. 3 times the Shy has had a 20 CS lead early on. Lucas is in trouble in the bottom lane. Sam D gets the kill. Wink is going to go down as well as Pudding gets one. Sam D and Pudding win out the 2v2 yet again. Now up in the top lane.
7's in trouble.
He certainly is. They wait for the minions this time, though. And the Shy will get away. Barely any Taro damage taken.
And IG are starting to kind of get themselves into a good spot on this top side, but bot lane is still going very messy for them. Now you're down a wave of CS. Turret plates going over towards Sam D. 2 kills as well. Means that this offensive is going to be huge, and it's just Lucas face checking the brush here, and again, like, the weapon combinations from Sam D, swapping from the Gravitum in towards the Chakram Severum, means that he's got access to 3 of those quick abilities, just one after another, and it's when you end up so potent as the Cephalios and can rip through people like we just saw.
Yeah, jumps in, gets a stun on Rookie, but has to back away once more. Lucas is there, as is Pudding, because Herald is spawning in 30 seconds time, fighting for control of the mid lane, but Pudding locked up almost under the tower. That could have been disastrous for TT if he was just a teemo or two closer. But now bottom lane, 1v1, Wink losing to Sam D. This is meant to be the scaling pick. This is meant to be Kalista winning the lane, but it ain't happening that way.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this stage with how much damage the Aphelios has and also having the access to separate Shakmi is going to be good, but yeah, just getting stunned up very briefly, but able to get away from that one. This is action all over the place, Punch.
Certainly is. Xiao7 moving over to try and help Xiaopeng take away that blue buff. Herald is available, and that's why there's so much chaos going up on the top side of the map right now. Both teams are going to be here for it. There's a couple of resets will come on through. You can see, I think it was, actually head back to base there, which means TT won't have any ability to try and start that objective off. Shun moving up to the top side himself. But it feels like both teams deciding this isn't the play, at least for now.
And look, we're looking at about 1,000 gold lead opening up for IG, and it's kind of been kills across the map. Whereas we look across for TT, a lot of their eggs seem to be again in this Sam D basket. Now, you can have Xiaopeng try and play down here to facilitate this, although it looks like Wink needing to back away just because he doesn't know where Pudding is. So Pudding gets to roam up towards this Rift Herald and potentially try to start this one up for TT.
Oh, this could be bad news bears for Xiao7. Shun and Rookie moving in. Wait for the minion wave, guys. Wait for the minion wave. We've seen this story before. They're going to go in between the towers. Xiao7 trying to escape here. The Heartbreaker in, though. And he will go down. Xiao7 unfortunately realized it was doomed. Maybe should have just TP'd from the tower there, but the Shy using that miss to keep himself safe for now. Rookie with the stolen Abyssal dive. Kick back from Shun. Gets into the Herald Pit and gets a bit of resistance as coming on through, but it's not enough against the Moonlight Vigil. Xiaopeng chasing for more here as Lucas flashes the Solar Flare. Pudding with the Zenith Blade in. They're trying to lock up the Shy. TT desperate to answer the play. They're 1,000 gold down, but they will at least get the Herald.
And that's a big win for them, especially when you look at Xiao7, who's now moved bot to collect the wave. That Wink was trying to push in. And IG, yes, they get the dive, but unfortunately for them, the TT Brigade was on the way, and they're able to push them back and get that objective.
Very nicely done here from TT. They'll get themselves a Herald. And IG were the ones to start this one off, but it felt like they just went a bit too deep.
Yeah, they were trying desperately to pick off Xiao7 before they start off. They knew that Wink was going to be stuck to the bottom side, so trying to answer this by getting the kill top, putting this in their favor, but they realized too late, hang on a second, like Aphelios is already here, Lucas isn't really in a position to help, so they just needed to get the hell out of dodge. Rookie actually doesn't manage to escape on the back line, but Shun, picked up by Xiaopeng, answers the 1-for-1, and the Rift Tower going the way of TT. Now, Shun, though, is on this dragon, so at least getting an answer on the objectives front for IG.
It's going to be Shun picking that one up for himself. So 1-for-1 in terms of those objectives. A Drake for IG, a Herald for TT. But honestly, with how this series has been going, I'm favoring the Herald every single time. It feels like gold lead is what matters here. Ward being cleared away. Shun wants to grab the blue buff. Remember, Xiaopeng took his blue buff not too long ago. Xiaopeng will be able to secure his own on this one. Will not be answered in the end. And Rookie instead moving over to this mid lane. Bit of a trade onto I'm surprised to see the amount of like clustering we have in this bottom side, considering Drake isn't up. This blue buff was a valuable blue buff.
I mean, especially when you don't even have like an AP mid laner who needs mana or anything like that. It's like the actual value of that thing is not that high. But either way, both teams really wanted to fight for it. Now, Xiaopeng with Rift Herald on bot wants to try and get the spot lane turret before these turret plates go down.
Let's see if they can. You've got Samthi with the red and white weapons. I mean, it doesn't even matter what weapons he has. They've got a Herald. Just needs to make sure he's close enough. Make sure he's hit the tower recently. And the plates will go the way of Samthi as well as Xiaopeng. So sharing those evenly. Nicely done here by the side of TT. And once again, we have TT running this Aphelios for Samthi. And I think we need to change the way we're talking about this Aphelios deck. We keep on talking about it as this scaling pick. But in the early game, honestly, you can take over. Xiao7 not going to be having a fun time of it. Rookie kind of misreading the play a little bit. Could have gone for the follow-up stun on the direction instead as Wink manages to cleanse away the stun here. Pudding wants to go for the dive. That's going to be 2 towers taken by TT, which is a tongue twister and a half. I couldn't think of a final word with T, but it doesn't matter here because IG at least will be able to get some plates for themselves up top.
Hey, it's a tantalizing tale for TT, though, as they make the right top side here, because the biggest thing now is that you got this Aphelios who's mega fed. This Immortal Shield Bow now completed. He can start to rip through these top lane structures as well, like start to move this Aphelios around the map. And as well, I think I want to, like, go back to your point you were making, Munch, for this, like, Aphelios pick, especially since we're starting to see this different build coming through, right? The Immortal Shield Bow, Collector, Infinity Edge build. You are stronger in this mid game as Xiaopeng finds Shun.
He steals away the Raptor as well, manages to smite that one to save his own camps, and now the follow-up engage comes through. Heartbreaker doesn't get over the wall, and that is an absolute heartbreaker for Rookie. Another pick for TT. It's 5-5 now, and that gold gap that IG built for themselves has shrunk down to just 300, 200 on the scoreboard.
And it's because you've got such a large gold lead on SamD, nearly 2,000 gold in the AD carry role. This Aphelios is looking large and in charge and wants to keep trying to push in here. You're looking bot side as well. Yeah, he's trying to fight against the Shy, but honestly, I think the Shy starting to get to a point where he's just outscaling a lot of these picks.
Does feel that way, and remember, we've seen Gwen in every single game of this series so far, but this is the first time we see the Shy playing that Gwen, and it feels like he's one of those players. Oh no, Rookie was shopping. I'm surprised we're looking at pro view of him dying.
Yeah, I mean,
it's just kind of mean, honestly.
Well, all we really needed to add was like big red arrows as to like, here's where you messed up, and it feels like that's the full salt in the wound for that play.
Yeah, poor Rookie, but yeah, tried to heartbreak it from a little bit too far away. I think we all know what happened on that one, but hey, Dagda, we're pretty much even on gold. 500 is the advantage for IG right here. We got 2 towers in favor of TT, but a Drake coming up in a minute's time, and it feels like that will be where our eyes need to drift now.
Yeah, I think as well, when you've got SamD who's this far ahead, has that serrated Dirk as well picked up for himself, this feels like TT want to try and fight this. You've got a crazy beefy front line in the TK and, well, TK, Leona, and Renekton all going to be able to try and start these fights off for you. So I think if you can set this up for SamD, you're in a really good spot on the Thunder Talk side.
So Lucas just about getting over to the mid lane. But yeah, I have to agree. Like, especially Aphelios, right? SamD already with a shield bow, already with boots and serrated Dirk. Like, man, that is just scary. That is just terrifying. The Shy getting aggressive on. Xiaopeng's moving over as well. And there's a TP on top of it. Xiao7 keeps the Shy in the fray. Here we go. TP answer coming out from Rookie as well. Xiao7 flashes out to safety. The Heartbreaker's there. Xiaopeng low on HP, and Pudding is going to go down here. IG, after the Shy getting caught, managed to win the play. Now they go in for a little bit more as well. That's 2 that go the way of Invictus Gaming. And they back away with no casualties, but I'm wrong on that one because Calibrum snipes it and SamD gets 1.
That could have been the win for SamD, but the Moonlight Vigil just misses onto Invictus Gaming, which means he can't finish off those low health members in the back line, and it's IG who come up with the win and come up with this dragon.
Exceptional stuff from IG, and I was amazed that they won this because it felt like Xiao7 was the one catching the Shy out. This felt like a TT play.
Yeah, 2 missed spells here. The big one, the Nidalee Spear, just missing there as you get the spit out coming through from the Tam Kench. Now watch SamD. You're seeing Rookie, you're seeing the Shy, just misses on the Moonlight Vigil. That would have been both Rookie and the Shy taken out of the play, and it would have stopped a lot of these like follow-up plays coming through from IG, but unfortunately not quite there, which means that TT aren't able to amass the proper front line for SamD to try and carry this fight.
I'm thinking SamD must have marked Lucas before the Devour, right? In that situation, because the Calibrum shot did not look like it hit to me. I think he must have already had the mark before the Devour, and it just lasted long enough. Close to on there. SamD at least getting 1 answer on the back of the play, but IG managing to find the advantage once more. ever so slight gold lead for them, but it is easily the smallest gold lead we've had. Dagda, we were coming into this one saying, we really want a close game 3. We really want this one to go the distance. Remember, last game for both of these teams. Last chance to show up on the stage in 2021. And we'll see who's going to be able to take it in the end. And I just hope that we get more of these fights, more of this action, and we get a nice, fun series to finish us off. It's going to be a Cloud Soul here. And IG with 2 Drakes already. Feels like they're the ones with the advantage for that. As you'd expect with a composition with this Kalista. But I don't feel like the early game has quite gone in the way that you'd expect those 2 Drakes to be taken.
No, but it does now feel like, because we're starting to move into the mids, we're looking towards that later portion of the game, this is coming down to Sam D versus the Shy and Rookie. Like, you've got this Aphelios who needs that front line. Keep him safe, he can carry you this game. If the Shy or Rookie get access to Sam D, that's the game blown open for IG. And it's all pressing on the fact you've got, honestly, your 2 top and mid here for IG in a really good spot.
We go, fighting the mid lane, Moonlight Vigil in, but, I mean, Pudding's just gone too deep. Xiaopeng was nowhere near. Not really the opportunity that I think TT were looking for on that one. Shun tries to move in as well. Now a dive in the bottom side. Xiao7 trying to escape, being chased down by the Shy. The needlework. It's a solo kill for the Shy in the top lane. Beautifully done there. And Xiao7, time and time again, is being exposed by the Shy. There's a 70 CS lead. Feels like no matter the matchup, the Shy is the one taking out the advantage.
Yeah, and it feels like that Anathema's Chains could have come in a lot of help here, but instead it's actually Xiao7 who's getting cursed as, yeah, may not be in the best position.
It's alright, he can slice, he can dice. Let's get out of there. And now the tower in trouble as IG continue to close the gap, continuing to build the pressure, but TT looks like they want to try and force something. Spear goes wide though. It's just going to be the Shy taking a tier 2 in the meantime. I have to say, side lane control in this game not been paramount. We've seen a lot of tier 2s taken while not a lot else happens on the map.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Like, I'm kind of looking at this going, yeah, I mean, you've got this Viego, you got this Gwen. Let's start pushing through this 1-3-1 stall. We can make it all work out. And I've kind of been holding my tongue a bit because I just see people like push side and then just slowly congregate in the mid lane. Very, like, there's not really like either side is really trying to hold on to this. Now, I can understand from TT's perspective, right? The Tam Kench struggling hard in this Gwen matchup. Yeah, as well, no longer in a position where he can really try and fight against this Viego or the Shy, because the Shy's already completed his Nashor's too. So, from TT, you want to be trying to group up and playing around Sam D. But for IG, you don't need to keep forcing Rookie or anyone towards this mid lane, especially after this mid lane tower goes down.
If it goes down, the cannon will finish off just about as Rookie actually goes on to Xiao7 here, who is desperate to force play. Heartbreaker used very early on into the fight here. 35 seconds until that Cloud Drake will come up. Rookie's ulti will be on cooldown. That could be a little bit dicey for IG, but they are 5,000 gold up. I'm not entirely sure where this 5,000 gold lead came from, Dector. It feels like it was dead even a minute ago, but somehow IG are now 5k up, so maybe they could just force a fight anyway and go for a Drake.
I mean, you were talking about it, right? The plays through side lanes, getting a bit of that CS lead, like nearly another Flame Horizon top. But we're looking now at this fight.
Rookie trying to find his way in. Yeah, backs off on this one. Xiaopeng on the front line, getting those javelins out, trying to dish out what damage he can. But the Shy hasn't been spotted just yet. Has a control ward. Has vision control of the bottom half of this river. And IG corralling TT, trying to push them into one spot. Lucas goes in with the Magnet Storm and the rest of IG here to follow up as well. The Shy cutting through everyone. Samdi starts off with one though. He's free firing off of the backside of this fight, but IG have a lot of health bars to work with. Yeah, falls. Xiao7 chased over the wall. Double kill for the Shy. And there's one for Viego as well. Xiaopeng goes in. Samdi still going strong. That's two for him himself. The red and Infernum weapons coming on through. Does he have the damage? A spear hits Moonlight Vigil in. Samdi takes the third in the fight as he wants a little bit more. He's chasing through the jungles. It's a Cloud Rift though, so IG should be able to escape.
Sam D played that fight so well. from start to finish, he was constantly thinking about how can I make sure I'm positioned in the right spot, how am I using my abilities, when am I using the right guns. Like, that was so clean. And now Sam D, he's the one that gets away with the dragon. And now as this replay starts off, which I'm assuming we're getting in a second, watch how Sam D starts up the dragon so he can move up into the choke point in his own jungle, which makes it impossible for the Shy and Rookie to get in on top of him. And it just means that then, as he's able to flash away, as he's able to start maneuver around the map, it makes it nigh impossible for these guys to jump onto him. And then we get that gorgeous Moonlight Vigil at the end.
And we've just seen flash up on our screens. Rookie now at 4,000 assists as well. He got his 2,500 kills in the last game as well. But yeah, you see something moving back up through that choke. Beautiful positioning.
And he knows he's low on guns, right? This is what you have to think about as affiliates. He's like, I know I'm going to get Infernum soon. So he's holding on to this Moonlight Vigil for so long, knowing he's going to have that blue gun up and available. And then as he starts to see all these guys grouping up, he knows that he's going to be able to get this big ultimate out. And right at the end here, he's able to finish. But, Shao 7, he's dead.
Another solo kill for the Shy. He heard me talking about his KDA in game number 1 of the series. This time it's looking pretty good. 5-1-5 on the Gwen. And IG in complete control of the top side of the map here. Is the waves being pushed in the top side. Lucas and Shun trying to push that line of vision a little bit further in, trying to gain more on the map. Shy split push in the bottom side once again. And this is one of the strengths of Gwen. She's a great team fighter. She's also incredibly strong in the side lane. And I want to quickly mention it, Dagda. We have a Flame Horizon for the Shy. He's been on the cusp of it in both previous games. Now manages to pull it off against Shaosep.
Yeah, he's been dominating this matchup all series long. And now with the 0-5 TK, the Shy is finally taking that spot off him. And honestly, like, 3 items to the 1.5 that this Tam Kench has. Shaosep needs to be careful of not getting dove.
It's going to be okay for now at very least. Shaos. It's getting dicey. It is getting dicey. This tower's just going to go down. And again, we talked about this earlier. Where is the defense? Like, are you guys not aware that side lanes exist? The Shy is just pushing this. Shao 7 knows he can't defend it. And no one from TT responds whatsoever. They're put between a rock and a hard place. Either protect the inhib at the bottom side or defend against this Baron. They've opted into neither right now because they're not really properly contesting this one. They need to move in. Samdi, Pudding, and Xiaopeng are here, but there's only 3 of them. Looks like it will be enough to stop the Baron in the end. The Shy is
the Shy is 1v2ing. He's 1v2ing.
Yeah,
He's literally 1v2ing in the base.
They barely survive him. The Shy trying to do everything he can. The Baron is stopped at least, but he's took an inhib. He's took a solo kill. Xiaopeng trying to close the gap, see if he can punish him here. Xiaopeng has to land the spear though. The Shy does not dodge it. Could be in trouble as Xiaopeng keeps chasing for a little bit more. There is no reinforcements here for the Shy. He will be in this play alone. Can he skip away from this one? The W comes out, keeps him safe for a little bit. Xiaopeng launches the javelin. The Shy sidesteps it, and he walks away scot-free. And now Wink jumps into the jungle. The Shy is back for the assist. And Xiaopeng hangs his head in shame.
Are you not entertained? IG 1v2 from the Shy in the base, walks away from the 3rd member, TT, and now IG, they just turn to start up the Baron. TT, they've got to try and get in here to stop this.
There is no smite available for Xiaopeng. Well, no, he's got smite available. He's just dead. IG grouped up as 5 here as they look to put the final nail in the coffin and take this Baron. TT have got to do something. They're not contesting. I don't know why you've turned up if you're not going to try and go for the play. IG take the Baron. They have the man advantage. There's a Drake up in a minute as well if they want to go for that. But they can look for towers.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get the resets coming through now. Gives TT a bit of time to deal with the double super minion wave that's on this bottom side. Maybe they can try and contest this, but it is looking dicey for TT in this game. The Shy is huge. 4th item now completed for this Gwen in the top lane. And that's not even including the fact that Rookie, he's finished up his 2 items. He's looking towards this Randuin's Omen. He knows that the only person he needs to worry about is Sam D on the TT side.
Oh, Zenith Blade comes out from Pudding in the bottom side. Rookie flashes the solar flare though, and he'll be okay. And now they re-engage onto, yeah, Rookie has some serious damage to be working with here, as he's just shredding through the health bar of the Croc here. Yeah, tries to escape, but the Magnet Storm keeps them still, and the rest of the squad clears everyone up. The Shy taking his second inhibitor of this game as Pudding falls. The whole of IG barreling into the base. The Shy in another 1v2. It's a triple kill for Shun, who can look for a little bit more. There's a knockup coming on in. Shao7 saves Sam D though. Oh, the Moonlight Vigil goes wide. It's a disaster for TT. It's the end of the game. It's the end of the series. The last performance we see from these players in 2021. And it was a beautiful, beautiful fiesta. IG take it in the end. They can hold their heads high and walk away with a smile.
And again, it's in classic IG fashion. The Shy taking over in that top lane. Shun playing towards the top side of the map to facilitate that. And again, we're seeing these plays coming through over and over. It's bedlam, but that's where IG thrive. And look at the smile on the mid laner's face. He's happy to have that win.
Yeah, you can see that IG happy to finish things out in style, at least get a win to end their split. It's not been a good split for IG, but at least they have a silver lining to wrap things up with, and we'll see what the future holds for this roster as well. Obviously, we've all heard the rumors. We'll see what the future holds, but at least they can walk away with a win. At least they have this one nice happy note to round the split out.
Yeah, and as it's kind of the last time that we'll be seeing them on the Summoner's Rift for 2021, it feels nice to at least know that they got that victory. But I think, again, like, we got to see kind of the classic IG coming through, where getting a lot of those early kills, and it was a bit messy with a lot of back and forth, but when it got to the later portion of the game, the veterans of Rookie and the Shy understanding, hey, look, we can play through these side lanes. The Shy is absolutely monstrous against this Tahm Kench, and there's just no hope that TT can respond to it. I mean, we said, look, you're saying, look, Tahm Kench can't really deal with this Gwen. Renekton can't really deal with this Gwen. It got to the point where neither of them could deal with this Gwen, and the Shy is just 1v2ing in the opposition's base.
Yeah, it's not even about either 1v1 at that point. It's just like nobody can deal with this Shy. Managing to take 2 inhibs, I feel like the Shy has finished his split with an MVP here. Certainly, if I was voting, I'd be going for the Shy on this one. Oh my days, that damage. He's basically double anyone else in the game. That is mental. But I mean, look, he was just wailing away on Shao7 all game long.
Yeah, he just got to free hit this Tahm Kench. The shield comes in, just ends up doubling his damage onto the Tahm Kench, and then he ends up being able to take over this game. Like, there was just nothing that TT could do, and the Shy did a wonderful job on this Gwen picking it up. And we said from the draft, right, you end up with 3 of the big power picks on this patch, in the Lee Sin, the Gwen, and this Viego. It felt like TT just never gave themselves much of a hope.
Yep, a bit of a sad way to end it all for TT here, but still some good performances coming through. Certainly Sam D having a fantastic series for himself, but it is going to be the Shy as our MVP for game number 3. I think unsurprising to everyone involved, because that Gwen performance was terrifying. Obviously, as you've said, the matchup against Tahm Kench, very Gwen favored. He's able to get himself a fantastic lead there. Had a Flame Horizon, multiple solo kills, managing to 2v1, almost 2v3'd at one point. Like, really, really exceptional standout performance from the Shy.
Yeah, much smoother operations for IG when trying to play around this Gwen pick as well in the early stages, right? Those dives actually paying off. And then when we got to these fights, the Shy was doing so much work. Now, this is one where Sam G's able to turn it around too. I think, as he said, needs a shout out for this game, but still, like, he's the Shy double kill. He's just ripping TT apart.
I mean, this moment was just comical, honestly. The Shy just managing to sidestep the Javelin, and that's the beauty of playing on zero ping, right? This is one of the reasons that Nidalee is so rarely picked in professional players. When you're on zero ping, dodging the spears is pretty easy. Hitting those spears is exceptionally difficult. It's not like your solo queue games. So really, really tough one for Xiaopeng. Really beautifully played by the Shy to be able to skip about, dodge the spears, use the Hallowed Mist effectively. Really great performance from him. And it's good to see IG finishing things out with a win. And we're going to head over to the stage now to talk to our main man in the mid lane. I'm going to kick it over to Wendy, who is standing by with one last interview for 2021 with Rookie.
Hello everyone, welcome to Interview, and here we have Rookie from Invictus Gaming from us. So congratulations on today's win, and after today's Best of 3, you have achieved the achievements of 2,500 kills and also 4,000 assists in LPL. So definitely they're very huge achievements. So how do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们今天获得比赛的胜利。那在这个 BO3 结束之后，我们 Rookie 选手也是解锁了职业生涯的2500杀，然后包括说4000的助攻，这也是非常了不起的一些成就了。所以说现在可能有什么样的一个感受吗？
可能是就是说明我在 LPL 已经打了很久的表现嘛，然后也算是打的也不是就比较就不错的那个表现，所以我对这个记录方面我还是比较蛮佩服自己的，毕竟能打这么多年。
So I think those kind of records really means a lot to me. This means that I really played in LPL for such a long time, and sometimes I may feel quite satisfied of some my own performance because I'm quite satisfied with all of the records. This means that I really played a lot in LPL, played so many games, and definitely let's talk a bit more about today's game. So in game 1 and 2, you have just picked this Syndra body for the Invictus Gaming. We're very curious about this choice. So could we know the reason behind this? 那其实，在今天的比赛前2局，你们都选出了一个辛德拉的一个下路嘛，可能是比较出人意料的选择。所以说，能问一下选出的一个契机是怎么样的吗？
可能是我们 AD 选手觉得打厄斐琉斯，用辛德去打的话，可能是在线上也不停地有拿到线权，然后还能在团战上的一些能限制住对面的 AD 这个英雄，所以。就是毕竟是他自己比较有自信嘛，所以让他拿了，然后我们还能稍微摇摆一下。
So I think for the Syndra pick, because our AD players, Winky believe that Syndra can be a quite good counter pick against Aphelios, because Syndra can get lane dominance in the laning phase and also in the team fights. This champion can actually restrain the performance of the opponent's Aphelios, and also this champion was quite confident by Wink. So because of these reasons, we just would like to give Syndra this champion a try on the bot lane, and also this can be a very flexible pick in the ban pick strategy, so we feel it can be a very good choice. And I want to talk a bit more about the general game strategy in this Battle of Threes, because we feel like in all the 3 games, you guys really played so aggressively and proactively, especially in the early game. So what the general strategy is from you guys? 那其实我们也整体感觉到这3局比赛打下来 ，IG 的前期是打得异常的凶猛的，所以说一直在前期找节奏，所以说可能你们前期的整体的一些战术啊或者决策是怎么样的呢？
因为我们打野选手就是比较喜欢前期打架，然后他打的也非常好。他3把，我觉得他是就在我们队里就是最能带节奏的一个人，所以我觉得他这3把发挥都挺好的。所以我们今天的话，可能是他的就是打法就打对面战队可能是比较克制嘛，所以我们看起来我们可以就打得那么凶。
I think the reason for us to play such aggressively in the early game is because the playstyle of Xun, because Xun really would like to make so many early game skirmishes to really open the whole situation for the whole team, and he can really play super aggressively from the early game And I think in terms of today's best of threes, his own playstyle can really counter the opponent's team. So that's a reason for us to be able to just snowboard a lot from the early game by those skirmishes. And also, I think he really performed so good. Xun performed so good in today's best of 3. And my next question is, you have mentioned the opponent's Aphelios, and I must say Samdi's Aphelios really played quite well in all the games, and especially in game 3, although you guys were able to get more leads, but Aphelios were skilled up so good. So at that time, how did you guys just can control the whole game and just end up the game with a victory from Invictus Gaming? 那其实就像你刚才说到，就是对面其实有厄斐琉斯的这么一个点嘛，特别是我们感觉第3局的情况下，其实厄斐琉斯也是比较的肥的，而且他们中期也是拿到了很多的人头，然后所以说可能是你们怎么样去处理很肥的这样厄斐琉斯的这个点，然后呢能在第3局非常漂亮的最后以你们的胜利而告终的呢？
这句话是我觉得，因为我们前期已经打出了一个很大的优势，其实对面就一个 OP 是比较能打，所以我们就团战的时候尽量就是，要么就不再跟 OP 斯打，要么就把 OP 给杀了。但是我们最后一波的话，可能是 OP 已经突厥了，所以我们就直接把团给打起来，就赢下来比赛了。
So I think in game 3 we were in a very huge lead from the beginning, and the affiliates were the only very well-skilled point from the opponent's compositions. So in the actual team fights, we just would like to restrain the performance of affiliates, or just maybe cut him before every single team fights, and also in order. The reason for us to be able to just end up the game 3 is because we tried to restrain the performance of affiliates in the last team fight, and he didn't manage to have a very good angle to just engage on the team fight. So that's a reason for us to win the game for game 3. And my last question is, we know this summer may not be a very smooth one for Invictus Gaming, but I believe all the players just put full efforts, and there are so many fans keep supporting Invictus Gaming, supporting you. So my last question is, do you have any words you want to say to all the fans? 那其实我们感觉这个夏天可能对于小 IG 来讲并没有那么的顺利，但是我们也看到了选手们的努力，包括还有很多一直支持着 IG 的粉丝们嘛。那所以最后 Rookie 选手有没有什么想要对所有粉丝们说的呢？
就首先，就这么结束了夏季赛，就一直以来就为 IG 加油的，为我们所有人加油的，先说就是。不好意思嘛，就是太失望我们粉丝们，但是，我希望我们下一次就尽量就是让自己能够努力，让粉丝们多开心一下，然后就还是蛮感谢到现在就一直支持我们的所有的 IG 粉丝。
So till now, I think the journey of Invictus Gaming has ended in this summer. But I want to apologize to all the fans because we didn't manage to have that good result. And definitely in the future, we will practice even harder and try to have an even better performance to all of you. And also, I really appreciate all the support from you guys. Thank you a lot. And definitely congratulations again. 那你们也都辛苦了。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Wendy, and Rookie as well for the heartfelt words at the end there. And it breaks my heart to hear him apologizing to the fans, but you know, I'll try not to comment really on the personal stuff there. But good to hear from Rookie, rounded things out here, Dagta, and definitely I think a lot of emotions being held back.
Yeah, you can see it there. Definitely although riding high off the win, definitely bit of hurt behind the words, and I think for a lot of fans, they still want to see Rookie succeed, still want to see him pushing for those top spots, and hopefully we'll get to see it once more coming into 2022. But I think coming off the back of that, look, at least for IG, it's a nice way to round out their split, right? It's ending on a high rather than ending on a dud, which it could have easily been.
Yeah, really good stuff from IG to finish things out strong. And TT as well, unfortunately, falling short in the end. That means that they round out their splits with a 2-1 in favor of IG over TT. With that said, though, we're going to head to a break. Do not go anywhere, though, because we have another series coming your way, and this one is going to be crucial when it comes to seeding. It's RNG versus BLG. RNG have not won this matchup in 3 years. Let's see if today can change that.
You got inside, you got to go for it. You cannot just be sitting here waiting for something to happen. They use the Everfrost on the Xiaohu, but he is just keeping 4 members away. And you can see Xiao7 trying to go 1-for-1 against this LeBlanc, but with the tower now due to fall, it is going to be the Jarvan to fall at the start of this fight. We will see them going for the base defense as they are diving a little bit too deep. So they are going to take down the Xin Zhao. And this Xiao7 Trundle is very, very tanky. However, the turnaround, the flash in from Xiaohu means they know they can take this fight. It's very, very close here for TT. They know that LeBlanc, though, has just got all the damage. Now Gala with no man left. Just enough. Pentakill! I didn't even notice it!
And you can see as well, up top side, 369 backing up the turret as we get the engage.
We get the engage, they get knocked back. There's the Glacial Fissure used to try and disengage. There's some low health bars here, but a TP on the backside. 369 is going to join this one and make this one a hell of a lot worse for the side of LNG. To the skies and back down to hell. 369 gets 2. They will take out 1 kill. There's 2 maybe coming in now for the Heartbreaker. And he's going to get a Braum. I don't know if that's the one you really want right now. He's going to go in for maybe a 3rd. Can get it. Will not get the reset just yet. There it is. Triple kill here for Ale. Not quite able to get any more, but damn was it close.
It is going to be a little bit rough to take down this tower, but Elf is the last bastion here. They want to take down the last bastion, though. ZDZ, he just gets soloed, and now that's 2.
Not like this.
You're a monster on the Ash. My goodness, can he turn it, though? That's it. That's a double kill for Team WE.
That's always a bit sad. I like Magic. Never been to a Magic show. There's Mad Magical the caster. He's a cool guy. Ooh, big engages come out. Shanks actually forced to flash, but goes back in immediately.
Doomby almost has TP as he dodges away from the trouble bubble. Wants to back and make an attempt to return. Oh my god! Oh, it's a massacre! A double kill straight off the bat, and JDG are getting the full brunt of the law here. As FBX, they've only lost 1. Dagger, what the hell just happened? As Locust hit into the wall, and for his 3rd death, gets absolutely smashed down.
下一场我们对战 RNG 的话，可能要野辅方面比较做得好一点才能赢。夏季赛我前面的比赛可能就比较顺嘛，然后后面就正常稳一点就可以赢，我觉得。
Coming straight in with the flame. My jungle and my support need to play better. It's just that simple, guys. I'm being held back by I'm in elo hell. My name is Munchables. I'm joined by Dagda. We've had a bit of a silly series to start things off. We had a bit of a fiesta between IG and TT. Now we're getting into the serious stuff. This is BLG versus RNG. There is seeding at stake. There is a lot at stake, in fact. But let's start off with the seeding. Let's start with what is logistically happening in the LPL, as this is the second to last day, and there are still 9 teams that have yet to have a seed decided for them. This matchup will matter massively in that conversation. So BLG, highest chance they can get, or the highest place they can get is 5th place, whereas RNG, it's 3rd.
Yeah, for BLG, they are relying on a win here today and WE to lose tomorrow 2-1 to top esports to get that 5th place. But as you're saying, they can slip right the way down towards 9th. Whereas for RNG, a win here today will guarantee them that 3rd place spot, which honestly, I think a lot of people are shocked at after the start to the split that RNG had.
Yeah, RNG have been on an absolute tear. This would be the 10th win in their streak if they're able to get it today. But I want to mention the other teams that this series affects as well, because there are a lot of teams that have finished their split, that their result now lies in the hands of BLG and RNG. Rare atom. If RNG lose this series, will grab themselves the 3rd seed, whereas Team WE, Team LNG, Top Esports, Suning, all will have their seeding change depending on how BLG do in this series. So a lot at stake here, and the same can be said for Top Esports versus WE tomorrow. Huge amount of connotations revolving around these 2 series. So there is a massive amount at stake, not just for the teams playing here today. But let's talk about BLG and RNG historically, because in the last 3 years, this matchup has been heavily BLG favored. RNG have not beaten BLG since 2019 spring, and that series was so difficult that Karsa, the jungler for RNG at the time, was literally in tears on stage by the end of how stressful of a series it was.
Yeah, and it's kind of crazy to think of, right? Especially when you look at like BLG, yes, monstrous in 2019 back when Kuro was on the roster, but as we started to dip into 2020, we saw that they were kind of losing their stride. 2021 spring as well, BLG weren't quite there, and RNG, they won the spring split. You would assume at this stage that RNG have been able to take these guys down, but that has not been the case, and now RNG can be out for revenge here today and guarantee themselves that 3rd place spot.
And it feels like RNG should be a heavy favorite. When we look at the recent form from RNG, they have been exceptional. It is worth pointing out the match history that a lot of the teams in this win streak for RNG have been lower tier teams, and BLG are certainly no slouches. They're in a little miniature win streak of their own with 2 wins, so certainly not going to be an easy one, but you would expect RNG to be the favorites coming in today. Let's talk about the actual matchup though. Let's talk League of Legends here, Dagda, because you know, puns aside, we do have to talk about this jungle matchup. They do have a lot of way going on in the names, and they'll be playing up towards the top side. And in fact, you could say that all ways lead to the top lane, because it does feel like Wei versus Wei is going to be all about fighting over the Herald, fighting over the top lane, fighting over the top side of the map.
Yeah, a huge amount of this is going to be a case of who can get that domination for both Xiaohu and BuBu in that top side. But I want to take a little bit of time here to look at the different styles though that we get from these junglers, because although they still play top side, it's all about for Wei getting these early first bloods towards Xiaohu in the top lane, looking towards these early towers in that top side of the map as well. They will forego dragons, all inning on getting that first tower and trying to snowball the game from that position. Whereas when we look across Wei, he'll oftentimes be up there by himself, trying to see if he can get some of these early kills, allow BuBu to be the aggressor and set up for the counter pick that BuBu often gets, and then look instead to start invading off that topside pressure, working with his team to try and set up plays elsewhere. And we're going to just be running through a couple of these clips where you can see this in action.
Yeah, you can see Wei regularly going up to set Xiaohu up. I mean, we saw it at MSI. We've seen it all split long after a couple of rocky weeks at the start of things here. But then the same story is true for BLG, right? Where we see a lot of pressure up towards the top side of the map. And especially Zika in very recent series has been leveling up and being a much bigger part of this top 3v3 as opposed to it just being down to the jungler in the top lane.
But you can see from the clips, right, that RNG, it's not just about Wei getting up here, it's also Ming, it's also Cryin who's getting involved in those plays. And then when we look across at BLG, again, it's more about, hey, look, we've got this counter pick for BuBu, let's facilitate that pick, allow it to do the things it wants to do, and then use that pressure to create plays on the top side of the map. So a little bit of a different style, but still a hell of a lot relying on this top lane matchup.
And at the end of the day, we've talked about the junglers and how they're going to play towards the top lane. We've got to talk about the top lane itself. Let's look at Xiaohu versus BuBu. This is a banger matchup. Both of these guys tied right now for solo kills in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's the big one here. Obviously, huge carry performances on both these sides. But again, different styles. Xiaohu wants to try and get this first tower and then use that opportunity to, with the gold lead he has, play aggressive in the lane, take over in the side lanes and side lane management, and then get to these fights first where he can have these big impact plays. Whereas for BuBu, he's much more about dominating his lane straight up and then trying to use that pressure either to TP bot lane to solidify some leads for aiming, trying to use that in these team fights to be more of a carry orientated pick rather than trying to beat his opponent to the fight first.
Yeah, it feels like there's so many opportunities where we see Xiaohu not just winning the 1v1, but popping off in these fights. I mean, that may be the best perfect execution I've seen. Really, really beautiful clip out from Xiaohu. But RNG, so often we see the entire game plan revolves around Xiaohu taking over the game. And it feels like there's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but he's more than willing to step up to that pressure.
Yeah, and this is where you'll see, like, for BLG, BuBu getting these counter picks like the Kennen, especially into matchups like the Camille, the Gwen that you're seeing on your screen as well. He's having his own carry moments on these picks, picking up these solo kills, but can still have these magnificent moments in these team fights where he's just able to take over and shut down a lot of what his opponents want to do. So I certainly think that we'll be keeping our eyes on this top lane matchup, specifically counter picks for BuBu as well, to see if he can be facilitated and stop RNG in their tracks.
And I think the most exciting thing about the top lane matchup for me, just the mechanics. BuBu versus Xiaohu. These guys are exceptional individual mechanical players, and I cannot wait to see it unfold before our eyes on the stage. As you can see, BLG stepping up to the stage here, and I believe RNG may already be sat in their seats. PP got there on the far left alongside their coach, and we'll see how things are going to pan out. And you can see Zika there in the middle of the team, and I want to talk about Zika for a second here because I feel like he's a player that we haven't had as much focus on this split. Last year on Vici Gaming, we had a lot of focus around Zika, talking about how he'd been training under Faker on SKT. He'd come over, he was this mid lane prodigy. He was under Coma once again. If you remember, Coma was coming over to coach for Vici Gaming. It was like this big storyline we were talking about, but it never really came to fruition. This year, towards the end of the summer split, he's changed his names to all capitals, and it feels like he's changed his gameplay to all capitals as well, because he's consistently going in. These melee mid laners really standout picks for him.
Yeah, he's been capitalizing on this kind of bruiser assassin meta that we're seeing in the mid lane, right? Like the big standout picks for him have been the LeBlanc with a 63% win rate, the Akali and the Lee Sin over the 3 games that we've seen for both these champions have a 100% win rate, and a 41 KDA on the Akali, and a 44 KDA on the Lee Sin. This guy has been so damn good when he gets his hands on this style of pick, and it's why we often see like this trend towards picks like the Silas early in the draft phase for BLG.
Well, Dagda, it's enough chit-chat from us. It's time to get this series underway. We're heading to the stage in Shanghai once more as we get our picks and bans underway. RNG versus BLG. The battle for seeding commences here. Diana, LeBlanc banned by RNG. It's going to be 2 junglers taken off the board by BLG.
So really try to target away. The other big pick for me right now is the Twisted Fate coming through for Cryin. It has been so crucial for making these plays happen towards the top side. And when we're harping on about how important this top lane matchup is, you really don't want to give this Twisted Fate across towards Cryin. He has only lost a single game out of the 9 that we've seen him played. And RNG have even banned the Silas. Like, you know they're eyeing up this Twisted Fate pick.
Yeah, but it's so terrifying trying to draft against RNG, right? We've still got Gwen available. We've still got Viego available.
Yeah.
But when you look through the list of champions, it's like TF, Viego, Jace, Lee Sin, Mundo, Gwen, Akali, all of these champions that you would want to ban against RNG. You just don't have the bans stacked there.
Yeah, and that's why we're looking here, right? They're looking at the Lee Sin. Xiaohu, this is his most played champ. Now, not the best of win rates because of the timing that we've seen Xiaohu pick it up. It was back when RNG are struggling at the start of the split, but he's still monstrous on this pick. It gives a ton of control to Wei in these early stages, but it's giving over massive power picks towards BLG. This is like phenomenal for BLG. Viego, very strong pick, probably the strongest pick on the patch. And Ziggs as well is the perfect champion for aiming in the bottom lane. He wants to play weak side. All he wants to do is farm it out and let all that attention from Wei Wei go towards the top side.
So aiming with a strong scaling AP pick in the bottom side. And it looks like RNG going to answer in kind for Gala with this Varus. Locking in this bot lane early, making sure they have a stable 2v2 in that bottom side. And you would anticipate BLG probably need to go for their support as well, just to make sure that they're not completely banned out.
I think the Nautilus. Like, if you go Nautilus here, yes, you kind of got to play a little bit more defensive in the lane. But when you get towards these actual team fights, that depth charge and also having the Mega Inferno Bomb on top is why we saw Ziggs coming into the meta against Varus. You lock him down, you one-shot him, and cool, job's a good one.
Well, it looks like BuBu is going to go for the Jace instead. So that Viego could be Wei Wei, could be Zika taking that one. And now top lane bans come out for BLG. Usually we see BuBu getting the counter pick. This time around, they're going to go for the blind pick in the top lane. Well, potentially counter pick if Xiaohu goes for the Lee. And then just go for bans. Set him up for a good matchup regardless.
So I think the RNG going to keep banning away these supports. I think the Nautilus, the Thresh, more than likely going to be the next one. BLG, as you said, target banning the top side of the map. Now, Mundo taken off the board. You can't really take the Gwen here because, as we've seen, BuBu loves playing this Chase into that Gwen matchup. So by default, already having the winning matchup there for BLG. Excuse me, sorry, for BLG. So for Xiao, who I'm starting to kind of question, like, what do we see him go towards here? Like, a lot of his big picks are gone. Maybe something like this Akali, but even then, you really don't have the best of times in this top lane matchup.
Now, I don't know top lane matchups super well, Dagda. I am a play-by-play, but Irelia is something that can certainly find all in windows against Jace. I would love to see Xiaohu's Irelia, but there's a lot of AD on this side from RNG. They do need to get some AP somewhere on the map, so perhaps we'll see a different tune coming on out. Perhaps the Gwen has to be the option regardless. Is it Gragas locked in here?
And this is the old school pick for Xiaohu. The AP Gragas top, that Everfrost build, can push relatively well against the Jace, means you're not really under too much threat of being a dove because it's really hard to actually like close that distance in on top of you. You got good wave clear. So it looks like from RNG's perspective, we're seeing this transition that we sometimes get from RNG when they're against teams that are very top focused. We saw it against FPX where they go, right, weak side tops for weak side top for Xiaohu. Let's just play around this bottom side of the map, and Cryin will go back towards, hey, we're going to nullify this mid lane matchup with the Orianna.
Yep, Orianna, very much a comfort pick for Cryin. He's more than happy to just go for a neutral lane, play somewhat of a facilitating role in that mid lane. And then over towards BLG for their final pick. You're expecting that Jace to be up towards the top side. We kind of need a mid laner or maybe a jungler, depending where that Viego ends up.
I'm curious now, because you do... Okay. So this is actually a Trundle support. Not what I was really expecting. I thought that was going to be the potential Trundle in the jungle, but... this, for me, is a little bit curious, because I thought the biggest thing that was missing on BLG's side was actually some sort of engage tool, right? Because one of the big things about Ziggs is a CC chain that he can build himself around for these Mega Inferno Bombs. Massively lacking on BLG's side. So although you have some great long-range damage, and you've got the opportunity to reposition with the Realm Warp, you don't really have much ways of preventing RNG from getting in, particularly when you look at like Xiaohu coming in off of flanks, Wei being able to get in on top of you. I'm actually a bit worried that BLG, although they like correctly identified, hey, we can play to range, they kind of forgot, like, how do we stop the rest of RNG from closing that gap?
Yeah, it does feel like this is a complicated composition coming out from BLG. It feels like very high level of execution, but we have seen this team leveling up time and time again. Dagda, talk me through what the game plan is going to be here for RNG as we head into the game.
So we're talking already this weak side Gragas kind of coming through on top lane. So what we'll more than likely see is a lot of pressure down towards this bottom side of the map. And especially with that Trundle support, you're now leaving your Ziggs quite vulnerable, because if you end up with, lockup coming through from this Leona, the Varus as well being able to get a good amount of damage over the top. He has access to Chains of Corruption as well. Stick a Lee Sin into the mix, it's one dead Wardle in the bot side. The only saving grace, I will say, is this early laning phase from the Trundle. Halo Blaze Trundle can tear through a Varus. If you end up getting a couple of these pillars in the right spots, you close the distance, a lot of damage, and also just the setup coming through from Amy with the Celestial Charge could kill Gala. So you do have to be safe as Gala until Wei arrives.
See if Wei can find his way into that bottom side of the map, or whether Wei will be the way in this one, as I'm getting too carried away with the juggler names already. We'll see how this is going to go down. So much seeding leaning on this series. RNG versus BLG. RNG trying to guarantee themselves third seed. They will do it no matter what the score. If they get themselves a win, RNG will guarantee themselves third seed. BLG, they need themselves a win for seeding, but they also could do with a 2-0 because Top Esports might be able to challenge them for this one. So we'll have to wait and see. As you can see, this is Chinese for RNG will get top 3 if they win this match.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is such a big win for RNG, but I will say they're going to have their work cut out for them, because although we're talking about, the potential for Wei to start playing down towards this bottom side, if we just look at lane matchups across the board, like Bew has push in top side. Aiming will have control of bottom side, especially with that teleport that he can look to play around as well. So I think overall, you have opportunities here as Wei to try and control a lot more of this map, look to try and steal away these camps, and get to, the later portion of the game where you've got this monstrous Ziggs, really strong Viego, and try and fight against RNG at that point.
Does feel like BLG running this kind of competition where, like you're saying, you want to keep the enemy at arm's length, but it is going to be difficult to try and make those plays. If you can get onto the objective early, be the ones that the enemy has to push into, then I can see it working out. But if you fall behind, if you lose tempo, this could be difficult to pull yourself back into the game without any of those hard engage tools that you're talking about.
And you're actually losing out on a bit of that early control that the Trundle can offer you, because he's actually gone for the Guardian here. You're not going towards the Halo Blade, so very defensive bot lane, but actually kind of shifts a bit of that control back over towards Gala and Ming in these early stages. So from a BLG perspective, actually having a little bit of a tougher time than I was expecting to try and get control over these early stages.
And it's interesting to see the jungle pathing as well, as you've got Wei moving up towards that top side. He's going to be able to shadow Bew, go for the top crab, whereas Wei very much making his way down towards this bottom lane. Instead, we will just have a trade of scuttles. You expect just a complete normal clear from both junglers here into their scuttle crabs. And I want to quickly mention this Lee Sin pick for Wei, because we talked about the Olaf, we talked about the Xin Zhao stats as well, but his Lee Sin, still a 75% win rate this split. Still a 6.6 KDA. This is a pick that I feel like it's a rite of passage if you're a jungler in the LPL, that you have to be able to play Lee Sin, but Wei's is exceptional.
Yeah, and a lot of that is just because Wei's position on the RNG side is, hey, I want to play early game. I want to facilitate my laners. We talked about how important these first towers are for RNG. Early game junglers facilitate that, where he can play towards lanes, play towards these early objectives, knowing that he's got this champion that can do a hell of a lot in these early skirmishes.
We'll see if Wei's going to be able to have that impact. So far, quiet start to things as we see the junglers resetting here. A ward coming out from Wei onto the Gromp of Wei, which will be his next spawning camp. You can see Wei making a beeline straight down towards that bottom lane. It will be a moment until those camps come up, so perhaps an opportunity for a lane gank for Wei.
I also think he's tried to counter gank for the Lee Sin. You can kind of see, we talked about, look, we expect the Lee Sin to be playing down towards this bottom side of the map, and with the wave pushing out, low mana on aiming, it's more so, hey, I'm just going to let this wave push in, and then I'll fall back towards my own camps. And on the top, you can see actually Wei doing the exact same, except for his top laner. Both sides wanted to make sure that the weak sides actually get to reset and can pick up these waves that are pushing in.
It feels like a tense start to the game, doesn't it? Both junglers trying to 5-head each other, trying to read what is happening across the map. Both of them warding the enemy Gromp before the reset. Both of them trying to shadow their laners in case there's any creative jungling from their opponent. Very much a battle of the mind as opposed to the mechanics in this one to start us off. But I just want to remind everyone as well how important this one is for RNG, not just in terms of the standings. We've talked about the standings. We know RNG will get 3rd seed if they win this one, but RNG haven't beaten BLG since 2019 spring. This is such a crucial matchup for RNG as an organization. And it feels like BLG, again, they are the underdogs in this one. You expect RNG to be a favorite, but BLG, I think, is one of the most underrated rosters going into playoffs because their skirmishing is exceptional.
Yeah, I think the problem that we have for BLG is more so just kind of how inconsistent that has been. Because sometimes they look phenomenal in skirmishes. Other times we get PP God who takes that step too far forward and dies. Like, he's the highest deaths of any support at 15. We might see one here.
Might well. Wei jumps out of the pit with a ward jump here. Wei can pull this Drake out. And it looks like Wei will concede it completely. Doesn't move over, doesn't have priority in the mid lane. And BLG with a very nice answer. Wei reads Wei like a book, figures out what he's going to be doing on the map, moves over and contests the Drake. Very nicely done. Xiaohu actually using his ult in this top side as well, but BuBu's winning out this trade. Xiaohu could be in big trouble here. BuBu on this Jace, blind picked it, got some bans and gets himself a solo kill onto the little tiger.
Big mistake coming through from Xiaohu. The belly bop straight into the minion means that he's got nowhere to escape and doesn't connect with the CC that might have been able to finish off that kill in the top lane. So BuBu, he takes the crown for the solo kill king in that top lane matchup with 22 solo kills now to his lane.
Yep, they were tied on solo kills before that one. They were tied 1st place. And now BuBu starts the game off with a 1st blood onto Xiaohu as a solo kill. Beautifully done. Let's take another look though, because as you say, the belly bot's locked.
Yeah, right into that minion, and maybe if you'd been able to get in there as Xiaohu, you might have been able to get a kill or at least get a good trade, but you can see nowhere to escape, can't run away, phase rush not enough. It means that he does end up falling, and again, CS lead coming through for BuBu. He hasn't even had to burn his TP to get back to lane as well. So now for RNG, who've been trying to put their eggs in this bot side of the map, or even in the mid lane, you can't really make that play because BuBu can react more than RNG can.
Nicely done here by BuBu to find himself the solo kill and now find a small gold lead for BLG with that 400 gold. And the thing is, this matchup will not get any easier for Xiaohu. This is going to be BuBu managing to find himself a pretty significant advantage now. And especially with Xiaohu's flash on cooldown, BuBu's flash as well, we could see the junglers start to lean towards that top side of the map. In fact, you can see both junglers will be pathing in that direction for now, unless I'm mistaken on the side of Wei there. Perhaps we could see some future action happening in that top lane as well.
Yeah, now, I want to also talk about the build that we usually see from Xiaohu on this, because a lot of people go, yeah, we get that tank Gragas build, right? Where you go like Frozen Fist and this kind of thing. That's not what we usually get from Xiaohu. He tends to play this more as an Everfrost build, use it as a pick setup, and especially when you're looking towards like Gala, Ming having these double CC follow-ups, Wei being able to get these nice kicks. Look for RNG if Xiaohu starts to fall behind to try and get these picks before skirmishes happen on this top side of the map. But it looks like with PP God moving up, Gala also rotating up towards that top lane, RNG will start up this Rift Herald. Just bear in mind, Aiming still has the TP to join in, so this is still a potential of a 5v5.
Everyone moving over, aiming TPs to that tower in the mid lane. BLG want to fight. They don't want to give RNG anything to work with here as PP God steps on forward, has the pillar available, subjugate available for him as well. Can remove a lot of those tanky stats from Ming. Herald down to 2,000 already as PP God tries to move on forward, pillar in, but the Herald is taken. BLG look for the fight. Chains of Corruption goes wide. There's a Shockwave, Solar Flare, only onto PP God. A great cast comes out, but it's not enough to finish the kill. And actually, it's BLG that start things off strong. Wei looking for more, but misses the belly bop. It's just a kill for BLG and a Herald for RNG.
PP God barely survived off the back of that. I wasn't sure if Wei was going to follow that Sonic Wave, but in the end, Xiaohu gives his life for the Rift Herald, and it will set this Gragas further behind in the top lane, but now we gotta see Wei utilizing this Rift Herald to get elsewhere on the map ahead so that Xiaohu's sacrifice wasn't in vain. But we're gonna be looking at the replay here. RNG commit heavily towards this Dragon, and I thought, okay, maybe we'll get the turnaround, but Chains of Corruption miss, great shockwave, but Zika manages to flash away, and look at the health bar here in PP God. Sonic Wave connects, but they don't get to finish, and with Xiaohu going down, nobody on RNG wants to follow up with the fight.
Ming dropping a ward, trying to get vision control of this Drake because Dagda will get a Drake coming up in 50 seconds. BLG were the ones to get the first of the game. They're the ones with a minor gold lead as well. Nice little belly bop there from Xiaohu. That's how you win those trades. Denied to the skies from the Jace. But you can see a million pings going on around that Dragon Pit. BBU is not winning these trades. I'm amazed at how one-sided these trades are, considering the scorelines.
Yeah, Xiaohu just staying in behind the creeps and just finding these rotations off cooldown of his abilities, but here we go, RNG.
Okay, they can't quite go for it. The wave just cleared away. That's the power of the Ziggs as well, right? The wave clear that this pick brings to the table. Now BLG moving in to try and take vision control themselves.
And one of the things that we talk about with RNG so often is like they often don't care about these dragons because they're playing around topside. They're more about getting this first tower and snowballing from there. Like they have a 77% win rate when they get the first tower. Problem right now is they don't have any plates taken on this bottom side. Ziggs is clearing your waves all live long day, and that first tower take in trade of gold now versus potential power with the dragons isn't really going their way. So now we're seeing RNG going, hey look, we can't make this play happen, but we'll just go towards the dragon off of the mid and bot priority.
They should be able to take this one with no contest from the side of BLG, so nicely done by RNG. And it has to be said, the pacing of this game so far feels very much like a much slower, much more cerebral game than we're used to seeing. And even from RNG, who I think can be accredited as one of the smarter teams in the LPL, it's usually fast-paced smart play, right? It's usually snowballing through the top side, but it's going to be BLG trying to do that as Xiaohu's in trouble. Has his explosive cask. What can he do with it? Knocks BBU out, flashes back underneath tower damage on Zika, but he's happy to tank up here and gets away with his life. Now, in the bottom side, RNG look to answer, but they've taken 2 tower shots very early on. Crying denied! And RNG just can't get anything to work this game.
Yeah, nice try from Xiaohu to get something to happen. At least he gets the creeps, but the tower is being traded on the top side. Now, Rift Tower's still in the vicinity, so they can't try and make this work, but aiming, looking to clear out the wave.
This will be 4 plates taken by the looks of things with this Herald, but they won't be able to finish the tower. Importantly, BBU pushing up in the top side in the meantime here. I'm curious how many plates he got. 3 for himself. Xiaohu's TP'd in, but Wei was just laying it. Wait, what a body bop! Xiaohu manages to keep himself safe there. BBU almost goes down. I thought he was going to 2v1, but he's on the wrong side of the map here. And guess what? Zika's going to head him off. He's got capital letters in his name, and he's ready to make the play. As Xiaohu going to fall into the loving arms of this Rise. There's the root. Shockwave onto 2, but it will not matter as Zika grabs a kill.
And Xiaohu not looking so hot in this game. Now, sitting on 0-4. It has been full attention from BLG towards this top side, but Xiaohu's been on the receiving end of so much of that damage, and now sitting behind in CES. This is not going to be the game plan I think RNG were coming in with. They haven't really been able to get an answer elsewhere on the map either, which is why we're sitting at a 2k gold lead for BLG.
Feels like BLG have read him like a book, but PP God is caught out, taken out, gets his average of 1 death before 15 minutes, like we know he will. But BLG answer with a kill of their own, and now Crying in trouble, trying to escape, trying to do some fancy footwork. He's getting chased down here. A lot of movement speed with that base rush, keeps him safe, and a great chain of corruption from Crying to stop the pursuit. Nicely done to disengage by RNG. It's a 1-for-1 in the end.
But aiming's topside. He's managed to get that tower for himself. Now he's getting a ton of plates. He's going to keep pushing. Like, BLG are still winning this.
BBU's in trouble here. There's a collapse. There's a TP coming out from RNG as well, but health bars are low. Wei might just be able to finish them all off. BBU with the first kill. Crying is back. He just escaped from there and he's TP'd back in. Now there's a bomb coming down on Xiaohu, who's 1 HP, and he can't go anywhere because of the minefields. Aiming is all over this game. And now Gala in all kinds of trouble. The Realm Warp in. RNG getting picked apart. It's a kill for Wei. but it's barely anything in comparison to what BLG are finding for themselves.
It is 6-1 in kills. The turrets are going in favor of BLG. The plays are going in favor of BLG. And now they can look to take another structure on this bottom lane. Not even that, they're clearing out the jungle of RNG in the meantime as well.
This is exceptional performance coming out from BLG here. We've got 3-0-3 for Zika. We've got 3-0-4 for BuBu, and the man in the jungle, Weiwei, 1-0-7, setting all of this action up. This feels like BLG knew exactly what to expect coming into this series. They come in with a super smart draft. They outplay everything RNG try and do, and they completely shut Xiaohu out of the game. He is 5 deaths right now. 0-5-0. Dagda, if you ask me, that's an MVP candidate.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was looking at here, was just the... I'm going to ignore that. But looking over at the the way that BLG have played this, like you talked about before this, that like if BLG fall behind on this composition, it really starts to fall apart. Like, it's not looking good. But this composition ahead is obnoxious. Like, near like half healthy people, BuBu is hitting that point. You've got Aiming who's going to be tossing the Mega Inferno bombs over the top as well. Like, this is going to become really difficult for RNG to actually try and defend against this. And although we said, look, there's not a huge amount of like CC enablement for likes of Aiming or for like BuBu to hit these shots, there is a good amount of disengage where you've got like the pillar to try and stop RNG at least aggressing from the front. So we're going to need to start to see RNG making these clever plays off of TPs, finding flanks and closing the gap on towards BLG.
Herald down in the mid lane here, and with a Ziggs, you can always just satchel charge onto the tower.
Oh, wait.
Will the Herald actually get the charge? I mean, Wei has just committed suicide to try and stop the Herald. He's still got the charge. The tower still goes down. That is just a disaster for RNG. Just look at the gold difference, 6,000 at this point. As BLG are running away with this game. That is all 3 first-tier towers taken down. This will be a second Drake as well, which is going to be an Ocean Soul this game. And you're talking about it, Dagda, how there isn't that much CC to set up for these skill shots, right? But when you're this far ahead and you can just set up on the objectives, you can just use the jungle. There are choke points that everyone has to walk through. You just lob everything their way.
And especially if you start to look towards sieges, right? You just siege up in mid lane. You've got your flanks covered with wards. It becomes really difficult to do. And this unfortunate for Wei here. Walks up, doesn't realize Zika's there, Everfrost in the face, and he just gets shot down where he stands. So look, you can see here, right? BLG, they'll shove out side lanes, but quickly they'll start to congregate around this mid lane. They'll keep this 5-man unit together so they can continuously poke, push. And as long as we said RNG are in front of them, PP God can do this.
Oh, Ming trying to walk away. Does have the Eclipse for himself. And now into the jungle we go as Wei tries to get involved in the fight. It's not going to happen. I think disengage from RNG here as BLG have a lot of gold to work with. They're 6,000 up at this point. Surely RNG are not going to try and fight this one. Surely they understand that they are too far behind to make this play happen. Smite comes in, Wei, overextend for this one, the Trundle Pillar, and now the Heartbreaker. Great Dragon's Rage, though, to disengage from the play, but they still just lose the blue buff. RNG gain nothing, and now pressure onto the top tier 2.
And BLG are playing so well around these waves. Zeke could just push this one in. Now again, they're grouping up with several members. BuBu is going to start pushing this side, and there's the damage we talked about from the Ziggs.
This is just brutal. What do you do? How do you stop this siege? Nobody can get anywhere near to Aiming. If he can get his passives off onto the tower and then a W a little bit later on, they will finish this tower off, and RNG have to back away. The damage is too great. The Leandri's already finished. He's well on the way towards a Zhonya's as well. He's almost at 2 items. We're at 20 minutes into the game. Aiming is taking over, and it's important to mention that we talked a lot about BuBu versus Xiaohu at the start of the day here, but Aiming is so often the guy that has to carry for BLG. Despite usually leaving the lane with a deficit, he almost always offers about 30% of the team's damage.
And it's because a lot of the times we see him on these like weak side bot laners, right? Ezreal is most played pick. Ziggs now kind of starting to creep up there as well, but in this game, he never even fell behind. He was shoving in lanes. He moved up top side, got that big win for himself by getting all those turret plates, picking up the blue buff now for himself as well. Like, this is now where Aiming is in prime position to take over this game. And I think, as you kind of mentioned earlier on, Munch, this is BLG coming in with a really intelligent draft, and RNG kind of fumbling a little bit in the draft as well. Like, going for this early Lee Sin pick hasn't really done very much, whereas that Viego, the strongest pick on the patch in my opinion, going across the BLG, they pick up that early Ziggs as well, knowing, hey, look, you can try and play this weak side bot, or sorry, play towards this bot side if you want, but we got Ziggs, like, he's just going to clear the wave and you won't get anything from it.
And just look how fast this tower will fall with the Ziggs satchel charge there that can just annihilate the tier 2. That is 4 towers taken. They're 8,000 gold up almost. I guess it's close to 7. I'm getting too far ahead of myself here. I'm getting excited because BLG are just completely taking over the game. 2 items already, as we mentioned, on that Ziggs, and you can see the resets coming on through. BLG in a position of power here, and we're starting to get towards the questions here, Dagda, of what does RNG do? How do they get themselves out of this funk? Because we're past 20 minutes now. Baron is on the map. RNG almost 10,000 gold down. They're on a 9-win streak. This is the team that people are saying are a favorite to win the entire LPL, and BLG are destroying them right now.
Yeah, I think the big thing now for RNG is looking for picks, right? We talked about Xiaohu on this Gragas. This Everfrost build is built around looking for picks, TPing in, finding those flanks, setting up for these nice opportunities. But the issue is, look at how BLG are playing this, right? They're playing it slow, they're grouping as a unit, they're not giving the opportunity for RNG to try and find these fancy plays with like deep TP wards or some of these other plays that could catch BLG unaware. Instead, they're moving together, using that siege potential, and now with Dragon about to spawn in 45 seconds as well, they can threaten in towards the jungle of RNG and just poke them out the whole time as BLG are taking vision control.
I want to quickly talk about items again here, as we've got 2 finished off in the mid lane for Zika. We've got 2 in the top side as well for BuBu. Across all 3 lanes, BLG have multiple items on their carries at this point. I want to quickly mention how great of a game we're seeing from Zika here, when we've started to get to know Zika as this guy that really excels on the bruisers, not so great on these majors, but today on this rise, he is easily outperforming Cryan, who's not really been able to have much of an impact on the Orianna.
Oh, Xiaohu.
Wait a second. That's the wrong side of the map. How many times has Xiaohu been on the wrong side of this matchup in this game? It feels like plentiful amounts, as he will be able to slide over the wall. Not an overcommitment here from BLG. They realize Drake is up. Xiaohu is trying to distract them, so they disengage. They move to the bottom side of the map.
And RNG, they don't look like they're going to try and contest this, right? They don't have any priority in either bot or mid. Xiaohu is struggling on the top side of the map, and yes, you could TP him in, but to where? Like, you don't have vision control anywhere, so RNG give this up. Instead, they're going to use this opportunity to get vision control of Baron. And for RNG, like, as we said, this is about closing the gap and finding cool ways to interact with BLG's composition at melee range. Like, no one on BLG is going to really be able to withstand a burst combo if Xiaohu's like toss someone back into the team. But you're not getting these wards where you can look for that play.
Oh, aiming's just... everyone's just keep walking over the control ward. It doesn't matter, though. Cryan falls for the trap. Zika and PP God just waiting at either side of the tower. And then we see the Bob fly over from aiming. There's another tier 2 taken. Another Ocean Drake taken. Everything on the map being taken by BLG. And, you know, this is a team that we wanted to see more from in terms of playoff swarm. This is not a team people are seeing as a favorite, but here we go on to PP God. The denial from aiming is beautiful. And nothing can happen for RNG. They just can't find a window. The Heartbreaker out from Wei. From Wei, sorry. Even the Flash as well. BLG get away.
And at this stage now, you need to start rotating around the map here as RNG. Xiaohu needs to be on this bottom side so we can use that TP to get here. But BLG, they've been playing this so incredibly well, right? As you said, denial from aiming on that engage. Constantly getting vision control before they walk anywhere. Making picks with Zika. And if you continue this road as BLG, well, I mean, the gold lead kind of speaks volumes about where we're at. 9,000 gold lead already picked up for themselves. The opportunity to, like, again, start poking even more and more. It's not like the key members of this team fall off anytime soon, right? You know, BuBu still going to be relevant for a large portion of this game without a tank coming through an RNG side. You're getting this Viego coming online. Ziggs has just finished the Horizon Focus. He is so strong with that item.
It is terrifying. Honestly, the Horizon Focus spike
He'll nerdy one-shot
just... It is mind-blowing. Every Q is going to do like half of someone's HP if it's at long enough range at this point. Ming taking a shock blast here. The poke is insane. Ming goes in to start the fight onto Weiwei. Shockwave onto Weiwei as well. But that's it. They just don't have the damage. RNG trying to find a pick here, but it just won't happen. And Zika, he's behind everyone right now. He's pushing in this bottom lane. Realm Warp available if he wants to try and make a flank play, but BLG don't need to. They are in no rush. They have no pressure on them to force a play here. RNG's play already failed. They don't have any hard engage remaining, so BLG can just chill. They can relax. They've got a soul coming up in 2.5 minutes, and they know it.
I think Wei got bumped by the satchel charge in that last fight, which meant he couldn't follow up on the Sonic Wave. He was out of range of it, which meant he maybe could have gone onto aim. It wasn't quite. Now BLG are sieging up once again. Chains of Corruption.
Overextension from PP God here. Ming follows up Xiaohu into the play as well. They're desperately trying to finish this Trundle off, but he stole all the tanky stats, and he barely lives through to the end of the fight. Here we go, Everfrost in. BLG losing out on this one as it's 2 kills for RNG to start us off. Looks like RNG can't follow on for too much more. PP God stepping too far forward, and Weiwei falls for his trouble.
And you can see, like, if RNG can actually close the gap, Shockwave mid does not connect onto aiming, but if you can close the gap here as RNG, you do have a chance. Like, again, nobody's really tanky enough to try and deal with the initial engage and the burst damage that can be provided by RNG, so they can very quickly pick off 1, maybe 2 members before a fight starts, and then turn the tides a little bit. And you can see it here, right? PP got too far forward. Although he steals the stats coming through from Ming and does survive quite a while, if BuBu doesn't flash there, it's BuBu and PP God dead, and maybe this is the fight that RNG need, but not quite able to do so, but it'll still be a 1-for-2 trade, all said and done.
Nicely done by RNG. A really crucial window for them to find. They are still 8,000 gold down though, Doctor. I don't want to get too excited just yet. They've got a long, long way to go if they want to be able to win this series and win this game. But it is a minute until this Ocean Drake comes up, and it feels like RNG could have done with some time, right? Feels like they could have done with a little bit more space to buy some items, to get stronger on the carries. But hey, they do have 3 items for Gala here. They've got 2 items for Cryan, which is a big spike for the Orianna. Maybe there's a window. Maybe a big enough Shockwave with a Chain of Corruption, some arrows going in. Maybe it's possible, but we talked about BLG. If they're on the objective first, it's difficult to contest.
Yeah, no flash for Xiaohu means he's not going to be able to like body slam someone very quickly and get that big engage that you need. You've already got the push in bot side and vision control here for BLG in the jungle, but wait.
Flash forward from Gala. BuBu's in trouble. There's the Sonic Wave as well. Can they finish the kill? The answer is yes. RNG, 2 picks back to back, and now a heartbreak as BLG looking for Xiaohu in the jungle as well. Shockwave onto 2. It's 1-for-1 so far, but RNG are grouped up. They might be able to find themselves a fight. Aiming behind everyone. He has a lot of damage from these bombs. Ming behind him flashes to get the stun, but he answers with his own life here. And Weiwei trying to close the gap. He's pretending to be Leona, but it was all a trick. It's Viego all along. And he will go down in the end. The damage not there from aiming. BLG trade 2 for 2. Can they get the Drake for themselves here? They don't have a smite available, but Wei cannot contest.
Well, Wei's starting to move in now. There's the TP. Round 2, Munch.
Time to see who gets the Drake. It is going to be the soul taken by BLG. 3v3 here with an Ocean Soul and a gold lead. Surely BLG will take this one. Cryan goes down. Wei goes down. Gala left alone in the world, and he ults too early. The pillar is perfect. Get out your hymn books. It's time to praise PP God.
And BLG will get the Baron off of this play as well. The soul to BLG, the Baron to BLG. And you thought this siege was obnoxious before? Well, this is about to get a whole lot worse. Who? What?
Shao what? I don't know what that TP was. He's trying to buy space, trying to buy time, but it's going to do nothing. As BLG get onto the Baron themselves, and they only need a couple of people to do this one. You can see BuBu still just pushing in the mid lane because there's no one available to contest. Baron falls. Mid lane tier 2 falls. There is just inhibs. There's just a base remaining for RNG.
And you can see here, this was actually a really nice start to this fight from RNG, right? Flash forward from Gal with the Chains of Corruption. Perfect follow-up from the rest of the team here as well, and they finish off BuBu. The problem is, it was the go button for BLG on this bottom side as well. Xiaohu gets caught between several members here. Cryan doesn't really have the damage to finish people off, and Weiwei, he's just getting these resets right, left, and center in this fight. This is the perfect scenario for a Viego where he's just finishing off members in low health skirmishes. It's not really an upfront 5v5, and he's just running amok here, finishing off RNG.
Done, and it does go down in the end, but it doesn't really matter. That's the problem. Oh, we're already into the action. Wei's been caught out. Gala's been caught out. Everybody on RNG has been taken out. Xiaohu falls for the 7th time this game. Xiaohu has been the entire story of success for RNG this split, and BLG have completely obliterated the RNG playbook here. The towers will fall. BLG break open the base, and they're not showing any signs of stopping here, Dagda. 4 members strong. BLG will break down the Nexus towers. Ming doing everything he can to hold the gates, but it's just not going to happen. A 4-man shockwave, but it simply does not matter. BLG take game number 1 against RNG.
And in such dominant fashion as well. This felt like BLG taking their style and turning it up to 90. Absolutely tearing through Xiaohu in that top side of the map. Aiming, being able to clear out all these waves on bot side meant that you're winning top. RNG find no answer in the bottom lane, even when they get these objectives like the Rift Herald, and there's no first tower taken for RNG. They don't get to play their style, and Xiaohu is falling further and further behind in the top lane. What a performance, and what a draft from BLG as well, reading exactly what RNG were trying to do.
This series, or this game, sorry, was all about the pre-preparation in my mind from BLG. My hat is off to you, Coach Kim. If I had a hat anyway, I'd take it off. Really, really impressive performance out from BLG. Clearly knowing exactly what RNG want to do, both in the draft and in the game, and playing pretty much a full counter strategy. And this is the downside of being a team like RNG, where they do play pretty much one strategy for the majority of their games. If you go against a team that knows how to play around it, it can become very difficult very quickly.
Yeah, and I think there was a couple of key decision makings here for BLG that really solidified this draft for me. Like, one, the early pick of the Viego and the Jace made it like really difficult for RNG to find any sort of answer. Like we talked about it, where it's like, look, you go towards Gwen, good matchup for the Jace, you're already winning there. You banned away a ton of the other picks as well. There's not really much left for Xiaohu to go towards. The other big one was the Ziggs. And I think if we'd seen a scenario where, okay, well, we got Xiaohu playing weak side, but we get to see the MSI RNG, where they can still play towards Gala, they get these early towers for him, they start to rotate him around the map, that works wonderfully. And we saw RNG trying to get that plan in action, use the Rift Herald bot side, but there's a Ziggs. Ziggs is like, cool, one bomb, there goes the wave, what are you going to do about it? Like, there's no way for them to set up this play, and I felt like everywhere that they moved, RNG just found themselves in a checkmate.
Yeah, and I feel like, you know, we were talking about aiming. On average, gets like 30% of the team's damage. I feel like it could be even higher than that in this game, because the amount of work he was doing with these bombs across the team fights. Also, I just want to, look, I'm a bit of a Ziggs aficionado. I love the pick. I've been really excited about seeing it more in the LPL.
Aficionado's a strong word, I will say.
This is how you play Ziggs as a team. Like, Ziggs is a team pick. You have to play through the Ziggs. You have to enable him to get tower plates. We saw him play bot, then move up to the top lane, taking multiple towers around the map, and then playing through these jungle chokes where your minefield does so much work, your satchel charge does so much work. If you're in a position where you can use that satchel charge aggressively, like Aiming did pretty much every single fight, you know that Ziggs is being set up well for success by the team.
Yeah, and I actually think this is one of the games where I wanted to see Varus taking the teleport. It felt like a lot of these early plays, you just had that TP available for the Ziggs, so he's pushing top lane, but available for the bot lane dive. I felt like in this scenario, like, yes, you had the heal for Varus, but did it really do a huge amount for you? Like, there wasn't a huge amount of CC that you really had to worry about in this game either. I think the TP to try and answer for the Ziggs could have been really useful in that scenario to just match a lot of where Amy was, but I think Amy, phenomenal performance on the Ziggs, even if it was kind of the a little bit quiet in the early game. Like, a lot of that was focused on Bew, who was just decimating Xiaohu. I think Ziggs was and Amy were a bit of the unsung hero, because it stopped RNG from making any sort of other plays, allowing Bew and also Wei to just run away with this top jungle matchup.
I want to dig into that top lane matchup a little bit more as well, Dagda, because it felt like Xiaohu mechanically was actually somewhat winning out the 1v1s. Like we saw a little bit later on into the lane that he was pretty consistently winning the trades against BBU, but it was that one time that Xiaohu makes the misplay, hits his body slam onto a minion. BBU immediately just pulls the trigger and gets a solo kill. That is how you know that this is a high quality top lane matchup, because the split second someone makes a mistake, it will be punished. You can have a guarantee on that one. We're going to jump into a break. We're going to find out if BLG can continue and close out this upset over one of the entire tournament favorites right after this.
大家好，我是平野绫。对我来说，小虎和明一直都是非常强劲的对手。第一次在 LPL 的舞台和他们的交手是2017年 LPL 春季赛，明坐稳首发的第一个赛季。小明那场选了女枪辅助，对线一直压制着我们。
打平原地打还挺痛的，下路这个真的是太难受了。
当时他已经是一名相当有创造力的辅助选手了，单赛季用了11个不同的英雄，软辅卡玛、露露，硬辅泰坦、布隆。包括 MF 的选择也有4场，小虎也已经在 LPL 打了4个赛季，早就站稳了脚跟。面对各种风格的中单选手，都能稳定的发挥。
来了，这边高的没？
包括17年夏季赛，小虎也拿到了常规赛的 MVP， 打线凶的同时，还能兼顾帮助队友，场均压刀与场均控制都排名第一。其实最开始我们和 RNG 交手还是互有胜负的。不过到了后面，小虎和明走过来握手的次数似乎要更多一点。交手这么多次下来，你就能感受到小虎和明都是天赋很高的选手。我们常常讲，决定选手上限的往往是他对于不同版本的适应能力，但他们在不同版本中的表现都相当出色。可以说 RNG 能达到18年的高度，除了团队配合之外，小虎和明他们选手对于个人版本的适应也是相当的重要。
因为其实我个人的话，我从打职业一开始对自己的定位就是做一名全面的中单嘛，可能选到由我来带节奏的英雄的时候，我就会沟通量比较大一些。
等我站上解说台，从对手的视角脱离出来，了解到更多的场外因素，你就能更清楚地看到小虎与明这2年的经历与成长。
队友可能会出现一些小失误的时候，会因为节奏会变得不一样嘛，所以我可能会需要站出来。
从新人再到队长，这个过程其实我也走过。就更能感同身受。年龄并不能决定你在这支队伍里的地位，真正让一名选手成为队伍领袖的，是他本身表现出的牺牲精神与铭记力。从新人到如今队里的老大哥，场上指挥局势，稳定军心，场下活跃气氛，团结队友。明从加入队伍至今保持了极高的出勤率，2年时间已达成2000助攻成就。包括小虎，今年为了队伍主动改变位置，适应新环境。
我记得助攻排行榜里边好像大多数都是辅助，只有我这一个中单上单都玩过的选手，之后的话也可以考虑一下打辅助。
硬着头皮上去开个闪现，一个 W 闪晕，哇，小虎
4000这个数字本身就意味着时间，它是由场下每日每夜的训练，场上每分每秒的拼搏沉淀积累而来的。
我4000助攻的话，就感觉可能只是一个对我这个比赛职业生涯的一个认可吧，所以说后面也会尽可能的再多拿一点助攻。
随着你在这个圈子待的时间越来越久，年纪越来越大，你会愈发珍惜这些熟悉的面孔，因为他们就是你我青春的回忆。平野绫的 LPL 助攻数停留在了4014，如今小虎和明已经超过了我，未来他们将一路向前，这个差距还会继续扩大。我希望小虎和明能够陪伴我们的时间更久一些，拿到5000甚至6000助攻，创下那些全新的纪录，抵达那座最高的顶峰。
下一场我们对战 BLG 的上野的话，也是算联盟就是配合比较不错的一个上野吧。然后的话，我跟肥队如果想打赢他们的话，可能还是要注意很多细节吧。BLG 的话，其实一直以来都是一个偏韩式运营的队伍吧。然后我们只要做好在那个资源团上的争夺就可以了。
I don't think Xiaohu quite expected the extent to which that statement was going to be true. That the top jungle is pretty scary from this team. I'm Muchables. I'm joined by Dags as we head towards game number 2. And if you missed it, BLG just gave us a masterclass on how to destroy RNG. They absolutely smashed them. A phenomenal performance here from BLG, and especially from Weiwei in the jungle, grabbed himself an MVP.
Yeah, a huge amount of this early game was supported off the back of Weiwei, being able to facilitate BB on that top side, like we talked about, like playing towards the counter pick strength in the top lane, and then being able to stop a lot of what Wei wanted to do in these early stages as well, maneuver around the map, making sure he was there to support his own bot lane as well, every time RNG tried to make a play.
Exceptional stuff. And like, it felt like it was like BLG are an orchestra. This guy's the conductor, right? He's there at the start of every single play. He's the one initiating. You can tell he's the one that is making these plays happen, and his lane is playing through him. He's setting them up to be the carries. And so many times we saw Xiaohu just getting picked apart here. So many times we saw BLG playing towards that top half of the map.
Yeah, and it meant that when you got that top half of the map solidified there for BBU, they can turn their attention elsewhere, looking towards these dragons, looking towards these bot sides, making picks happen, so RNG cannot find any sort of foothold back into this game. And I think it was a really phenomenal performance from Weiwei to not only like understand exactly how to play this draft, but also to make sure that RNG had no opportunities at all in this game.
Yeah, really, really tough one for RNG, and it felt like after the early game that BLG had, there was no window back in, and I think a huge portion of that is, if we go back to the draft, this Trundle pick that we were kind of unsure about from PP God, right? But when you think about it in the grand scheme of this game, because of the lead they had, Trundle was like the ultimate disengaged support. The second Ming tries to get into the action, well, subjugation. You lose all of your tanky stats, you're just basically a paper model at that point. It was like origami, and BLG had nothing but matches.
Yeah, and I think the big thing, though, is just how far ahead they got kind of just enabled the Trundle more, right? Because you could see in a couple of these fights where if PP God was too far out or someone was caught out, there was no one to stop RNG from en masse collapsing onto that player, picking them off. And oftentimes we did see these fights, you know, going like 1-2 for RNG, 2-2 for RNG, despite the 10,000 gold lead that was there for BLG. So it really did feel like at least the Trundle did facilitate them well, but it was more enabled because of the gold lead. So I think coming back into our draft coming into now, game number 2, I think if we see that Trundle again and RNG end up a bit more even, won't have the same sort of impact. But I also think we're going to see the Ziggs band away. I think it was a real thorn in the side of RNG, kind of the last nail in the coffin that stopped them from being able to do anything against the draft that BLG had.
Yeah, and I think a key thing as well in this game was we're talking about the trades that RNG did manage to make in the mid game quite often, like you're saying, trading evenly in a fight. Quite often we saw BLG were taking a tower elsewhere on the map while that was happening, right? It never quite felt like RNG were able to make properly even trades or positive trades, except for like once or twice they got a couple of picks. But there was that one window in the mid game where they got 2 picks back to back, and it was like, oh, maybe things are about to turn around. And then we saw what damage aiming could do on the Ziggs when it was 3 items. And I mean, there is no coming back from that kind of damage. There is nothing you can do against that kind of Mega Inferno bot.
Yeah, and I think coming into the draft for now, as we actually are about to launch into it, the big thing I want to see more from the RNG side is higher priority in this Viego. We've seen it kind of throughout the day, throughout the split, how important this pick can be. And especially when you're going to have BLG on the red side again, you have the opportunities RNG to first pick this Viego if you want. But there we go, Viego going to be locked in.
So Viego, first pick here. The Twisted Fate and the 2 junglers banned once again from BLG. And now over to the side of BLG to see what they want to prioritize. This Lee Sin has been a staple for, I mean, it's been a staple for pretty much every team at this point, right? But certainly a strong priority pick. Gwen also available if they want to try and take that matchup at the top side.
Yeah, you could go towards the Gwen. Also, just the fact that you've got the Lee Sin already locked in. Potentially go towards the Jace as well here. Continue to go towards that kind of strong pick in the top side of the map. But the Ziggs has been left open, so Aiming just going to secure that one for himself once more.
Yep, so the Ziggs, we thought that might be one of the bans coming into this series, or coming into this game of the series to try and shut out the BLG strategy, but it's not going to happen, at least for the time being, as RNG now look towards elsewhere on the map, trying to get a good jungle matchup for Wei so that he can set up that top lane once again.
Yeah, and I mean, the Volley Bear, incredibly strong early duelist and can do relatively well against the Lee Sin. Now, I just want to throw out there, Yu plays a hell of a lot of the Lee Sin top. So this could still be a solo lane Lee Sin, and maybe we see Wei try and pick something now for himself that counteracts this Volley Bear. On the upside, they're Crying going to go pick up the Rise. I like this. I think Crying definitely needs something, it feels like, in this game where he can start to roam, facilitate Xiaoku top lane on this Viego, try and help out on the bot side, but Zika going to try and shut that down, with the Galio going to be able to play off towards both sides if they decide to lock that in.
See where they go, Crying with this Rise. So it feels like a lot of the strength of BLG's composition from game number 1 being taken by RNG here. The Viego is the first pick. The Rise is the pick for Crying, which is a very strong pick for Crying anyway. That felt like a bit of a takeaway from Crying in game number 1. So really nice adaptations here in the draft from RNG.
And I want to see RNG start to ban away these mid laners that can move with the Rise, right? Something that can push in against it. Galio, we just saw hovered from Zika. I think things like the Orianna as well could be banned away, but actually they're convinced that this Lee Sin is going towards the jungle, so they're going to ban away the Camille. Potential here for the Gwen ban away is they just want to continue on towards this top side of the map.
So top laners banned by RNG, AD carries being banned here by BLG, and if you want to ban out Gala, I mean, Kai'Sa would be the the number 1, but I feel like Kai'Sa has a pretty rough laning phase against the Ziggs. Very, very difficult to find any opportunities because you're just outranged, generally speaking, as the Ezreal taken off. So weak side bot lane is being banned by BLG.
There is still the opportunity to go something like a Thresh Jinx, though, if you really want to. Like, you still have a lot of safety there. I mean, unless PP, well, you can't even see PP God taken up because you've already got the Leona locked in. So I'm still not convinced that you won't just see some sort of weak side bot lane come through from RNG here and have that late game scaling locked in beside us.
We talked about it earlier in game number 1. We talked about it as a Jace counter pick, but it is very good at killing mages, Dagda. Zika is very good at playing bruisers, Dagda. He's not going to lock it in. He goes to the Renekton, but still, same deal, right? The Renekton, very aggressive, potentially in that mid lane. Could be going up to the top lane for Pew either, depending where this Lee Sin ends up.
Yeah, there's still a lot of flexibility here for BLG. Now, we haven't seen Zika play the Renekton, but could be a Renekton mid as well. So BLG, I like that they're kind of keeping RNG on their toes here. The Varus, if Gallo went for it in the last game, could potentially go towards it here again. I think if you pair it with something like the Thresh, it becomes a little bit easier to maneuver this Varus around, avoid some of the damage that can come through from Ziggs, but also just enables a lot of RNG's composition as well. Good follow-up, good reposition tools for the likes of the Rise in the mid lane as well. So could look towards that, or we just get the traditional pick of the Nautilus, which has kind of been the go-to against this Leona. Okay.
Set coming on through for Ming here. That's exciting to see because I feel like Set is one of the more underrated supports in the meta right now. Certainly a lot of hard engage and creative play available with that Set if you can find yourself on a flank. It's a Nidalee. For the second time today, we get to see the Renekton Nidalee come on through once again.
And gives a good amount of range to the BLG composition as well, right? Now you got Ziggs and this Nidalee that can do a lot of damage from afar, so RNG again have to try and find these engages. This time around though, they have a lot more tools to try and set that up with the Rise, the Set who can come in from many different angles as well. So I think BLG going to be trying to keep themselves at least in the early stages, playing up towards this top lane, making sure they can play off the double bruiser and that Nidalee with the CC to provide for these early spears.
Feels like BLG, once again, very, very strong long-range poke composition here. If they can get a lead, if they can be the ones on the objectives first, feels really good. Let's talk RNG again, though, because BLG, it feels like the strategy hasn't changed too dramatically for them. For the side of RNG, a lot of picks changing up here. Is there a big difference in playstyle you're anticipating?
Yeah, I think the big one is, look, you've got a roaming mid laner in this Ryze, can look to play towards that top side of the map. Especially in these early stages, Ryze can shove in pretty effectively and look to make these roams up towards the top side of the map. As well, you've got this Volibear who at level 6 can turn off towers, so certainly a little bit more pressure on towards BLG in these early stages. So we'll have to see if BLG can keep himself safe from this 3-man roam squad, because if you're only up against like both the Nidalee and this Renekton on the top side for RNG, you can win that 3v2 fairly handily.
Now, Dagda, I want to take a second and talk about Zika. I already said he's capitalized his name on the Rift. He's capitalized his gameplay recently. Well, this Lee Sin is one of those 2 notorious picks that you talked about before this series began. He has played it 3 times so far. He has a 100% win rate, and he has a 41 KDA on this Lee Sin in the mid lane. Zika is certainly a player to keep your eyes on as we head into game 2.
Yeah, and especially if he can get these early leads, if you can have Xiaopeng play towards that, unlock him, he's amazing at making these roaming plays happen, starting to actually counteract a lot of what BLG want to do. But wait, getting spotted out here.
Do we have level 1 shenanigans? It looks like not in the end. Just going to be some vision taken. As I'm not sure if Weiwei actually dropped a ward there, if it was just a trap. I think it is a ward, though. Oh, yeah, because he threw a spear, so it must have been a ward. As 1v1 between Cryan and Zika. Huge damage coming out from Zika. He has flash available. Cryan's got to be real careful on that one. That's so crucial. With minions arriving, Cryan's laning phase is going to be difficult now.
And one of the things for Lee Sin is that you actually kind of suck until level 3. You don't get access to your full rotation spells, you don't really get to push, so having this big lead now pop up early gives a lot of control of Zika to this early wave. And one of the things I wanted to point out was Cryan can push this wave, crash 3rd wave, potentially move up towards top side to interrupt Xiaohu and BLG's 1v1, but now having to go onto the back foot going to make that a heck of a lot more difficult to do.
Feels like this Twisted Fate ban has been a bit of an issue for Cryan so far in this series. Xiaohu, though, this time around on the Viego. Feels like he's in a bit of a more advantageous position up on the top side. Great little pull here by Ming in the bottom side. Starting things off aggressively with him and Gala. I remember Ziggs, definitely one of these picks that does require a couple of items before you really coming online, but it is a skill shot champion. If you can hit those bombs on the enemy AD carry, items don't matter so much. You'll still be able to poke them out of lane.
And with that early pressure, hoping that Wei can get down to the bottom side, but Wei now here against Zika.
Flash for flash in the mid lane. It's going to be Wei trying to close the gap. Zika, very nice ward. It was a little too close for comfort. Nearly got caught just going for the ward, but will be able to survive another day.
Yeah, and look, it means that now for Cryan, still having control of this wave, just trying to even that up a little bit. Wei is still going to be trying to push in towards this top side of the map. You can see this big wave trying to crash here for Xiaohu, but with Wei on the bottom side, there's not going to be too much pressure for Xiaohu underneath this enemy turret.
So we see our junglers going opposite routes here. Wei already making that transition gank in the mid lane. Nice little pull here by Ming in the bottom side, but Gala completely disrupted. Doesn't get to use his Q in the trade, unfortunately for him, so not as advantageous as they'd like. And Wei could be in trouble now. Big push in the bottom side, but looks like they're too late. Wei will grab his crab. So 1-for-1 on the Scuttle Crabs. Everything neutral so far in this game, Dan.
Yeah, you can see Gala trying to eye up to see if he can get the Scuttle. Like, most junglers will do a second smite in their jungle before going for the Scuttle Crab, so there is always the opportunity to steal it, but Gala not quite able to get in position. So junglers pretty much even Steven right now. We'll just have to see where they want to try and put their attention on this next reset. Again, like, you're battling for control here. Oh, hang on. BLG?
Oh my days. Xiaohu. These are some aggressive trades on the top side. And here's the thing. Renekton is not a pick that you lock in to scale up. This is a pick you play to win the early laning phase. Xiaohu, he does not care for the reasons that BLG has picked it. All he cares for is aggressive trading, and it's working out beautifully for him.
the way that you want to play this is exactly how Xiaohu is, like punishing the range advantage that you have. As soon as BB uses a spell, going for these heavy trades, keeping him at arm's length. Now, this will start to move over into BB's favor as he starts to get a bit more levels in his Q. He starts to get that Iron Spike whip. Like, you can trade very quickly against Xiaohu. So Xiaohu, I think off this reset, will look towards the early Vamp Scepter, make it a little bit of an easier trade in that, but actually just going towards the Phage, so not even going to go towards the Blade of the Rune King, instead going straight towards that Divine Summon.
I guess wanting that sustained damage that you do get from all of those Sheen procs across the course of a fight, as well as percentage damage, could be necessary to be able to burn through the front line of BLG later on into the game. BLG, though, is way trying to get some kind of control, dropping a trap into the river brush there, just to make sure if we do see Wei coming into that river, it'll be all known about by Wei. Next crab coming up on the bottom side of the map, though, but we talked about both of these teams quite happy to forego the bottom side, right? Quite happy to go for Heralds instead of Drake's crying with a nice little dodge. Sonic Wave in the mid lane, but the root. Zika's gone in just as his jungler comes out. Complete miscommunication. A thinking emoji out from Cryan, but here comes PP God behind the play. Wei can still follow up on this one. The locked up target, the spear, easy to land, but another Rune Prison comes out from Cryan. He wants to earn that paycheck, might get punished for it. Bew doesn't have the damage. The double kill comes in, and Cryan looks to make a name for himself.
We questioned him on the Rise pick, and how dare we? A double kill in that play coming through for Cryan, looking so good in that play. Spots the Renekton coming down from the top side and still manages to pick up the double. And RNG, this is what we wanted to see from him in the early stages. And watch down the replay here. Wei knows there is no vision in this brush. He hides just out of vision, and the second they go in, Zika, not spotting the volley bear fast enough, follows up on the Q, means that Wei's able to finish him off. And even here, this is nice from PP God. I like the idea of the roam. Unfortunately for him, though, Cryan bursts out Wei. PP God goes way too far into the tower, thinking that he'd be able to finish off Wei, who just gets his own shield. And with the TPs coming in, Yubi's got to run for the hills.
And it's really important to talk about the presence of mind that we get to see from Cryan. I'm not talking about the rune. I realize that sounds like I'm talking about mana regen. Using the Rune Prison to get the actual root is so crucial in these situations because it stops the follow-up, right? When that means that you're going to do less damage in your combo as a Rise. It's important to be able to combo effectively. I'm going to hold this thought. We've got BLG invading on the red buff. They're going to be able to take this one. Wei just moving in and actually manages to get this steal. BLG have to walk away empty-handed. They committed a lot of time to that play.
Yeah, it's not also the biggest of wins, right? I mean, look, red buff is nice, right? It gets the slow, nice for ganks and stuff like that. Like, it's campstone away, but at the same time, you're a volley bear. Like, you have so much chase down potential. You have a bunch of CC. You have a ton of slows in your kit. It doesn't really impact his ganking. And as well, you still have those opportunities we talked about with Wei. Now with the Sheen, looking for those tower dives, and I am casting my eyes towards that top side. You have TP available for Cryan. He is full mana. He has Realm Warp to get back to the mid lane. They can look to start these plays.
Oh, pulling in the bottom side. PP God getting traded aggressively on once again. That seems to be consistent in this bottom lane. Ming quite happy to trade support health for support health because he's set. He has insane amounts of health regen, so you're happy to take that trade any day of the week. Dagda, we're 8 minutes into this game. I want to kind of reset on what we should be expecting of the next few minutes, because I feel like it's been, even though there's only 3 kills, pretty chaotic here. It's a 1,500 gold lead for RNG. Feels like they have to be the ones pushing forwards.
The big news for RNG is that they burnt the TP on Aiming and Zika, so they can go for these mass plays on top side if they want to, knowing that BLG won't really be able to respond. However, look at the bottom lane. Gala only just resetting. BLG off of that push have got to this Rift Herald first, and RNG won't be able to respond fast enough, and they're not even in a position to trade because Gala reset.
We'll see, though, because I've seen RNG take these fights before. I've seen LPL teams happy to turn up to a fight late and try and win it out anyway. Here we go, Ming with the showstopper, but he's locked up on the front line himself. There's a big haymaker across the team. Health bar's low from RNG, though, as they're grouped up. In goes Wei, bringing the thunder and pushing BLG away. The Herald is taken. In the end, Wei grabs it for himself, and BLG in full retreat, but Cryan won't let them go anywhere. Ming now trying to regain ground, trying to close the gap on this one. Hex Flash over the wall, under the tower they go. Sky Splitter coming on in a TP as well. Aiming, dodges away from the damage. Ming will go down. It's a 1-for-1 under the tower. BLG late to the party. RNG are 7-1.
It's a 4-for-1 trade. They miss out on the Rift Tower, but the team fight still goes the way of RNG, and this is the way that RNG play. They're more about getting these early gold leads than looking towards these early objectives, and although I thought they were going to be late, they take this fight before Gala even shows up. Like, look at where Gala is, and RNG are still confident to go, no, we can play this. Ming flashes in, gets the engage, and RNG just focus this top half. So while BLG are going, hang on, we got to finish this Rift Herald, they're able to finish off BLG so quickly. Xiaohu now starts to get the resets, and eventually we ignore the flash from Gala when he misses the Chains of Corruption, but he is now in the fight, and RNG can close it out.
Beautifully done by RNG, and BLG left wondering what went wrong on this one. You can see in the picture-in-picture as well, the dragon taken here as the rest of this play. I mean, Ming just sacrificing himself to make the extra kill happen. And the TP saving Zika's life from BLG. But now we have to see what else is going to happen across the course of this game. Aiming 1-0-0. He's headed towards his first line. But realistically, when you look across the scoreboard, it's kind of the polar opposite of what we saw in game number 1. This time, it's Cryin that's massively ahead instead of Zika. This time, it's Xiaohu with a lead in the top lane, albeit not as crazy as the lead BLG got.
And look, I think everyone is going to kind of agree that Cryin has had a bit of a rough start to the split, but it certainly feels like he's now finding his home on these roam-oriented champions, control mages that can provide CC and enable the rest of the team. And this Ryze is fitting that beautifully now. You can see 4-0-3. He's controlling this mid lane so well against Zika despite that early start, and now is providing everything that RNG need to start to play the map.
Xiaohu returning to the top side, but look at Weiwei here, trying to potentially set up a dive for himself, because Zeke is moving up as well. Remember, BLG, if he can get the stun onto Xiaohu, can set this up beautifully. TP's come in. Xiaohu flashes the spear, though. Heartbreaker back underneath the tower. The bombs go wide from aiming, and it's Cryin and Xiaohu against the world under the tower. Zika will go down as 1-for-1. In comes Ming to try and lock them up as well. RNG have thwarted the play. This series is about the mind games, and this time it's RNG who've read BLG. This time it's RNG thwarting the plays.
Away is still here. They're looking for war.
Ming wants to keep this one going. Wei moving in, looking for PP God. He is tanky though, and forced to flash away. 10-2 on the scoreline. A 4,000 gold lead for RNG.
And this is RNG playing their style once again. BLG, they forgot to count the wards. They only saw 3 of them on the map. They didn't realize that Ming, the 4th ward for RNG, was making his way topside, and Ming able to turn that play back around. And now RNG, they get more off the back of it as well. Turret plates in the hands of Xiaohu. Divine Sunder going to be completed for this Viego. Blade of the Rune King going to be coming through very soon. And now Xiaohu's in a position to fully take over in this side lane and use the strengths that RNG have used in their 9-win streak so far.
And honestly, I'm not even asked about Xiaohu this game. I'm looking at Cryin. 5-1-4. This guy has been criticized so much over the course of not just this split, over the course of the last 2 years, honestly. Aside from when he was on E-Stars, he was praised heavily. As soon as he moved over to RNG, it felt like this guy was just getting limitless amounts of criticism. And I want to point something out quickly, that a lot of people perhaps thinking that this Ryze pick is a little bit weird because he's not played at this split. It's not the case. It is his second most played mid laner of all time. 66% win rate for Cryin on this Ryze. This is a classic for Cryin in that mid lane, and it's exciting to see him leveling up once more. You said it yourself, Dagda. He had a slow start to this split, but he has more than come into his own.
And now he gets to go and use this in a side lane, right? You stick Cryin in one, Xiaohu in the other. You got the realm warps, the TPs, everything you want to start beating BLG in that side lane control. And this is where RNG start to shine. They'll start to push in side lanes, be first to objectives. You're constantly moving in here as BLG, and this again is a composition that pretty much relies on aiming because of how far both these solo laners are for BLG, how far Weiwei is behind on this Nidalee as well. And look at Zig's items, right? He's had 0 attention this entire game. He's a level behind Gala. He hasn't got his first item completed, and he's behind the curve, and he's still a long way away from the top of that curve.
Yeah, difficult situation for aiming. And we talked after game number 1 about how to play through the Ziggs, right? How to make this pick work. Uh-oh, aiming. He does finish the tower, but was it worth it? I'm not so sure, because Gala gets himself a kill. And guess what? He also has auto-attacked. He can also take towers. This will be traded in the bottom side.
And it's just in time for Dragon as well, right? 35 seconds into that spawns. BLG trying to make a play topside, but Xiao's just killing BuBu.
BuBu having to use the Dominus super early in this skirmish, but he's got his teammates nearby. So they look to maybe set up a dive. I think BuBu threatening the idea of it more than he actually wants to go for a dive here because he's low on HP. They're looking to finish this tower off. PP got off on the wings. He's on a ward. Xiaohu, you got to back away from this one, buddy. This is not a fight that you can take anymore. Tower will go down, but look, we talked about the towers being taken on the bottom side. Well, RNG looking for a tower and a half on this one. Almost finished that second one off. If it wasn't a Ziggs, if it was any other AD carry, that might be a tier 2 take.
And now BLG need to start trading on this top side again. Look towards the Rift Tower as RNG inevitably falling back towards this Dragon. Wei going to start that one up, but still need to be careful because you can see RNG, they can start to move up towards this top side of the map if they want to. Xiaohu is in position and there's no Dominus available for BuBu.
Realm Warp going to be coming on through here. Scryan and Gala, RNG, they're going to get everything. And this is the power of that Rise pick. You take the Drake, fantastic. You then just teleport to the top side of the map. They're all stored on a Scuttle Crab, practically taunting BLG because BLG know there is no universe. They can fight RNG right now. And we just have to take a moment and appreciate how big of a change it is to see in game number 2 comparatively to game number 1. The way RNG are dealing with this style of composition from BLG. Felt like BLG in game number 1 coming in, completely reading the RNG playbook, throwing a total curveball at them. RNG thrown for a loop, but then they come back in game number 2. Totally different draft, totally different style, and it's looking beautiful.
And the big difference is just not having that super strong counter pick for BuBu in the top side. The fact that like aiming is free farming the bottom lane doesn't nest BLG that auto win. So it means that now they've actually got to try and fight against RNG. And RNG, roaming mid laner, strong top lane, way able to support them. Like this is the RNG style. And unfortunately BLG are now falling prey to it. But I want BLG to try and find plays to get back at RNG. And a lot of this is going to be looking towards Cryin that bottom lane. See if you can shove in this mid lane with the Ziggs, commit PP God, Wei, BuBu on towards a full play on towards Cryin. Pick him off, get the Rise out of the picture, and make sure that you're not falling further behind.
Your dreams may come true because we've got Wei and BuBu moving towards the bottom side, but Wei is here as well. He knows exactly what BLG would love to do, and he's here to stop it in its tracks. We've got another 3 minutes until this Drake is up, but it's not going to stop RNG playing towards the bottom side because that tier 2 already taken to half HP. With Ming and Wei taking complete control of the bottom side of the jungle here, they can set Cryin up for success in that sort of pseudo split push role. It's going to be a chain of corruption onto PP God there. Kind of surprised to see the ultimate committed, but Gala has a Rift Herald in hand. I think they're just looking to siege mid.
And even if they didn't, it's looking at top side as well, right? You're forcing members from BLG to reset when you've got pressure top. Now you've got the Rift Herald mid as well. It's RNG not playing the lane, they're playing the map, and BLG aren't able to keep up right now.
Really nicely done here by RNG to keep pushing the gold lead. They don't quite finish the tower in the mid lane there, but tower went down elsewhere onto the map. It's going to be 2-2 in terms of towers, but 11-2 in kills here. And a 5,000 gold lead. And it does feel like BLG are doing a good job to stall out. And here's one of the tricky things, right? You got a Ziggs. Ziggs is maybe the best champion in the entire game at stalling games out, at slowing games down. And with the early Drake that BLG got, it does feel like they have a good composition to just halt everything in its tracks. It doesn't scale that well as a composition, but at least they could stop things ending.
Yeah, and I think there's not a maybe attached to that. Ziggs is 100% the best champion that likes stall out these things. The Mega Inferno Bomb hits side waves. You've got insane wave clear in the mid. And that's why for RNG, they are now turning their attention towards these objectives, right? Baron shuts down that wave clear from aiming. Dragon starting to come online means that BLG have to fight. Or you end up with an Ocean Soul that just kind of nullifies a lot of what aiming can do. So RNG now need to start getting these in their favor, and the problem for BLG is they're just not strong enough to try and contest these objectives right now. and aren't really going to be for a long time. As you said, this game now relies on either one, finding picks with BuBu, Zika, Weiwei, or two, having a screen that pops up, or two, having a Ziggs performance that will be able to take over this game.
We'll have to see. It's going to be Drake coming up in a minute. It's time here. Dag double. BLG looking for a pick. Wei takes a spear. Won't turn into anything more. And I love that in the interviews before the game, we heard Xiaohu talking about how BLG had this Korean macro style of gameplay, and we get to see Weiwei playing with the damn one Nidalee skin as well. Feels very Korean from them.
It does, but kind of in a classic MSI fashion, it's not going for so hot for them against RNG. Like, this playstyle, if you're not going to be able to ramp it up a notch, is just going to fall prey. And now RNG, we said they want to look at objectives. They want to look at taking this Baron. They're going to call BLG out and say, yeah, you're going to go towards the Dragon. We're just going to burst out this Baron.
BLG have no idea. Wei is pretending that he wants to contest the Drake. And obviously, there's no spy on the top side, so you can't possibly do Baron, right, guys? Wrong. RNG take themselves a Baron. It's going to be traded for an Ocean Drake.
BLG, you're mid lane.
Easily worth it. And now look at this, yeah. And the top lane. Forget just one tower. RNG won everything, pushing in the mid lane. They will respect here, just trying to keep Baron on the minions. But up on the top side, this will be a tier 2 taken. BuBu trying to flank onto Gala. Maybe something can happen. Mega Inferno Bomb went up to the top side there to try and clear the wave, but Baron buff exists. You don't get to clear these waves.
And that's going to be the top tower gone, and a really smart play from RNG. The Baron is what will facilitate them pushing in against this Ziggs. It will ramp up the pressure on towards BLG, and now they've done it beautifully. Poke coming through from Gala as the vision will be contested from RNG, but it's getting real dark in this BLG jungle for BLG as the wards start to come in, these towers start to fall, and RNG can now swap back and forth between the BLG jungle and attack multiple lanes at once.
This is becoming more and more difficult for BLG. 8,000 gold lead. This is starting to feel like what it felt like in game number 1, just on the opposite side of the scoreboard here in BLG. I mean, you're talking about how they need a flank, they need some kind of pick. In my mind, they need a miracle at this stage, because RNG is one of those teams that when they find themselves the lead, they do not let go. When they get the first tower of the game, they close it out 77% of the time. They got the first tower of this game, and they're going to look to finish things out here. Massive advantage for them, and now they can play multiple lanes. They can use this Baron buff to try and break the map open.
Oh, Gala. Nice sidestep and a cleanse burnt there, but this is what I was talking about, right? You've now got them doubling up on Xiaohu bot side, as he's actually looking for the trade.
He actually goes in. He's like, oh, 1v4? Yeah, I'll take those odds. I'll take that. And he's actually winning it. This is insane. Crane moves over as well. The solo laners from RNG. Beyond belief in this series right now. 12 for 2. Tower goes down in the mid lane as well. That is all 3 tier 2 towers taken. Zika has only just finished recalling to move over to this side of the map again. A TP back into the play in the mid lane from Cryan, in the bottom lane from Xiaohu. The multi-lane push coming through. The inhibs will fall here. RNG are dominating BLG on the map. They want to take this to 3. They want to break the curse that BLG have had over them for 3 years strong. RNG trying to finish off this inhibitor to go onto PP God with the Chain of Corruption here, but he had a stopwatch to keep himself alive. With 5 members, BLG will defend for now. And RNG, despite a great Q from Gala, will have to back away.
And this is what I wanted to touch on for Cryan being able to play towards these side lanes. Because you've got the Realm Warp, it's so easy for RNG to always have threat alongside Xiaohu in a split push, and we got to see it on that play, right? They jump over, pick off BLG, crack open 2 inhibitors just like that, and you just never get an answer here. And you can see here, right? Look at where Wei's positioned. He's between both his mid and Uswa's bottom side of the map to make sure that he can always be in position here. Now you get the Realm Warp coming in from Cryan. And 2v4, they're winning this fight, let alone when the rest of RNG show up. And we're into picks.
Here we go, more fighting, more TPs coming in. BLG with a numbers advantage this time, but aiming almost one shot here. Ming onto the backside of this one. BB trying to get in the middle of everyone. BLG are actually winning it. Health bars are low, but they've still got the numbers advantage. The bomb's coming over the wall. Aiming doing so much work, but here comes Gala. Here comes Xiaohu. Triple for Gala as RNG with a numbers disadvantage somehow make it work.
And BLG have got to run for their base. There's super minions on their Nexus turrets that they're trying to clear. And now RNG get to push in this top side. But at least BLG managed to get some of those shutdowns, some of that gold back in their favor. But I think it's going to be too little too late, Munch. There's still a 10,000 gold lead. Dragon up in 50 seconds. And RNG, they want to crack open this base once more.
Xiaohu and Gala, the two men on your screen, still yet to die in this game. Another tower taken. There are but 2 towers remaining on the entire map for BLG at this stage. And with an Ocean Drake going up in 30 seconds, that should be a free objective for RNG. This was Wei getting caught out on a recall.
Yeah, we missed the start of this, but Wei does go very far forward. Look at where Gala is on the map, right? So this is a 4 versus 5. Aiming has been scaling into this game, so this Zig's actually doing a surprising amount of damage, especially when he's hitting AoE style like in this fight. So BLG get a good amount of damage on towards the majority of RNG, but Gala, the hero flash over the wall, piercing arrow across 2 low health members, finishes off a third with a second follow-up arrow, and it means that Xiaohu's consistently getting resets, heating up, and taking this fight. Now, you can see that, like, Dragon is up, Wei is soloing that out. Baron in 40 seconds. And unless by some miracle BLG catch someone out, which they're looking to do, it feels like RNG can just push in towards this Baron.
RNG might actually be able to collapse onto the members of BLG that have overextended in the top side. PP God is in all kinds of trouble. Xiaohu there to stop him escaping. And PP God returns to heaven once more. But he's certainly not on the rift, that is for sure. Baron up in 10 seconds here, Dagda. And without a support, I don't think BLG can contest it.
I mean, without control of the map as well, right? Super Creep's boss, mid, not really in favor of them either. Zeke is desperately trying to deal with this wave as RNG have started up this Baron.
Wei is over the wall, but that Q is going to do some work, isn't it? Keeps him away. Nice little shot there from Gala. That's basically half the enemy jungler's HP. And just look at the composition, BLG. What can you do? You have Nidalee Renekton, you have a Lee Sin. This is not a late game scaling composition. This doesn't get better. And against the Baron, we already saw what RNG could do with the last Baron. Well, now there are no inhibitor towers. Now it's even easier for RNG to snowball. It's Wei. I thought he was going to look for a pick onto Xiaohu, who is very deep alone. Guess what? Cryan has TP available. Zika is pushed up, trying to deal with the super minions. He doesn't know that Xiaohu is here just yet. Now he does. He sees the mist, but just like the rest of the world, they saw the mist, but it was way too late. Zika's in trouble. They don't even need a TP. Xiaohu's just going to go for the 1v1. Ming moving in, but Xiaohu's like, no. Let me get the solo kills. Me and Bubi were tied at the start of this series, and I'm going to change that fact.
Yeah, manages to pick that one up, and now BLG, they're running out of time here. The only way they can win this is like a 5-man solar flare into a 5-man mega Fertibomb sweet spot, and unless that happens, RNG are already closing in on the base.
Got to keep our eyes out for that solar flare, but RNG can just play this one slow. Inhibs respawning in the mid lane. They just play with the Baron. They still have 2 minutes of Baron to go. And they've already taken all 3 inhibs. There's a chain of corruption onto Bubu. Dominus used defensively just to survive the play. And now RNG with waves in all 3 lanes. The inhib in the bottom lane respawning, keeping BLG alive at least for a moment. But the minion wave's already pushing in. It doesn't matter about the bottom inhib. RNG, they can play this as slow as they want. The arrows continuing to come through from Gala. BLG forced back onto their fountain as PP God, desperate to buy time with a stopwatch, flashes back onto the fountain. In goes Wei and brings them down. The Nexus will fall as RNG push us to a 6-game day and keep their dreams of 3rd seed alive.
Adam, great performance coming through from RNG in this 2nd game, taking the loss in their stride and coming back banning away some of the issues that we saw come through, getting a very different style of draft with this Viego first pick, and it looks so much better. Having that control on the top side of the map, allowing Xiaohu to actually have a 1v1 scenario against his lane opponent. Crying as well on this rise looked absolutely incredible. Being able to get control of that mid lane, he's working towards these side lanes to make the plays happen, and consistently RNG winning out of these side lanes, winning out when it comes to the gold lead, and eventually turning that into the win.
And it feels like so much of this series has just been down to what happens in the first 15 minutes. Who is ahead as we broach the 15-minute mark? Because both of these teams have shown that when they find themselves a lead, they will not let go. They are very clean. They don't make many sizable mistakes, aside from minor overextension from RNG in this game, but it wasn't the end of the world for them. Feels like they are so good at extending that gold lead, using these Rift Heralds, trading on opposite sides of the map, that it's basically impossible to come back at that point. I really hope we could get a super close game 3 and we get some crazy late game team fights, but honestly, with how clean the early games are for the two teams, I don't anticipate that'll happen.
Yeah, it's very slow, very calculated early games, and you can see that it's much more about, okay, well, what's the puzzle? What are we trying to do? And for RNG, it was about these towers, and we've said this kind of throughout the series, is that RNG, they're not focused on, like, objectives in the traditional sense of, oh, we're going to get, like, dragon set up. Like, no, they're more interested in, hey, maybe we'll get a Rift Herald, but if we can trade a dragon bot side for, 3 turret plates top, a nice reset, using that tempo advantage they have, that's what they're more interested in. And you got to see it in this game where they managed to trade those dragons bot side. They'll actually trade the timing that they wanted on towards Rift Herald to actually find the fight after the Rift Herald's gone down, turn that into topside plates, topside tower, and from that point take over the game. So certainly a very different kind of calculated style from RNG than the traditional, hey, let's just butt heads and see who comes out on top.
Yeah, this does not feel like a team fight based series, right? This feels like a macro. This feels like an intelligent series of who can outthink the opponent. BLG did it in game number 1. RNG come back in game number 2. And that means we go to 3 to finish this series out on who gets what seed. We'll find out the answers after the break.
The two best teams of the summer split finally meet. Both FBX and EDG have shown exceptional form all season, and now lies one final test. Edward Gaming have been indomitable all split long, and despite a few experiments with their roster over the course of the split, they still stand at the top of LPL.
Two AP carries going to do a lot of damage, a lot of shutdown gold going to be going over as well. As we can see, Mako flash grand entrance. Scout should be able to get away as now JJ has joined the fray with his trusty sidekick Viper, and this Viper has got some teeth, has got some venom, and will pick up a triple off the back of it.
Flandre has been so consistently good this split. If EDG wants to take that first seed, best luck to the top lane to see those cylinders firing.
Very desperate at fighting some of these fights, and they're not done.
Oh, not at all. Aki thought he could save the turret. The structure is long forlorn. You can't do anything. The TP in from Dream. He might be able to show Suffer his way into the backline as well, but he's going to drag Flandre away and having to flash because he's noticed everyone of EDG is here. Cream cannot escape from Flandre.
Fun plus Phoenix will still have their spring finals defeat fresh in their minds. They will want to put that demon to bed and take that one last step to being the #1 team in the league.
To get some bombs in, that's onto Abel. Huge damage here, forcing the AD carry out of the fight. New as well, doesn't have the regen just yet to deal with 4 people. Aki on the sidelines, but LWX is just launching bomb after bomb from the back line. Doing B as well, absolutely monstrous in this fight as he takes yet another double kill. In with Chris from the side, the second time in the game. More bombs in, another triple for Doing B, and FBX are just styling on OMG.
Every team needs a star, a champion. Super Carry Doonby is the star for FBX. The 2019 world champion is in the form of his life and has the trust of everyone on his team to make the right call in the game.
Just throw out that poke. Doonby here as well.
Oh my god! Doonby just ended the game! That shockwave is it! You're dashed mentally after that game.
Both teams will be dissatisfied with their finish in spring. Now they look to show the rest of the league who truly is number one. The last game of the season decides it all. There are no retakes. It's do or die for the top spot.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way I see PD, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, am I calling late? I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, I didn't want no baby. yeah, yeah, you know I make you.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey.
I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Eh, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Eh.
I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. Hey, you're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Hey, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do.
下一场面对 BLG， 我觉得在资源争夺方面上做得好一点的话，就比较好赢。我觉得 Z 卡是一名个人实力比较强的对手嘛，然后面对他的话，各个方面都做好一点就行。
Man, some of these pre-game interviews are amazing and really insightful, and some of them are like, well, my opponent is good at League of Legends, so I'll have to be better at League of Legends if I'm to be the better League of Legends player. Very insightful. Thank you so much, Crane. I'm Much Balls. I'm joined by Degta as we head into game number 3 of an actually very, very important series here. And speaking of Crane, Dagda, he's going to get MVP for game number 2 here. Phenomenal performance here on the Rise. It's a classic signature pick for Crane. The first time he's playing it this split, but still looking like he is more than capable.
Yeah, and you know that RNG fans were a little bit wary at the start of this game because Cryan taking that bad trade against Zika level 1 just as the minions came in. I was like, oh god, it's not going to happen. But then you get Cryan stepping up massively, the 2 kills going over in his favor just off of that mid lane play. Like, from that point forward, he took over the game. It was slick, and I'm so happy to see Cryan stepping up to the mark.
Yeah, we'd show you some clips of our MVP, but we're ready to jump straight into picks and bans, so forget the MVP.
Yeah, we hit
Think
the magic
only
button
about
that all
game
casters have
number
to actually
3.
start the game.
Yeah, exactly. Stop talking, start game. That's our motto. RNG on our blue side for the third game in a row here. BLG not changing their bans, and that Viego makes it through again for Xiaohu. It will very likely be answered by the Lee Sin once more.
Yeah, and we're still seeing this Jace ban taken by RNG as well, not allowing BBU to get his hands on that pick, creating that easier time for Xiaohu. Now, Lee Sin was selected last time. Gwen made it the whole way through this initial phase as well for BLG, so maybe we get to see them go towards that. The Ziggs was also a big pick for them for aiming. We know Gala has that in their wheelhouse, but it looks like it's going to be the Rise taken for Zeke in that mid lane. Not the traditional pick that we see for Zika, like we talk about these assassins, these melee mid laners, but he just wants to make sure he gets that away from Prime.
I just love how Rise has become the priority mid laner in this series. Neither of these mid laners played Rise this split until this series, and it's like second pick suddenly for these two teams. I do just want to quickly mention Gwen that has made it through the drafts multiple times. BBU has played it 7 times this split, but he has a terrible win rate as a Malzahar has been locked in as the answer for Cryan here.
And something that can set up insanely well for this Volley Bear. You get a ton of damage that can be set up, and if you manage to get control of this mid lane against the Rise, you can then move Cryan up towards his top lane as well, set up for these easy dives. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of attention from Wade towards Cryan in the mid lane, and then rotate towards the top side. But for PP God, he's getting his hands back on the Thresh, the pick he made a name for himself when he joined the LPL. And I think now you're going to be seeing RNG going, right, well, Aphelios, get the hell out of here. Anything that works well with Thresh, get the hell out of here. We do not want to deal with some of these late game carries that Thresh enables.
Yeah, Thresh making it through the bans is scary here. The Malzahar, I am really curious about. We've seen it a lot as a LeBlanc counter pick, not here today. Bans coming through. It is going to be the Gwen respect band away from BBU here. They're assuming that the Lee Sin will go to Wei Wei in the jungle, and it's going to be supports taken off. First off, Ming's Rakan. I wonder if we see the set band away here after game number 2.
I think Set's more of a pick into the Leona. It does really well against her. But I think here, always the potential, right? I think though, there's the Nautilus taken off the board. My idea here for BLG is, right, we're either getting Jinx or we are getting Aphelios. We've seen Aiming pick up this Jinx 4 times. It's actually been more than the Aphelios. And we get this late game carry that can come through. That's why they're banning away these picks that can do really well against this like kind of late game carry that's a little bit less mobile in the Nautilus and the Rakan.
So now the pick for BLG. They already have a Thresh. It's very likely to be the AD carry and allow a counter pick to go on through. Aphelios available. It has been the premier scaling AD carry available, especially when you get that Thresh. Really strong bot lane for BLG here.
And now I'm curious what we get. Like, we could go Kalista here for Gala. But Gala has been, like, the Varus player. I mean, he's played, what? This will be his 18th game of Varus this split. 16th game, is it? Like, it's just absolutely insane. And as well, then, looking over at Ming, Nautilus taking off the board. I mean, maybe you go back towards something like the Braum. You have a lot of engage already here on RNG. Maybe just trying to keep BLG even. Or you can go towards something like the Alistar. The Set, again, could be a good pick actually here, but looks like Leona is going to be the hover for me.
Leona for Ming. Certainly a good hard engaged tool to set up him and Wei being able to go in together, being that beefy front line. Certainly not the greatest lane matchup against the Thresh, but you're not really locking for the lane at this point. Now to BLG, they have the counter pick available for their last solo laner. I toyed with the idea of mentioning this earlier, but I thought I'd wait. The Kennen is something BuBu has played a little bit this split already. 5 games, 80% win rate. It will be locked in. BuBu bringing out a pocket pick to try and take down Xiaohu in the top side.
Now, this is something that does hinder Viego a little bit in that top lane because Viego likes to abuse the melee matchup with the range advantage that he has. However, if you end up seeing Wei coming up here, you get those like double CC lockdown from Xiaohu and Wei. BuBu's going to be under a lot of threat. So Wei needs to be making sure that BuBu gets ahead in this matchup, can bully, push in, start to chip away at this turret and create that gold lead for himself. Otherwise, you do run the risk of this Kennen falling very far behind.
We'll see what the build is going to look like on this Kennen as well, whether we get something like an early Oblivion or just to deal with the sustain that the Viego can have up in that top side. But we head towards game number 3 here, Dagda, between these two teams. The fight for seeding, and BLG, now that we're in 3 games, have lost the ability to get 5th seed. They can only get 6th at best. And if they can get to 6th, they will skip a round of playoffs. They are desperate to win this one. But RNG, not only would this get them 3rd seed, I think they care less about the 3rd seed and much more about pride here. Remember, this would be the first time in 3 years that RNG take down BLG. This is becoming a rivalry between the two organizations, and RNG are desperate to break that record.
It feels like this game has so much landing on it. As you said, pride for these organizations, placement in our playoffs, especially for the likes of BLG, who haven't made it to playoffs since 2019. This would be a good showing for them.
We're into the game. We're into Summoner's Rift here. Game number 3, RNG versus BLG as they head onto the map. And Wei with this Volibear once more. I think that's where I need to start this conversation off, Dagda, when we're talking about the compositions and how this all will go down, because Wei, it feels like every single game is the coordinator for RNG. He's the guy that is setting the pace for this composition. How do you anticipate this one going down for RNG?
So from RNG's perspective, this is again playing towards Xiaohu. Gala's just going to farm. Cryan's going to be a push roam style champion. So definitely enabling this Viego. The interesting part about this though comes down to if we end up in an even Steven situation, BLG's composition is set up in like this pseudo like protect the Aphelios style, right? Where if you just plunk BuBu, Wei, Zika, PP God all on aiming and stop Xiaohu, Wei, Cryan from being able to get in on top of him, you end up being pretty good at peeling off a lot of what RNG are wanting to do, enabling this Aphelios to take over team fights. And I feel like that's a lot of what BLG are going to be looking for.
Oh, already a hook in the bottom side onto aiming. Nice little trade here from RNG. Will be traded back a little bit as PP God steps forward with his bone plating. Can be very effective in the early stages to have that rune for the trades. But again, we peel off once more. For the side of BLG, though, I mean, massive amounts of scaling. Like, Kennen ain't going to fall off. Ryze ain't going to fall off. Aphelios ain't going to fall off. This feels like BLG would be more than happy with a slow, calculated early game like we keep on seeing in this series.
And a lot of what BLG are trying to do is like counteract RNG, right? Yes, it'd be slow, but you've got like Ziku's got the Realm Warp to try and catch up to plays that Cryin is going for. TPs on both sides. And we already mentioned as well, like, if you're looking at this BLG composition from an early game perspective, all eyes are on BuBu. So using these tools that Zeke and Weiwei have to punish Xiaohu in this ranged versus melee matchup.
Well, we've seen both junglers pathing down towards the bottom side here, Dagda, which could mean we have a bit of a skirmish over this first crab, but it's BLG with priority in this bottom lane right now. The crab spawning in 20 seconds time. You'd expect the Weiwei, oh sorry, the Wei, God, imagine having to cast this jungle matchup. You'd imagine that Wei will have to concede the crab here and move up towards the top side instead.
So Wei is conceding to Weiwei. Weiwei double the time, but yeah, I do agree. I think, as you can see, the push is already here. Not really anywhere in particular that Wei could actually have found his comfort for himself. He's kind of just, as you can see, like, accepting his fate. You'd push him top side for BuBu, push him bot side for BLG, and unfortunately, they both end up starting top side, so Wei has got to just concede this early stage.
Yep, and Wei, he's got double the Weis in his name, and he's going to get double crabs as well as he uses the melee minion as both tax and mobility through that mid lane here. He will be able to go for that second crab as well. His smite will be coming up shortly to secure that one. And Wei, unfortunately, empty-handed in this early game, and it will line up nicely where, hang on, Wei wants to contest. This is going to be a smite fight. Lee Sin, remember, has the execute on his Q, so quite often can secure these crabs just off of that alone. But playing this cautiously, very cautiously indeed. There's the smite alongside the Tempest. And it will be BuBu helping his jungler to secure the crab. No fight in the end from RNG.
Yeah, Weiwei had no smite for the start of that, which is why we saw a lot of back and forth as we were waiting on that go down and come through. PP God was stopped the quick reset from Ming, which I know it doesn't look like much, but oftentimes we see at this time that Ming will reset quickly, move in towards mid or to top side and make a play happen. And because PP God was able to stop it, it does shut down a little bit of early control from Ming. So actually a nice job there from the Thresh.
Yeah, very nicely done by PP God. I think a player that has started to come into his own. Remember last year, he was a rookie. And I think a lot of people kind of forget that he came in and you know, caused a storm, but ultimately he was still a rookie and quite a nervous player. We saw in interviews and things, he was not like brimming with confidence. So it feels like PP God starting to come into his own a little bit this year, and this BLG roster really suiting him. Much more toned down in the laning phase, much better when it comes to the macro slow play, fighting for vision.
Well, it feels like right now, RNG, they're going to be fighting for vision and they're going to be fighting for dragons. You look at the items that are picked up by this Varus, he's now got this Rated Dirk, he can now push in against this Aphelios in the bottom lane. And with Cryin having shoved mid, it feels like dragons should be on the board, but Weiwei actually kind of reading this now, just going to poke his head in to spot that there's no one on the dragon.
Wei was in Tribrush. He saw PP God moving over to try and contest as well. There is a control ward in that River Brush, as you can see. So Wei, if he tries to make a play bot, will not be able to make it happen. But the flash comes in from Ming. There's another flash as well. Aiming takes the Thresh Express. PP God still with his own flash. There's Gravitum across 3 people here from Aiming. Wei's gone too deep. And now Weiwei once more as he jumps straight on towards Gala. Flash available, but there's nowhere for him to go. 3 kills right off of the bat. A double for Weiwei.
And RNG tried to force that way too far. You get very split calls where Thresh able to get the disengage. They jumbled on who they want to try and aggress onto. And that Realm Warp hit by Zika is the final nail in that coffin coming through for RNG in that play. And now, BLG 3-0 in game number 3. And you can see it here, right? So the Xenoblade doesn't connect onto aiming, it connects onto PP God. But this entire time, Gala's playing catch up to the play, PP God's under no threat, and as soon as they start to back off, the hook kills Wei. Weiwei flashes on towards Gala, who honestly probably could have tried to flash away a bit sooner to get away from this, but didn't actually use it in the end, and ends up falling with his comrades.
And the scaling composition that we talked about, Dagda, is currently ahead in this game. That is bad news for RNG, as it's a 1,500 gold lead right now for BLG. And we said it after game number 2, Dagda. Whoever gets ahead in this series has a massive advantage moving forward in the game, because both of these teams immaculate when it comes out to closing leads that they found in the early game and aiming with a kill. 2 kills for Weiwei. Double the Wei, double the kills. There's Wei struggling to get into this one on the volley bear. Feels like a much slower early game. And granted, RNG not exactly slouches when it comes to the scaling themselves. You know, Malzahar certainly not exactly an early game champion, but feels like it's going to be a tough mid game for them.
And I mean, we've talked about BLG kind of being the kryptonite for RNG as well, right? And we're starting to see it again in this game, where these early plays, Weiwei's reading super well. Now, BuBu, because he's been kind of left on his own, actually hasn't been able to bully that matchup as you'd expect. So Xiaohu still pretty far ahead in this top side of the map, which is why we're seeing RNG going, okay, we're not playing bot. We're going to use this to get these this Rift Herald for Wei, try and put that into our Xiaohu in the top lane, and again, pick up the pace here, play through that try and tested method, but Weiwei will spot this out.
Weiwei's like, no. I don't care about map positions. I don't care about any of that stuff. We have the gold lead. We have the advantage in this early game, and we've got our bot lane rotating first. It's time to contest. Gala is going to follow, though. Everybody will be moving over. PP God wants to pick onto Ming. Ming, I don't know if he has a spider sense or what, but dodging that hook, you saw him walk backwards a little bit there. Now on to Xiaohu to go. Weiwei starting this fight as he moves back to Herald. Dagda, I've got a feeling we're going to have a 5v5 on our hands here.
Yeah, and I favor RNG right now, unless BuBu can find this magnificent flank. But look at the way RNG are set up, right? They're keeping BLG out of river. They're not giving an opportunity for them to flank in on multiple sides, as Wei once again starts this up and drags the Rift Herald to our exit routes for RNG.
Well, mid-prio taken by BLG, and they return towards the Herald once more. This feels like a Baron dance. We're only 9 minutes into the game, and it feels like we've got a Baron dance for the Herald going on as BLG return to the river and look to start it themselves. A realm warp behind Xiaohu here. Potentially a pick. Silence comes out from Cryon, but it's not going to do much of anything here. Xiaohu still invisible, sneaking off into the jungle. Zika trying to find him. They don't find the pick. Crucially, that was just going to be realm warp on cooldown. BLG now on the top side. We've done a switcheroo Dagda here as we have a full-on rodeo between RNG and BLG dancing around this Herald.
Yeah, watch BuBu. He's trying to find these flanks, but Cryon is matching every step of the way. They could pick BuBu here.
He's spotted on the sweeper here. The ult comes out from Cryon. He doesn't get to play the game, and now Wei jumps into the backline. BLG having to back away from this on Xiao, who's low on HP. The shurikens almost finish him off. And they don't trade 1 for 1, but forcing Xiaohu back to base. He does have TP. BLG need to be careful about committing to this one. PP God with a hook onto Ming. Good damage. In goes Weiwei. Kicks away Wei as well. Jumps back to the Herald. Xiaohu TPs onto the play. Weiwei low on HP and taken down. His form stolen by the Heartbreaker himself. Herald will be taken by Wei. BLG want to punish. They're looking for more themselves. BuBu TPing behind the play. He's on the Kennen, but Xiaohu just commits onto PP God. Aiming's in trouble on the Aphelios. In comes the slicing Maelstrom from BuBu, but he only takes one out in the end. RNG find the advantage.
That was such a long Rift Herald. That was 2.5 minutes of trading, positioning, back and forth. And when all is said and done, it's 4 kills to 5 at 10 minutes into the game. A very brief window of gold lead coming through for BLG here, because Rift Herald did go the way of RNG. They can still use that to pick it up. But again, that was the longest Rift Herald dance I think I've ever seen.
And it's a testament to what we were talking about, Dagda, that the early game is everything for these two teams. Snowballing is everything. BLG, a minor gold lead as we move into the mid-game, and it's all on Weiwei. It is all on aiming. These two guys have to step up. But the Herald in the pocket of Wei. We have to look to RNG on where they'll play that next, but let's take another look at the fight.
Yeah, and you can see here, right? Weiwei goes in, finishes off Ming, boots away Wei to make sure that he's able to get this pick going. But the problem is Xiaohu's TPing in is that starts to happen. So this ends up as a 4 versus 5. RNG, now you just need to try and run for the hills. BuBu is TPing in, but unfortunately, you see Gala not quite quick enough, ends up getting caught out. And it is a nice turnaround with Xiao, who had stolen away the Lee Sin soul. But once BuBu arrives, just finishes off Xiao so quickly.
I just think if that BuBu ult had just been a tiny bit sooner, maybe that's a BLG fight. Maybe that's a play that BLG find an advantage off of. But for now, it's going to be a relatively neutral game. BLG have a small gold lead, almost 1,000. Could be more at this point. But RNG, with that Herald, you expect will neutralize that at very least. But if they can turn it into a full tower, they'll be the ones taking the lead. Remember, Cryan scaling up, but the whole team for BLG scaling beautifully here. And it feels like in game number 3, the last regular split game for RNG, it's all on Xiaohu once again.
And that's why you're seeing so many members of RNG up here. They're trying to put pressure onto BLG, make this Rift Tower play towards Xiaohu.
Here we go, Hook comes in. Wait, it's just deleted. Slicing Maelstrom keeps Ming locked up on the front line. He flashes away. Xiaohu into the fray here. Finishes BuBu. Looks for a little bit more with the Lightning Surge. PP God has been caught out. No flash available for him, but he gets away with his life. Ming going a little bit too deep on this one. He's taken out himself. Great play from PP God, but they're still going down. 1-for-1 here. Zika versus Cryan. It's the duel, but the dot finishes him off. Cryan gonna get juked out here, but there's no mana for Zika. He doesn't have any damage to work with. Cryan has double buffs, and Zika has to flee.
Everyone falls apart from the mid laners, but aiming is on this bottom side. Gala reset. He ended up having to burn his cleanse on the bottom side. So aiming gets the advantage that actually breaks this entire engagement in favor of BLG. But way not to be outdone. Now throws down the Rift Tower to mid, answering back, getting some crucial gold into RNG's hands.
It's going to be 4 places. BuBu looks for a little more. Can't quite get the 3rd stack there. If he gets the stun on Cryan, that could have been a kill. That could have been a pick. That could have been the thing that flipped the tempo in favor of BLG. But even after the Herald here, Dagda, BLG still 1,000 gold ahead. Right now, RNG, despite Xiaohu getting ahead, despite Cryan having a couple of kills, they are behind in gold. And look at the mythics across the board here. Xiaohu and Cryan finishing theirs, but we have 3 mythics finished from the side of BLG in 3 different roles here. BuBu's delayed because of the Oblivion Orb. The advantage certainly in favor of BLG for now.
Yeah, BLG trying to make plays on this bottom side now, knowing that this is where they're strongest on the map. Zika starting to move down as well. No TPs for Xiaohu, so RNG at a disadvantage if they come towards these trades.
We're seeing both teams posturing aggressively. Dagda, this game has been so tense. Every single moment, I'm just waiting for the fight to kick off because it feels like neither BLG or RNG are willing to give up any objective for free. They will make a trade elsewhere on the map. Right now, BuBu having to defend that top tower, clearing the waves away. But look at RNG grouping up in the mid lane. Okay, we can see the bot lane tier 1. We'll trade it for a mid lane tier 1. It is trades endlessly across the map.
And at least from RNG, the mid lane is more important than a bot lane turn, right? You're able to push that in. You now have access to both sides of the map versus only being able to get into the mid lane from that bottom half of the map. So at least for RNG, they can start to try and up the ante now. Push in mid with Cryan, start to get him to roam, especially as his TP starts to come up. But we're going to catch a replay here, which was this fight that happened quite a while ago, and PP God, wonderful hook. Like, instantly deletes Wei. Wei doesn't get to ult, doesn't get to move, doesn't get to do anything with BuBu coming across. And it's Xiaohu now getting to solidify some of these leads with the plays here. But, I mean, Ming definitely on a different page to the rest of RNG as Xiaohu runs out while the rest of RNG are running in.
And a really important note as well is, while all of this was going on, and that's Malzahar right there. Yep. PP God dies after he escapes the fight. Aiming and Gala had a 1v1 on the bottom side. I wish we could see a replay of what happened there, because Aiming was able to burn the cleanse of Gala and also force him to go back to base, grabbing himself a couple of plates on that bottom side. That is such a crucial play coming out from Aiming to make sure that the gold lead from BLG continues to balloon. It's 1,500 gold as BLG now starts up this Herald. This time around, RNG a little bit late once again. TP being channeled though. Either Herald will be procced here. 1,500. Can they finish off the smite? It is going to go the way of Wei. RNG not only steal away the Herald, they get a pick onto Aiming as well.
And now they've got pressure where they can go towards Dragon. They can clear out this bottom lane as well. That was a big play from RNG. And aiming, I'm sorry for you, lad, but you had flash. You could have gotten away from that. You mispositioned grossly there. And it meant that RNG get everything on that play.
And this is one of the downsides of having the Thresh, right? You get too reliant on it, he throws out the Dark Passage, the enemy team just wards it. What are you gonna do? You're screwed at that point. So aiming gets just destroyed. And suddenly, we've been talking about this gold lead that's been slowly but surely building for BLG. Well, it's gone. There's a 500 gold lead now for BLG. Barely anything to work with. And with that Herald, RNG will be able to close that difference. Dagda, I said at the end of the last game, I was hoping game number 3 we can have an even mid-game so we can have some banger late-game team fights. And Dagda, we are well on track.
And this is so even because the key carries on both sides have the gold. You're looking at BLG, who can have these massive cannon engages. He's managed to get himself a nice bit of gold underneath his back pocket. You're looking at Aiming as well, who's been able to get a ton of these turret plates, a ton of turret gold, alongside some of these kills. He's even going towards the Runaan's Hurricane. So in these short-range fights where you've got like Xiaohu, Wei, Crying all in on top of each other with Ming, means you can hit multiple members here as Aiming, causing so much damage to just dissipate across the team. On the opposite side though, Xiaohu, the side lane man himself, 4, 2, and 3. A nice little CS lead for himself. He's been getting turrets as well. You can see Wei here has this Rift Herald. They want to start putting pressure on the bottom side. As everyone from BLG's top, this could be a 2-tower play again from RNG.
Yeah, don't even need the Herald for that first tower. It would just be taken very simply here. BLG underneath the tower, but he doesn't know Ming. He's waiting off in Fog of War. He's got to be careful. The Solar Flare lands. The Zenith Blade lands. BLG has no opportunity for counterplay. It is beautifully done by Ming.
Yeah, and look, Wei and Aiming are here though.
Oh, the kick comes out from Wei. They're trying to make the play on Xiaohu. He flashes out to safety. Herald was dropped. Here we go with Aiming, having the damage. Down goes the bear. Xiaohu stealth, but Zika's here to stop his escape. The stealth is going to run out eventually. Zika has found him. Xiaohu, what's he got in the tank in a 1 versus 4? Almost finishes off Zika, but it's Aiming to get yet another kill.
The tower will fall, but BLG collapsed incredibly well onto that, finding 2 kills off the back as Ming is sent running for the hills. It'll be some much needed gold into their pockets and some much needed control on this map as well, as now BLG can get the tempo advantage and start to get these waves in order for the Dragon in 2.5 minutes. Gala though, don't think you want to go too ham against Wei here, especially when you don't know where Zeke and the rest of the crew are.
Cran will be split pushing up on the top side, will be able to finish that tower off. And the beautiful thing about that Malzahar is you can do it so safely, so easily. Let's take another look. This combo was just gorgeous.
Nasty. Like, what do? You're just out of there as BLG. There's no way you can move. And now,
you
this
saved
is what
your
I
flash
love, right?
bait, is what you do.
Yeah. But here, BLG, they're collapsing so well. You've able to chase them down. Zika with the deep TP as well after taking that top lane turret completely catches them off guard. And it was really nice. And the end result of this, as we start to come back, is that we are dead even on gold at the 20-minute mark. So when we start to look towards Barons, when we start to look towards the Dragons that are coming in a minute and a half, this is an incredibly tight scenario. As well, you're still waiting on BLG for some of these big items to come in, right? Infinity Edge for Aiming, because he's gone this more crit orientated build, really heavily reliant on that item. Whereas when you look across at Xiao, who wants to finish off Hysterics, and then he becomes a monster as well. Picture there, just spotting out Wei having to flash away from the Chains of Corruption.
Baron, the next objective here. BLG fighting for 6th seed here. If they can win this series, it's possible for them to skip the first round of playoffs. If RNG wins it though, BLG will have to play every single possible best of 5 that they can in playoffs to be able to make it to the top 4. And RNG, on the other hand, they've already pretty much guaranteed their window in playoffs, right? They're fighting for 3rd versus 4th seed, but that's just sides of the bracket. They're already going to be skipping a couple of rounds of playoffs. For them, it's much more about this rivalry. It's much more about the fact that they haven't beaten BLG since 2019 spring. It is so long ago, and it feels like BLG were in their heads in the first game of this series. But RNG have come back, and now in game number 3, it feels like the culmination of this strategic development that we've seen across this series here between the two teams.
But every little movement being tracked by both sides. You can see RNG highly aware of where Zika is positioned, what he's trying to get up to. BLG as well, always having Wei moving around, trying to see if he can find that little window of opportunity to punish. Dragon is up and Xiaohu is on it though, so despite the fact we got members of RNG in mid, it's already an RNG Dragon.
Unless BLG has something to say about it. BLG trying to force this one to contest here, but Wei moves in, gets the smite. Dragon taken. BLG jumps forward with the ulti, gets stuns onto both frontline members of RNG. There's a stopwatch coming out from Wei. Is being desperately tries to buy time. BLG gets out with his life here, and Xiaohu may have overcommitted. Needs to be careful. Zika there to finish one off. BLG gets the kill. Zika has to back away. Silence onto PP, got an arrow through as well. Xiaohu wants to turn this into more. Flash away from Zika, the blue buff. Taken by Wei, smited out. Is aiming now, could be in trouble himself when he walks out to safety. Dragon for RNG.
Very spread out fight from RNG. They realized that where BLG was, which meant that Gala and Cryin had to take the long route around to that fight, and RNG never really got to step up. So you get one kill going the way of BLG, one Dragon going the way of RNG, and now again we kind of come back to this slow, steady state. Zika and BLG trying to push out sideways. Cryin and Xiaohu trying to answer for that pressure. But with Baron on the cards, it feels like both teams are just a step away from going from this. But you'll see here, right? BLG gets spotted, which means Gala and Cryin, they can't actually go through the regular route. Ming does go golden, or sorry, Wei does go golden here to keep himself alive, and he's kind of stopping and guessing whether he should re-engage, but when Gala and Cryin can't really get into this fight, Ming ends up falling too quickly.
And I want to quickly mention a little combo that exists in the game right now. If aiming has red and white weapons, Zika can realm warp them into the Baron and they will shred through it. BLG have that realm warp available. We've seen it globally. So many Baron plays start just off of a quick realm warp across the map. If RNG aren't cautious, don't maintain vision control, don't maintain control of the rest of the map, it's going to be difficult to do without a Dragon on the opposite side to bait the enemy away from the Baron. But for now, BLG maintaining control of the river. Wei trying to move in for vision control himself. Ming as well. You do need to be cautious not to step too far forward alone.
And you have to be so careful on an Inferno map as well for things like BLG on this cannon, because there's so many different routes for them to try and catch them. There's walls that you can come over that you're not expecting, so you have to be incredibly careful as RNG that with all this free space that BLG has to find flanks, that they're not getting caught out. They're holding strong here on their own way, or their own vision line now just before river, but BLG slowly but surely suffocating them out as Xiaohu pushes in boss.
Xiaohu feels like the primary carry here for the side of RNG. He's the one that has to pop off in the fights. But I want to just take a moment and talk about these two mid laners, because it feels like for Zika and for Cryin, both mid laners that have yet to really, I think, prove themselves in a lot of the community's eyes, right? A lot of people really underrate Cryin. A lot of people kind of living on the expectation of Zika's 2020. But more recently, certainly in the last few weeks, Zika has been stepping up and now on this rise looking fantastic, having a really, really good series for himself. Feels like either of these mid laners could be that massive damage source in a fight.
God, this is so tense. You can see both teams hyper aware of everything that's at stake here, how close they are to both victory and defeat. Again, it does feel like these two mid laners can have a huge amount of impact, but I am keeping my eyes still on this top lane matchup. We highlighted it at the start of the day, right? Xiaohu in this side lane, if he finds that moment to kill BLG, it's all hands on deck for BLG to defend this bottom lane turret. It buys time for RNG to go in towards this Baron. If, though, BLG are to find this big fight, crush RNG in this game, it has to be off of a BLG ultimate. Wei now coming in just to try and alleviate some of the pressure that BLG has had on this bottom side.
Yeah, also just to defend his jungle camps, because Xiaohu has his pick of the litter on the bottom side of the map, and the second that BLG answer him, you can see RNG move towards that Baron. They grab themselves the Scuttle Crab, so they'll have some guaranteed vision for a little while here. Wei checking that Baron. It does feel like RNG are the ones in control of the map right now, with Xiaohu pushing in the side lanes, with Cryan as well, really able to just very easily push out those side lanes. I think one of the most underrated parts of Malzahar's kit that people never talk about, everyone always talks about the ult and how it's a good pick tool, but the fact that you just press your abilities on a wave and walk away, the wave pushes itself. You don't have to be there. So you have a lot of time to just spend with your team while CSing a side lane.
Which is phenomenal when you've got a dragon in 20 seconds, right? You've got full push, bot Xiao who can push in there. You can have that big push that you just mentioned for Cryan in the mid lane and make it really difficult for BLG to manage, as Aiming felt that chain of corruption whip past his ear.
Felt the grasp of the void near him. Xiaohu moving in. Oh no, the Nether Grasp ruins Weiwei's plans. He tries to make the miracle play. He tries to make the kick happen. But Cryan says no. Over to the Baron. Go RNG. And BLG suddenly, 4 versus 5, have to make the miraculous happen. They have to go against all odds. Bew has to make the most incredible Kennen ult you've ever seen. Half health on this Baron, is Aiming desperately trying to get some damage out, but he's getting poked out by Gala. The damage is insane as in goes Bew with the Realm Warp, slicing Maelstrom onto 3 in the back line, but he doesn't have the damage. Aiming forced away by Xiaohu, and now the Heartbreaker onto Zika, who's exhausted. The phase rush keeps him safe. There's Neverfrost onto Xiaohu. Low HP, but he survives for now. The rest of RNG back onto the Baron. Xiaohu just playing to zone, and it's a beautiful snipe from Gala. Maximum range, maximum damage. The Baron goes to RNG.
And it's one play that breaks this game open. Wei was going to be a hero or a 0, and he rolls the natural 1. Cryan getting that beautiful ultimate to stop the play from Wei now gets RNG, the Baron, the Dragon, the opportunity to get the Infernal Soul. And Xiaohu, he's even pushing this mid lane, but company's on the way.
Xiaohu's in trouble on this one. Wei still has the kick available because, well, he didn't get to use it in the last play.
Oh, hang on.
Xiaohu has a lot of damage, though. Is he going to 2v1 this one? PP got trying to CC. Wei finishes him it with the help of Zika in the end. That's 50 seconds, though, for BLG to use on the map, but no objectives available.
And look, I love this idea with the Realm Warp from Zika, right? Unfortunately, though, you just show exactly what your plan is, and Bew goes in, but Xiaohu instantly flashes on towards Amy, goes golden to buy time. RNG quickly deal with Bew in the back line, and then start to push forward. I think it would have been better off if you just see Bew flash in with that big ultimate as soon as RNG are all grouped up. And Gala, clap your hands to you. That was gorgeous.
Yeah, really great little cue at the end there. It felt like everyone from the side of BLG thought RNG were just focused on the Baron there, but Gala keeping his eye on what was coming their way. 12-12 on the scoreboard. It's still only a 3,000 gold lead right now in favor of RNG, but they have the Baron, and in 3.5 or 4 minutes time, that Infernal Soul will come onto the map, and suddenly BLG will be feeling the pressure because Lethality Varus, in theory, falls off in the late game, not with an Infernal Soul.
Or with how big Xiaohu is, right? Look, all you need are these Chains of Corruption to enable Viegos, to enable the damage coming through from Wei as well, who's gone this more kind of off-tank build. But we'll have to see if they're going to be able to get to that stage. Now, Wei threatening here.
Likes the idea of going in, but doesn't find his window, at least for now. Cannon pulled in. This BLG group up. Bew. Ming actually tries to force the fight here. Xiaohu in off from the side by slicing Maelstrom, but Xiaohu dodges basically all of it. Honestly, that was just beautiful from Ming, and Xiaohu completely outplaying Bew.
Yeah, he couldn't get into the fight, even with that flash. Couldn't quite get through. Now Wei looking for the picks.
Oh, that was a little too close for comfort for the bot lane from BLG, but Zeke has been found out now. Everfrost, Realm Warp does nothing. Another snipe from Gala. The man just doesn't miss, Dagda.
This game has delivered far beyond what I expected. If this is the BLG we have coming into playoffs, regardless of if they lose, they have done a phenomenal job in this series. But RNG now looking to keep their 10-win streak available.
Ming goes in. It's going to be in trouble for Aiming, but he dashes out on the Lantern, keeps himself safe. but it's enough. RNG have blown open the base Dagda. That's one inhib down, and they have a wave in the mid lane as well. Still 15 seconds until Zeke is back onto the map. And RNG will be able to break 2 inhibitor towers. 2 inhibs aiming with the cleanse. Keep himself alive here. The arrow's coming through. The chain of corruption in onto Weiwei. There's a Moonlight Vigil with 2 Gravitums as well. Bew can't find a window. BLG keep the hope alive for now, but RNG are knocking on the door.
Big brain with the cleanse there for aiming. Realize actually has the QSS there as well, but realizing, hey, look, I'm going to get caught up by this next bombardment of CC, so waits until it comes through before he brushes it off with the cleanse. And now you're in a position where you've got 2 inhibitors down for BLG. The top lane is the only one left standing. Dragon in 1 minute and 30. You need to make this play happen. You need to find something as BLG.
You know what? RNG may have taken 2 inhibs, but BLG, they just took the mid-tier 1. So who are the real winners, Dagda? I ask you that. 1 minute and a quarter until this Drake. What do BLG have to do to be able to set up, to have a chance in this fight, Dagda?
It's been Bew every time. And the heartbreaking part of this is that he's had Flash this whole time. He's been saving it to get these big ultimates, but just hasn't had the right moment. RNG even playing around it really well, and now once more we're falling back to this pick. But look at the damage for BLG. Aiming is online massively, so Rise is a massive threat as well. If you can set up these fights, if you can sit on top of aiming, deny RNG the opportunity to get the picks onto him, he can carry the fights, but it is a tall task when you're under so much pressure across the map.
Bew has to clear the wave in the bottom side here. Look at the top laner difference right now in items. 2.5 versus 4 right now in terms of those items for the top laners, but the overall gold difference relatively even. I'm talking in late game terms at very least. It's still a 3,000 gold lead in favor of RNG, but we're heading towards the 35-minute mark. We're getting beyond small gold leads here. 5 seconds on this Infernal Drake though, and BLG know they have to push in. The damage is insane from Gala. This Dragon's gonna go down before there's any contention. That's an Infernal Soul, and now the fight on top of it. RNG, they lose Ming. Bew goes in with the Slicing Maelstrom. Can they get onto Cryan and Gala? The carries are low. There's one for aiming. Xiaohu into the fray, but aiming is still going strong. The AD carry comes across from Korea and pops off against RNG. Xiaohu will fall. Weiwei takes the kill, and BLG take over.
And that's exactly what we were talking about for Bew, the big engage that sets up BLG. And this could be it. There's still long death timers, and BLG are pushing into the base. Galen needs to clear the wave.
Bew held onto his flash all game long, getting caught, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Inhib down in the mid lane. There's only 3 minions to work with. Gala trying to snipe out PP God, looking for the windows. He's got the CDR. TP comes in onto the cannon here. PP God managing to dodge once again. Lantern comes out. There's a hook onto Ming. Everfrost to keep him still as the towers are falling. Here we go. Into the middle of everyone goes Ming, and he's down already. Gala alone in the world, but his teammates are respawning. PP God with yet another dodge onto the tower. It's half HP already. Way stepping up though to body block. Another arrow from Gala. Bew barely escapes with his life.
Xiaohu's in the base. Xiaohu's in the base. He's TP into the base.
Xiaohu already going back into the base of the enemy. Xiaohu trying to end the game to keep the team's dreams alive here. He's onto the Nexus Towers. The recall has come through from Bew. He should be able to save the day here. Xiaohu can't end it just yet, but RNG can look towards Baron.
They're so low as BLG, they can't really do this. Gala's here, Cryan's here. Xiaohu, though, cannot respond. No TPs on BLG, but Weiwei will check. And that was so close to being the end. But BLG just not having the creeps, not having the damage to get through this. And you can see here, you get this great play from aiming that locks up Ming, and you think maybe that's enough, but the death timers are just too low. Gala is doing his damnedest to clear out these waves and just sniping everything that comes through. And as we get the respawns from RNG, the snipe, the double hit from Gala spells it out for PP God and Bew as we get the TP back bot. However, look at all the summoner spells that have been used. Everything across the board has been exhausted, nearly every single champion. So now, as we look towards this Baron, now as we look at the threat that we have in mid and bot for RNG, BLG will stand in front of the Baron with perfect guns for aiming.
RNG desperate to get themselves this win. The entire game has been slightly in their favor. It can't all fall apart at a time like this, not this late into the game. BLG, though, they've won this series time and time again. PP God might be caught here as Cryan tries to move forward, but the Nether Grasp not quite in range. It is very short range on that Malzahar ultimate. RNG have control of the Baron Pit right now, but there is a ward available for BLG as they manage to hold RNG at bay. The inhibs have respawned, and if you needed a reason to believe that BLG are a contender in the LPL playoffs, this series is your case study.
Bring out the PP Bible, BLG fans. This is it. This is the time where they could take down RNG. BuBu is on the flank. RNG giving so much respect to the potential of this Kennen play, though. Now, they're the ones with control on towards the Baron, but there's still super minions pouring down the mid lane, and with only a single Nexus turret, you cannot give up mid lane as RNG.
Xiaohu using his stealth here is aiming, stepping very aggressively here. He's not afraid, has his Thresh nearby. I'm assuming his QSS is available. His Cleanse and his Flash are not. Does need to be a little cautious on this one. There's the Dark Passage. Remember, Malzahar's silence stops you taking Dark Passage. Aiming was playing with fire there.
And it feels like that's the story here for BLG, pushing it to the edge, trying to see if they can bounce back against RNG, prevent them from taking the Baron. 1.5 minutes until Elder Dragon spawns, and you will have threat on both sides of the map. BuBu backed away to deal with that wave. Baron started for RNG, but BuBu's TP will need to be invested.
Wei on the other side of the wall. He is spotted by a control. 4,000 on the Baron here. He knows it's happening, but it's taken too quickly. The burst from 2K. BuBu has to find the ulti. Doesn't go on the blast cone. He's looking for the full flank here. RNG desperate to recall to get out of the situation, but BLG gonna keep them here. Realm Warp to try and bait them into the fight. Xiaohu on the flank here. BLG might have stepped too far forward. There's no minions in either base right now. This is all about the fight as Wei finds a Sonic Wave. Won't be able to follow through to turn it into anything just yet. We reset once more. BLG getting poked out here. They have to just settle for the wave. They allow the recalls to come through. Elder Dragon is up in 50 seconds. BLG, they got to get their vision in order.
But they can't get there. They're only resetting now. You can already see that you're looking across at RNG, getting waves in their favor. Big wave in on bot. Resets have come through with the faster Baron buff. They can get to this play. BuBu, though, has his Flash available. Once more, we need the hero play from the combo of the Kennen and aiming on this Aphelios.
We need to see it happen. And if you cast your minds way back, it was BuBu and Bin on that Suning roster. They couldn't decide which one to go for. They went with Bin. He went to the World Championship, and BuBu was left wondering what went wrong. And now is his moment to prove himself here. We see BLG contesting in the mid lane. They've got to move in 5 seconds until Elder comes up. Zika only just arriving. Realm Warp is on cooldown right now. The TP here from Xiaohu to join up, to link up with the rest of the squad. BLG moving in over the wall. Wei has to get the steal here, but it didn't work out at the Baron. PP God charges into the fray. The fight is underway. Elder down to 2,000. It's taken by Wei! BuBu with a huge slicing maelstrom. Xiaohu flashing away. RNG still going strong in the fight. There are still 4 members here. Gala jumps over. They can still finish health bars right now. BLG trying to escape though, staying as a 5. Xiaohu down in his GA, taken out by BuBu, and BLG with a golden opportunity to push down mid.
The health bars are so low, though. One arrow from Gala could be ending BLG here. The minions are gone. BLG, I think you need to reset. You're too low for this play. Take your victory and walk, but they don't want to do it. They want to push forward.
They're looking for more. The damage out from Gala is terrifying at this point in the game. Zika has TP. He's going to head back to base and rejoin his squad. Still 20 seconds-ish on average between these RNG respawns. The TP from Zika. BLG has the Banshee, so he'll survive an arrow as well. Aiming, looking for it. Realm Warp comes in. The stun denies it, though. PP got low. Wade jumps into the middle of everyone. Uses his Zhonya's to keep himself alive, but he surely will fall. That's going to be one down as BLG look for the Nexus Towers. Nethergrass puts one into GA as well. RNG holding strong on the defense. Indigo is aiming. The AD carry falls here. 1 for 1. It's the rest of the team from RNG holding on. BLG can't do it.
How are RNG holding on to this? Gala has been clearing wave after wave. BLG are so low and they lose 3 people. Now, Crying has a TP where he can look to make his own plays. They can look to chase down BLG. And with 40-second death timers, you have to be so careful that BLG's base doesn't start to fall apart.
My voice is starting to fall apart in this one, Dagda, as this is as close as it could possibly be. The Realm Warp denied by Ming is crucial.
So important. That could have been it. And you can see it's just playing on a knife's edge here as RNG keeping Gala alive, setting up for him to deal the damage. Ming gets that CC, so aiming falls. And even though Weiwei tries to get the kill into Gala, 1Q would have finished off Varus. Maybe could have won BLG the game. They cannot get there. And now we fall back once again. No Baron on RNG. 20 seconds left on BLG's Elder Dragon. But we've officially hit the super late game. Full items coming in on Aphelios. Full items coming in on Xiaohu. This now comes down to execution. And with flashes burnt galore, you could be in trouble.
I wasn't sure if BLG was going to try and find a window there. Elder has officially run out. We're even Stevens. 1 minute and 30 on Baron. RNG have to try and regain control of the map here because it feels like BLG are the ones that have the dominant position. Remember, just, what, 10, 15 minutes ago, RNG had taken multiple inhibitors. They took a Nexus Tower, and BLG have fought back. Wei gets spotted on a ward here. Everforce just goes wide. The Wolves go down. That's all that's going to happen here in favor of BLG.
The bear was nearly close to following them, though. And again, I agree with you here, Munch. The side lane needs to be RNG's priority. TP is available for Xiaohu. Get him in the side lane. Threaten again against BLG. Like, you have the advantage in that matchup. But if BLG is here and you have to face check into the Kennen, that's where you're going to have a lot of issues here as RNG. 45 seconds until the Baron is up. There's no need for RNG to face check right now. You can see Xiaohu, he's going to go get that bot lane in order.
And the crucial thing to remember is with an inhibitor down, with that last Nexus Tower on half of its HP, 1 Realm Warp from Zika can end the game. RNG have to play this as carefully as possible. A single misstep will end the game for RNG and put them in 4th seed. Remember, BLG, they are fighting to skip rounds in playoffs here. They are fighting to make sure that everyone in the LPL knows that this is a top team, that this is a team to be feared when it comes to the best of 5s. Baron spawning in 8 seconds, Dagda, and BLG will take it. RNG offer no contestation.
No, but they could look for the TP with Crying in towards the base. If you can stop the raid calls, that could be what RNG are going for. The Baron's going to be gone too quickly. But it looks like the BLG, they're just going to get away with it. RNG, 0 contest as they just take that bottom inhibitor.
Trade Baron for bottom inhib, but honestly, with Elder coming up in a minute and a half, BLG are going to be playing through bot side anyway, so they're quite happy to make that trade any day of the week at this point. It's going to be BLG just trying to clear out the waves on the bottom side of the map as BLG move up to the top half here. Remember, that inhibitor is open. The tower was taken earlier on in the game. He's got to be a little bit cautious. Wei hanging off over towards the side there. Will get out with his life. And the tension continues to mount, Dagda. We have an Elder Drake spawning in 60 seconds time. What has to happen for each team to be able to make the miracle come true?
I felt like that was RNG's time. There was a ward in behind the back of BLG. The TP from Xiaohu. Maybe you can find the 4 versus 5 before BLG arrives, but it feels like in a straight up 5v5. We talked about the protection that this team on BLG can offer to Aiming. Aiming is so fed. He's sold his boots. Like, he is full items, as full as you could possibly be. And in a situation where you need to try and finish this Aphelios, the dive from RNG just doesn't feel strong enough anymore. And with BLG now positioned with BLG, maybe he can be the big engage to a flash available once again. But watch Zika in this top side of the map causing issues for RNG.
There's a lot of pings from BLG onto the Nexus there. As Zika's been caught by Xiaohu. Everfrost comes out, Heartbreaker gonna answer it. The flash out from Zika, phase rush as well, but Xiaohu, he can keep this chase up. Ron comes in, dodges the stun, gets out to safety. Elder Drake has been started on the opposite side of the map here. BLG 4v4. Both top laners have teleports available. That's Xiaohu rejoining the fray. Zika needs to get involved as well. There's his TP now into the pit. Way's gone too early. He's trying to go for the congestion, but he might just go down with it. Zonya's going to be used here. Solar Flare onto the fight as well. Slicing Maelstrom comes in. Zika on the backline kicks out Xiaohu. It's going to be one as Grind falls. The Elder taken again by Weiwei. Way stuck in the pit, has to use his ulti to get out, but he's chased by Weiwei into GA. The jungler low, in trouble. BLG might not be able to save him on this one, but he jumps out to his team. No, taken out by Gala. BLG getting picked apart. A couple of recall, but they couldn't all get out. It's 2v3 here. But aiming, he's on Aphelios. He's got an Elder Dragon to work with. Xiaohu can't make the play happen. BLG get the Elder. They defend their base. They get away with it.
It's a 2-for-2 though, and it is that Elder Dragon going their way. Baron buff will soon fall, but now once more, as RNG, you've got to take this fight as a disadvantaged team. They can push into your bases, BLG. They can start to take your inhibitors, and there's little you can do about it. As you said, Wei, he goes in that little bit too early. Goes in at 4,000. He actually has a pink ward at the back of the pit, so he knows what health this is on. And BuBu in this fight doesn't really get these big hits that we're talking about with his ultimate. Instead, he's trying to buy space for aiming away from Xiaohu, away from RNG. And Gala's just trying to play marksman over the wall. So you get this kind of even footing back and forth in this fight where just about RNG are able to find two back. But it is the big objective going the way of BLG.
Flash forward from Gala at the end to finish off Weiwei. And Gala has been one of the standouts. I just want to take a second and say Xiaohu 666 on Viego. That feels very poetic. But Gala really has been the standout player for RNG in this game. 7-1-6. His arrows have been immaculate all game long. But now BLG with the Elder once more. They have 60 seconds to work with. They have to make this count because RNG have been holding on for far too long. We're getting to the point now, Dagda, where almost everyone is in the game is at full build. We're getting to the point where we're selling items to optimize. As BuBu tries to find a window in through the front door. RNG desperately trying to hold on, but these arrows from Gala just unceasing damage.
And it's also clearing the wave. That's the biggest issue here, is that you're not keeping the waves long enough to make these plays happen. So even though they'll lose their inhibitor, they can still keep the play going.
The Realm Warp's coming in. They're looking for the fight. BuBu's onto the backline. Gala's in trouble. The Elder comes through. The combo from the solo lane is a BLG as Xiaohu does everything he can, but it just isn't enough. Into the base goal, BLG. They've got to wait for the minions, or do they? They're just going to tank the tower. The tower will fall, and BLG, for 3 years strong, end RNG and keep their playoff streams alive. 5th seed, 6th seed, it doesn't matter. BLG are a top contender.
And BLG have shut down the winning streak for RNG. They prove again that they are the kryptonite. And in a phenomenal, closely fought Game 3, they will take down RNG and push themselves into that 6th place spot. Round 2 of playoffs for BLG.
And a huge sigh of relief for teams not only in the LPL, all around the world, that RNG can bleed. BLG have proven it here today, that if you prepare, if you come in with a counter strategy, if you figure out how RNG play the game, you can outplay them. I think BLG have come in today with a masterclass, have shown how much they have grown as a team over the course of the last 12 months. It's truly something exceptional to witness.
One of the big things we talk about was just kind of individual errors on BLG's side, but this series, individual errors be damned. These guys were playing out of their minds across the board. PP God looking spectacular on the Trundle, on the Thresh in this game, finding key hooks that helped shut down a lot of what Wei was trying to do in those early stages. We saw again BuBu, this Kennen pick has been so big for him. The flashes in the maelstroms, making sure that he was winning out on these team fights, and just non-stop they were pushing RNG back, using the fact that they had that late game scaling. And when we crest a 50-minute game, BLG, one mistake could have cost them everything, and they came out on top.
Do you know that Pikachu delivery service? We saw the roam up used to get BuBu into the backline to finish the game. It was just beautiful. Something really to remember on that one. BuBu getting that shutdown onto Gala, killing the AD carry that was keeping RNG alive and breaking open the base. And honestly, what a game. Like, regardless of winner, regardless of result, what a way to end this series. Such an exciting way for these two teams to finish their regular split. And now RNG will be guaranteed at least 4th seed. I think RA may have now taken the 3rd seed position off the back of this loss for RNG. Whereas for BLG, this win, crucial for them, but they still have to wait agonizingly for the top esports versus WE result to know what seed they will finish.
Actually, I'm pretty sure that WE can potentially push RNG out of 4th now. 10-5 for WE, they play tomorrow, so it could actually be RNG slipping even further down into our playoff contenders.
RNG will have the game difference, even if WE 2-0 is the RNG win on game difference just by 1. So they will survive at least minimum 4th. Let's take a look at the damage.
WE can go to 11 if they win tomorrow, right?
True. Yeah, I'm totally wrong.
Yeah, so WE could take 4th place. Yeah, but as we're saying, look, Gala, the amount of damage that he was putting out of this game, absolutely insane. Aiming, though, that's the key carry here. That's what BLG were playing around and making sure that he could stay safe in these fights. Every time Xiaohu was trying to assassinate him, didn't get a chance. But you end up getting the BuBu engages that set them up. And Zika, you talked about it, Munch, being able to deliver the mouse into the backline. So many opportunities in this game.
Unbelievable. It's crazy to think that BLG winning this series off of these yodels, both the Ziggs and the Kennen, the fluffy yodel gameplay working out for BLG in the end. But Zeke is going to be our MVP coming off the back of that game because of his exceptional Ryze performance. I can't believe that Ryze was the pick to watch in the mid lane after we see these the kind of TF master versus Zika, who's been playing these bruises. He's been playing things like the Silas, the Lee Sin, etc., etc. Let's take another look at some of the highlights because just unbelievable gameplay coming out from both BuBu and from Zika.
Yeah, and the big thing was just the kind of double-faceted way that we are seeing the Ryze being played, right? We got it going in heavily aggressive where you're setting up for these plays for BuBu, but also the peel that Zika was able to offer in these fights as well, making sure that he's keeping aiming safe, staying off the back line, and this realm warp at the end just sealed the deal. 1,000 goals shutdown just spoke volumes to how much work Gala was doing in this game, but it didn't matter. At the end, BLG with that Elder Dragon shut down RNG and get themselves up into our round 2 of playoffs.
What a way to do it as well, guaranteeing themselves the second round of playoffs for themselves. That has got to be such an incredible feeling for the squad of BLG. And I have to say, like, looking across that squad at the start of this year, this was not a team that I was saying was going to be top 6. This is not a team that many people were saying was going to be top 6. This is the version of the squad that we saw a lot of play for Meteor earlier on in this year and the previous year. We'd seen Zika having pretty underwhelming performances. BuBu, another one of these players that was a bit coin flippy and we weren't really sure. Aiming coming through was one of these players that we were optimistic about but unsure. And then PP God, another player that was, you know, relatively untested. He had a really good split. He'd had a really bad split. We didn't know what to expect. BLG managing to cement their legacy, at least to an extent here. And we'll see what they can do when they make it to playoffs. We're going to head over to the stage. I'm going to kick it over to Wendy again to interview one of our winners.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and I'm standing with BuBu from BLG Gaming. So another very huge victory for you for BLG Gaming. So tell us more about how do you feel at this moment, and also you guys were able to just ended up the winning streak from of RNG. So any special preparations made by the whole team before this best of 3? 那首先恭喜你们获得本场比赛的胜利。那现在我们 BuBu 心情感觉怎么样呢？而且特别你们也是终结了 RNG 的一个9连胜嘛，所以说有没有在赛前针对他们做哪些特别的准备呢？
就他们现在状态很好嘛，所以我们就一直，我们教练说一直说，就说野辅要打得比较好一点，才能比较有机会。就这把今天我觉得我们野辅打得比他们好，所以才比较轻松一点，我觉得。
So because the opponent's team RNG, they were on very good form recently. So and our coaching staff, they told us that the jungle and also the support synergy is very crucial for this best of threes and also for today's game. I think our jungle and support players, the two of them, really played so good, performed so well in the actual game. So that's a reason for us to be able to just be able to get the win for today's game. And let's talk a bit more about the in-game content. So we all know that RNG's top lane is the main battlefield for all the games, and in today's game 1, you guys really made so many skirmishes around the top lane and were able to build a very huge lead onto you. So could you share more about the early game strategy that you guys would like to make in game 1? 那其实我们都知道，面对 RNG 可能上路都是非常重要的一条路嘛。那其实，在第一局的时候，我们也感觉到你们是一直在抓上，然后呢，不断的通过上路的一些碰撞啊，然后帮助你们建立了很大的优势。所以想问一下，你们可能第一局的整体的思路，尤其是特别是前期的一些规划是怎么样的呢？
前面的话就我们都做好了正常发育嘛，然后可能是我因为那波我把他单杀了，然后优势比较大了，然后别的路也不好找机会，所以他们一直就来我这边找机会，就比较简单吧。
To be honest, before the beginning of the game 1, we just would like to do some farmings for the early game. But in game 1, I was able to make a solo kill, and after that, we feel the other lanes it's very hard to seek more opportunities to open the whole situations. So after that, our other teammates would like to just help me to build more leads from the top lane in game 1, and luckily we were able to win the game with this. And also game 3 was super intense, and I'm very curious about the team's communication in the very late game. And you guys were able to just ended up the game in a very perfect way. So could you share more about the late game strategies and just who made the short call at the last team fight that used the Rise ultimate and together with you, that cannon were able to just shut down the opponent's marksman and were able to just win the game. 那其实说到第三局是非常非常精彩刺激的一局，所以说我们也比较好奇，可能拖到大后期之后，你们队内的一些沟通是怎么样的呢？而且特别是感觉，其实对面的 Gala， 因为他的一个比较好的一个发育，其实反而是给你们造成了一些麻烦嘛。所以说你们最后那一波是利用了一个瑞兹的大招，然后你的凯南直接是终结掉了他以后拿下了比赛。当时是怎么样做的一些沟通和指挥呢？
我们打到后面的话，就他们家就只剩一个防御塔嘛，然后我们当时想的决策就是一直想去偷他们家，如果他们去拿支援的话，我们就偷他们家，但是他们一直不出来嘛，他们大荣好像也让了，然后他们就也不出来，后面的话就抢了波远古龙，我们想好一个决策，就是他们 AD 也没闪，然后我们那个瑞兹直接开车冲我过去就可以开，就这样子。
So because in the late game, RNG, they only have one Nexus tower left. So after that, we just would like to seek more opportunities to make the backdoor. But and if the opponent's team, they just would like to get some neutral objectives, we can just easily make that backdoor with Res ultimate. But the opponent's team, they really made a very good defense in the late game. So we didn't manage to seek more opportunities because they have gave up like the Baron and more neutral objectives. But after we have already stolen that Elder Dragon, we feel that we were able to find a very good angle to make the hard engagement by using the Rise ultimate to send my cannon on the battlefield because we have already noticed Scala, he didn't have the flash, so we think this can be a very good opportunity, and luckily we were able to just ended up the game with a perfect team fight from us. And my next question is, and now BLG, you guys have ended your regular split with 10 wins, and from this beginning of the split, you guys have some roster changes, so how would you comment on the team's growth or the progress made by the whole team? 那其实我们现在 BLG 也是以10胜结束了我们常规赛的一个征程。其实赛季初你们也有一些人员的轮换啊，但现在能感觉你们有很大的一些进步。所以说你可能觉得队伍整体方面在哪些方面获得了比较长足的一些成长或者提升呢？
我们队伍的话，前面比赛的话就一直可能沟通和配合不太好，后面就一直加强这方面嘛，然后后面就比较好起来了，我觉得。
at the beginning of the split, we didn't manage to have a very good team's communication, and our synergy was not that good. So we just tried to focus more to improve on those parts. So because of this, we were able to have a better performance currently. And my last question is, and now the next journey for you guys is the playoffs, and the playoffs will be the best of 5. So I'm very curious about your perspective of the difference between the best of 5 and also the best of 3, and also which part do you think the whole team that maybe still needs some improvements on in order to have even better performance in the future. 那其实你们接下来的一个征程就是季后赛了嘛？那季后赛也要去打 BO5 了嘛？那或许 BO 会觉得 BO5 和 BO3 可能最大的差别会在哪里？那为了迎接接下来的征程，队伍在哪些方面可能还需要再进行一些提高呢？
我觉就 BO5 和 BO3 的话，我觉得 BO5 可能就比较累一点而已。然后呢，后面的话，我觉得我们要加强的就是我们后面配合要比较好一点，就比较顺利吧。我觉得就这样。
I think for the difference between the best of 5 and also best of 3 is just best of 5s will be more tired to me. And also I think for the part that we need to make some improvements on, it should be our team's whole synergy. If we can just improve on this part, we can definitely have a better performance in the future. And definitely best of luck for the playoffs. 那再次恭喜你们，也希望你们季后赛也能取得好成绩。And see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye-bye, Wendy, and thank you very much, PBU, as well, for the interview. As again, my voice is a little tired after that one. What a series coming out. You can kind of see in BBU's face and his body language how over the moon he is with that victory. And Dagda, you and I have just been discussing potential standings shifts. I cannot believe we're going into the final day tomorrow, and both series have such massive implications for playoffs. It is mind-blowing. Let's look at our results for today as we finish things out. A 6-game day to round out our penultimate day of this split. TT taking IG to 3 games, but IG took it in the end. And then BLG versus RNG, and BLG managing to hold on to their record 3 years straight of taking out RNG.
What an impressive performance as well. Like, that was a grueling 3-game series, but BLG, they came out the better, and now they're looking better in our standings as well.
Yeah, unbelievable performance, and that means that BLG now 10-6 with a +7 game difference. Means that they are going to be guaranteed above LNG no matter what. RNG still having the game difference advantage over them, but RNG now pushed down to 5th place. Tomorrow we will see Top Esports and WE face off, and you can see the WE could even potentially take 3rd place here if they can get themselves a clean win tomorrow. But Top Esports, still plenty of room to upset the apple cart. If they can get to 10-6 as well, if they could get a 2-0, they would overtake BLG and LNG. They would climb much higher in the standings themselves. There is a lot to dissect because WE would fall a lot lower as well. It all gets a bit chaotic. I'm going to let someone with a less tired brain figure all of that out.
Yeah, I mean, look, it looks like at least if Top Esports win tomorrow as well, RNG going to be breathing a sigh of relief, right? Because that will push them up into that top 4 spot. So a hell of a lot of movements and a hell of a lot riding on these 2 games on your stream. WE and Top Esports going to kick us off in the morning with FPX and EDG leading the way later on that day.
You see that number 1 versus number 1. I cannot wait to see who grabs 1st seed in that 2nd series, and I cannot wait to see what on earth our playoffs table looks like, which will be decided across the course of the series tomorrow. Again, I just want to reiterate, I cannot believe how lucky we are that both series on the final day are so crucial for playoff seeding. This never happens. The schedule is booked like weeks and weeks in advance. I cannot believe that we've ended up with these 2 completely crucial series on the last day. I'm thanking the heavens right now for this insane schedule. I cannot wait to see what our results are.
Yeah, so, you know, like, Lyric, if you're feeling a bit sick tomorrow, just let me know. I'm happy to step in to cover those games, you know, if it ever happens, because holy moly, those are going to be some unbelievable games.
All right, well, we're going to round things out. I'll cross my fingers for you, Dagda, but I don't think Lyric's going to give that one up. Thank you for joining me, Dagda. Thank you, production, as always. And thank you, everyone at home, for watching with us. as we finish out the day. It's been an absolutely mental day, and it's only heating up for tomorrow. Make sure you're there, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.